Fat acceptance is wrong.
I'm about to get demonetized. Yep, you read that title right. This isn't clickbait. This isn't faked or exaggerated for views or shock factor. These are my real thoughts. And I'm not going to water everything down on the off chance I get canceled for being fatphobic in the future. Because I really mean this when I say fat people piss me off. And let me get one thing clear for you, blobs. It's not plus sized. It's not big boned. You are fat. And when I say fat, I don't mean a little overweight or like your average English bloke. Like, it's fine to have a little fluff around your belly because that doesn't affect me. And you don't gotta look like a chiseled Greek god all year round and be that guy at the party who doesn't have a slice of pizza because, ooh, I'm on a diet, bro. Like, shut your lame ass up. And more importantly, if your life isn't impacted by your weight, it's fine to be what you are. But when I say fat, I'm talking this, and most certainly this.
I wouldn't say most of these people are like that overweight though. I would say like, dude, there's a difference between fat phobia and trying to promote a healthy lifestyle, right? If you're like making fun of somebody for being fat, you're fat phobic, right? But if you're like, hey man, you're getting unhealthily large in like a respectable way, I don't think that's fat phobia, right? Because like you're trying to help them, right? I think that's the difference, and I think those lines kind of get merged on social media, where some people take you being helpful as being rude, when that's not the case.
I feel like in the past, fat has been such like a derogatory term, and like we've been so like ridiculed for the way we look. It's almost like I want to take that word back and make it a positive thing.
Well, I will say the discrepancy between fat and plus size, like, I think the way you use fat is whether or not it's offensive, right? If you're like, you're fucking fat, like, that's rude, right? But saying you have fat, right, is different, right? Because, like, somebody that is obese has fat, right? That's the definition of what is on you.
What? If being called out for being this fat offends you, instead of complaining, why not just lose the weight?
Oh my God, it's like, see, it's like that. Like, this guy just has a narrow-minded view of it, though, right? Like, I understand there's a lot of people on social media that are just in denial, but like saying, oh, just lose the weight is the same thing as saying, oh, you're just addicted to crack. Just stop doing crack. You fucking idiot. Just stop doing crack. Like, just what? Oh, you're a junkie? Oh, you like heroin? Just stop doing it.
I bought it, my choice. Like, when you take up an entire aisle, it becomes my choice too. I'll never wrap my head around this thought. How and why did you get so big? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
Whoa.
How these people can actually live like this. I remember being fat, like, okay, I wasn't like fat, but I was like 5'4", 174 pounds at my biggest. You know, pretty hefty for my size.
That's not fucking fat. That's not fat.
And my ass got cooked in school and by my friends. And having lived as the fattest in the group at one point, it makes me so confused why people choose to live like this. No amount of Krispy Kremes is worth getting L plus ratio plus you're fat every time you try to roast somebody. It's just visually too. Like, every time I see these people outside on the streets or in a Walmart, bellies jiggling, thighs rumbling the earth's core, and I watch them as I waddle over at Mach -11 and beat my 90-year-old grandma with osteoporosis to the mobility scooter. And I just think to myself, why do you fat Michelin man built?
I will say, when it gets to the point where like you're incapable of walking around a grocery store, that's a triggering point for like needing help. People view being fat as like a choice, and in some ways it is, but in other ways it's an addiction, right? I mean, a lot of people also have like thyroid issues and stuff, and that might be why they gain a lot of weight. But like, if you're obese, you're an addict, just like somebody that's an alcoholic.
Like, there should be a weight limit on those things. Like, if the seat feels enough pressure, it just starts yelling at the rider. Come on, move fat so you're blocking the aisle. Jesus Christ, you're so slow. That grandma could crawl faster than this. Like, you guys can't even walk to get your candy and chips. You won't even attempt to at least burn off those calories? Whoa, but my knees hurt. I need my scooter. No, you need a calorie deficit. This is why I hate fat people. Especially you dwarf planets that post on social media about fat acceptance and other big ounce movements.
I disagree because
Dude, this guy's just being a dickhead. Am I wrong? I understand some of the points he's trying to make, but he's just being an asshole. Like, he's not even, it's not like he's just, oh, this is why I fucking hate fat people. Like he's just not, he's just being a dick.
I believe in society, especially in America, we have this idea that, oh yeah, all fat people ate themselves that way. That they just sit at home and they're lazy and they don't do anything and they ate themselves that way. But they don't take into account people who have a disease. They don't take into account people who work out and their body is just built that way.
You lazy fat
Oh my God. See, yo, this guy is such a fucking dickhead. I'm gonna have to butt in every 5 fucking seconds. Her point is valid in the sense of some people do have conditions where they can't control a lot of the weight that they gain, right? But that is a slim margin of the obese people in the United States, right? The majority of people that are overweight in the U.S. are just overweight, right? It's because of the food that we have. It's not just the people, right? The United States is a terrible place for eating healthy, right? We have a lower life expectancy straight up in part because all of our food is processed. All of our food has saturated fats. All of our food has trans fats, things that are really hard to burn off, right? And just also quick, easy food that's cheap, which is really unhealthy. But sitting there and saying that, oh, like, it's not taking into account this, like, yeah, that's true. But the majority of people that are overweight are just overweight because of the food that they're eating, not because of a specific condition.
Ass smeller. You planet. You clogged artery. You fat fuck. I do not want to see a single comment under this video about your external issues causing you to become 700 pounds. Or that fit people are fat phobic.
They're not 700 pounds. They're like 300.
For an overwhelming majority, not all, but a majority.
Nobody that's 700 pounds can walk.
Of you, y'all are fat because you're lazy. Truth is, you can't be asked to spend an hour in the gym every day. When you get home from work, you dive straight onto the couch after sitting down for 8 hours to unwind after a long day. Then say there's no time for the gym, all while stuffing chips down your face hole and getting takeout every day because you can't be asked to cook. But
snack culture in the U.S. is also a big thing. People don't eat meals anymore. In the United States, most people, like, how often do you guys snack? Like, all the time. Like, you guys are probably eating snacks right now. Like, the majority of the people watching this. Because it's just quicker. It's easier. It's more enjoyable. Right? Like, snacks make the most money, or are making more and more money comparatively to, like, other food areas in the United States every year. Right? Like, Uncrustables is, like, making an actual bag.
My depression. Eating is my comfort. Understand my pitch. Nah, I hear that, trust me. But I'd argue that you're depressed and unhappy because you don't work out or exercise, because you hate what you see in the mirror, because you're self-conscious, because you can't see your 1-inch Punisher when you look down.
I see you.
Like, sure, life may be giving you a hard time, and I know your lard ass can just hear the cupcake tray calling your name, you know, promising happiness, but eating your sorrows away is like wrapping—
Dude, I honestly believe this guy doesn't believe what he's saying. I feel like he's being extreme to be extreme.
Your severed finger with a dirty cloth. Like, sure, you stop the bleeding for a little, but it's only going to cause more issues. I know it is way easier said than done, and some people, especially people who suffer with legit mental health or eating disorders, find it hard to commit and discipline themselves through discomfort, but there's no way around it. Like, it's literally—
How do you become obese? How can you even eat that much? It's really not hard. The difference between people that are obese and people that are not is the caloric density of the foods that they're eating most of the time. Like, if me and a guy that's 4 times my weight both eat 3 meals and 5 snacks a day, I'm eating things that are heavy, but not calorically heavy, right? Like, gaining weight really fast, dude, just eat cake or, like, pastries or, like, any— Like, if you're able to just sit down and eat 1 or half a cake a day, you'll gain 30 pounds in a month, right? And that's easy. Eating, like, slices of cake or snacks or dessert-esque things, like things that have a lot of sugar or salt, because they are a lot of calories, right? but they're small.
It should be
Liquid
the-
calories are the worst way that people gain weight because they don't even recognize it, right? You're just having a soda and you're not mentally recognizing that you're drinking something that is the equivalent of eating like a meal.
First thing you turn to when in a rut. It ain't easy, but there's no magic formula to weight loss or some cheat code to beat your problems. It's all about just ponying up and doing it. If anything, exercise is the cheat code. You know, go get a
Exercise isn't the cheat code. 95% of losing or gaining weight is diet. You don't need a trainer. You don't need anything. You don't need any of that bullshit. It helps, right? But if you want to lose weight, eating right is the only thing that you have to do, in my opinion. I know some people are going to say I'm wrong, but...
acceptance movements. There are these blobs, these nuclear war bunkers, these lazy fat asses that would rather just force and gaslight the world into accepting their Great Wall of China looking asses because they can't be bothered to put in the work into their appearance. Big is beautiful. You can't handle all this. I don't want to handle all that. Like, if you don't care for weight loss and are genuinely happy with yourselves and not just telling yourself that you are, I really couldn't care less if you're fat or not. Just don't let it affect my life because I should not have to feel like Indiana Jones at Walmart because your big ass comes tumbling down the aisle in your little...
It's not affecting your life, though, dude. He's acting like it's such a hindrance when somebody in a mobility scooter walks by you in a fucking Walmart. Literally, a mobility scooter is approaching me. Like, when I see somebody in a mobility scooter at a Walmart, I'm not like, ugh. You're wasting my day. Like, I just walk by them.
A majority of people who are fat are not happy with themselves, but will do everything but exercise.
Because eating is a form of coping. And when you're unhappy with how you look and you want to cope, you then eat more, which in turn makes you more unhappy with how you look, and then you eat more. It's a cyclical addiction. Fuck. Yes. Skinny people get more privileges, yes.
Oh, wait. I went the wrong way.
It's not their fault, but it's true. Yeah, riding rides at a fucking Six Flags. Yeah, there's an example. Boom, right there.
Ooh, this really, like... Ooh, this section...
My God, yo, this guy, like, honestly just has a hatred towards fat people. Like, this is insane.
Chris Brown, or anyone from that matter, any singer, anything, would want you doing the thug shake behind them while they sing about sex. That's gotta be the least arousing thing known to man. And speaking of the fact that sex sells, you don't know what really grinds my gears? Plus-sized No, who am I kidding? Fat models! This gaslighting agenda PC culture is trying to push has gone too far now. Because this defeats the whole purpose of a model. Because again, sex sells. And you know this because you acknowledged it too.
Me, since I am a dancer, it is the most annoying thing. Like, I go to auditions and I'm the only like plus size person there. And literally, if you go to a concert and see an artist, you will like never see someone that looks like me dancing back up for like Chris Brown. All they care about is, sex sells and, plus size isn't sexy, which...
The general response I would have to that is, yeah, that is an issue, that people kind of, like, discriminate on that, but it's also their thing, like, it's their concert, and general attraction for the public is based off of people that are best suited for survival animalistically, right? People like muscular women, not all women, right? But in general, being muscular is an attractive thing because that makes you better suitable for having kids, right? It's an animal thing that's in your brain because we're animals, right? And you can't get rid of that in that you look at someone and if they look healthy, you're more attracted to them because they are better suited to bear children.
The denial, bro. Models, dancers, any profession that is meant to be good looking and in shape adhere to our beauty standards because their value is their looks and how they maintain themselves. It's a mandatory part of the job. Sure, it's a shallow one, but that's just how the game goes. And keeping your figure and face in check shouldn't be easy, nor should the profession, otherwise everyone would be a model. And your Bob from Monsters vs. Alien looking ass is not beautiful. Like, you can scream until you're blue in the face that big is beautiful and the modern standards of beauty are unattainable and toxic. With side note, I get body dysmorphia and facial dysmorphia is a valid insecurity.
And what is this? Like, why is it cutting to just this stick figure that he drew with like a just slumped in a chair?
To accept my fatness. I fully understand that even if you go into the gym every day and stick to a calorie deficit, there's still a good chance that you won't look exactly like the models you see on Instagram or, on the runway, the ones with the top 1% genetics, but you still look great. And realizing this and acknowledging that is actual body positivity, caring for yourself whilst also accepting your flaws. And these people gotta understand that fat is not one of these uncontrollable flaws. It's not on the level of stretch marks or scarring or hip dips or anything like that.
It's still a flaw nevertheless, though, right? I feel like, again, he's being narrow-minded in that body positivity isn't necessarily saying being obese is okay, right? Body positivity is saying I should strive to be healthy, but the way I look is the way I look. Yes, I can improve on this, but I shouldn't be ashamed of how I am.
Because body fat in most cases is self-inflicted damage. It's not this unchangeable aspect of your body that people will call you brave for exposing. All they want to say is, cover up, please. God damn, Melvin, put the belly rolls away. God damn. Body fat is
this really reminds me of when we used to react to Sneeko. Anybody remember when we used to react to like Tate and Sneeko like a year and a half ago? And I would just butt in like every 5 seconds.
Sign of a lack of respect for yourself. It's also a sign of a lack of self-discipline and laziness, disease or not. And it for damn sure ain't pretty. And one more thing. What is it with you globular clusters throwing around the term fat phobic whenever people want to call you out for taking up the whole walkway at Walmart?
If you work out because you want your body to look a certain way, you don't care about health, you are fat phobic.
Okay, that's stupid. Okay, that's the issue, though, is there's people on social media like that, and then that skews everybody's mind of what body positivity and fat phobia really is, right? Because that was just actual fucking idiocy. Like, going to the gym to look better means you're fat phobic. No, it means I would also say going to the gym and making your body look how you want it to look is a form of art. Bodybuilding is a form of art, in my opinion. Max Taylor is an artist, right? He goes to the gym and he has a regimented schedule to change how his body looks to be appeasable to an audience and judges, right? On a normal level, going to the gym and losing weight to get your body to look how you want it to look is an art.
If anything, the fact that you get so insecure over people wanting to not be fat like you is proof that you know that big really isn't beautiful. It's a lie you told yourself to justify being unattractive. Because that insecurity is one-way traffic. Every other non-deathly humongous person just feels bad when they look at you. Mommy, why is he built like that? I don't know, sweetie. Just don't be rude to the poor bastard. Just keep walking. And that to me is the absolute worst thing about this whole fat acceptance movement. It's life-altering and life-threatening. It shouldn't be glorified. Yet here goes Western media trying to be inclusive and accepting of everyone. Oh, she's just big boned, plus size. People need to stop being fat shit. Like, no.
I don't really think people say the big bone shit anymore. That was like a fucking 90s thing.
And everyone who doesn't think so is fat phobic. And I kind of feel for some of these people too, because a lot of people who are fat or unattractive gave up on weight loss and improvement in general because not only could they not handle the discipline, but they've convinced themselves they're unattractive before even trying. And yeah, I'll be honest, while you may never become a 10 out of 10, even if you work hard on your physical appearance, you still have a good
Bro, this guy acted like he's a fucking 11 out of 10, bro.
chance to become a 7 or an 8 out of 10, which is 1,000 times better than what you are now, and will give you so much more from life than what you're getting now. And I mean, hey, take this as a little bit of motivation. If you as a beached whale had the strength to be able to sit through this whole video without clicking off, unsubbing, and reporting the channel, you definitely have the willpower to endure a little gym session tomorrow, and then an even longer one the next day. Like, okay, I know I'm really blunt and dickish on this channel when it comes to my opinions, but the truth is, I don't think this positive cucky anti-bully support everyone mindset does very much good at all, because I find all it does is it gives the negative mindsets of the people we're trying to help a leg to stand on and reject any advice, because a person going through hard shit will internalize the fact that they have a disadvantage compared to everyone else, and that fact will stick with them as they try to improve and serve as a deterrent to that improvement. Plus,
why didn't he just say this and then the video would end? Why didn't he start the video with this? What he's saying right now makes sense.
Placeboing them into not trying as hard in whatever they're doing. It's the same logic as these incels justifying the fact that they get no play with the fact that they aren't 6 feet tall with blue hunter eyes, when in actuality they're just weird and scare the women. Like 1 or 2 setbacks does not make you hopeless, bro. Like, I promise you. I believe that if you focus and reinforce someone's ability to improve and give a lot less attention to their copes and hindrances, they will actually focus on improving rather than how their problems will hold them back. And no, I don't.
Okay, yeah, like now he's actually saying like genuine stuff. I mean, he's still not being the best in how he's saying it, but it was better. That was, I mean, it was a good watch. I'll say I disagreed with that motherfucker on a good majority of things. I understand the points that he was making. But how he said those points was the extreme version, right? I actually want to watch these other... I like disagreeing with this guy. I want to watch his other videos another day. We're not ready for super intelligence. I don't know how philosophical this video will get, but let's lock in here.
The impact of superhuman AI over the next decade will exceed that of the Industrial Revolution. That is the opening claim of AI 2027. It is a thoroughly researched report from a thoroughly impressive group of researchers, led by Daniel Cook.
Well, I think that AI, as it gets bigger and better, will start to actually scale quicker. You would think that it would get slower, but once you have super intelligence that gets smarter, wouldn't it be able to help you effectively make it even stronger than previously? Like, it's one of the dumbest things, but I think there was a company that really wanted to, like, get a shitload of money. This is kind of a side rant. There was a company that wanted to raise a lot of investors to create, like, a very smart AI, and the investors were like, how are we going to get our money back? And the guy literally was like, we're going to ask the AI that question. Like, all they wanted was money so they could create something to then ask it how to get the money back for the investors, which is insane. But also, I mean, in some levels, it's like, dude, superhuman intelligence and AI in general is going to get so strong that it can effectively think and create things that 1,000 people cumulatively cannot do.
In 2021, over a year before ChatGPT was released, he predicted the rise of chatbots, $100 million training runs, sweeping AI chip export controls, chain of thought reasoning. He is known for being very early and very right.
I just wonder, I think we'll be dead before things get really crazy, but like, where do you think the world's gonna be in 100 years? You ever see those videos where they ask people from like the 1920s, what do you think the year 2000 will be? And like, some of them are more reasonable and they're like, it's just going to be a lot more people, blah, blah, blah. I think it's going to be somewhat grim, but you would have never been able to like predict. I don't think we'll know, because you couldn't predict the iPhone in the 1930s. Like, no one would have ever conceived that. Like, the idea of this touch screen device that I can communicate with you guys from thousands of miles away. Like, how are we going to know what the world and technology is going to look like fucking in the year 2125? Ooh. Ew, that's not good. What? So they're saying as by 2027, or they're saying over an extended period of time it'll result in the death of all humans?
Unless we make different choices.
To slow down?
The AI 2027 scenario starts in summer 2025, which happens to be when we're filming this video. So why don't we take stock of where things are at in the real world and then jump over to the scenarios timeline. Right now.
Oh, so this is all going to be a video about base predictions for where AI is going to land us?
Now, it might feel like everyone, including your grandma, is selling an
No way in 2 years AI develops that rapidly.
AI-powered something.
Go pro with the new Oral-B Genius AI.
Flippy the chef makes Spud spectacular.
But most of that is actually tool AI, just narrow products designed to do what Google Maps or calculators did in the past, help human consumers and workers do their thing. The holy grail of AI is artificial general intelligence.
AGI.
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 AGI, artificial general intelligence,
is a system that can exhibit all the cognitive capabilities humans can.
Creating a computer system that itself is a worker. That's so flexible and capable we can communicate with it in natural language and hire it to do work for us, just like we would a human. And there are actually surprisingly few serious players in the race to build AGI. Most notably, there's Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google DeepMind, all in the English-speaking world, though...
And I really don't understand it, man. Like, do you guys get it fully? There's so many things, not just in life that I don't understand, but specifically with, like, the advancements of, like, AI technology. How do they train that? How do you make ChatGPT? Like, I understand it's a database of information and it's able to scrub that, but, like, how is this computer functioning like a human does? Fall is here, and with it comes more driving than ever because it's back to school season. You're going to be stopping at the gas station more, going to the grocery store more. You have after school sports. You have to drive to school. You have other activities that you have to attend to. So you're going to be spending more money. And Upside, a free app, helps you get real cash back on everyday essentials like the gas station, like the grocery store, and other everyday essentials. There are over 100,000 businesses on the Upside app, which ensures that there is always cash back right around the corner for you. People can earn up to 3 times cash back on the Upside app, which is more than loyalty programs and credit card rewards. I've been traveling a lot more for YouTube. I just went and commentated a slap fight. I'm doing a road trip soon. And all of those things, I have to stop more and more at convenience stores, gas stations, and other essentials every day. And Upside helps me earn cash back every time I go to those gas stations and convenience stores. Upside has given over $1 billion in cash back to its users and over $1 million every single week. Top Upside earners are making as much as $300 a month. To find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description, download the Upside app, and use promo code JOEB, and you will get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon of gas on your first tank of gas. Or scan the QR code wherever it is on screen and do the same thing. Thank you to Upside for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
China and DeepSeek recently turned heads in January with a surprisingly advanced and efficient model. Why so few companies? Well, for several years now, there's basically been...
Others in the market is Meta and XAI. Yeah, Meta does have an AI, but I feel like it's largely less advanced than any of the other ones. Like, OpenAI is the most known.
one recipe for training up an advanced cutting-edge AI, and it has some pricey ingredients. For example, you need about 10% of the world's supply of the most advanced computer chips. Once you have that, the formula is basically just throw more data and compute at the same basic software design that we've been using since 2017 at the frontier of AI, the transformer. That's what the T in GPT stands for. To give you an idea of just how much hardware is the name of the game right now, this represents the total computing power, or compute, used to train GPT-3 in 2020. It's the AI that would eventually power the first version of ChatGPT. You probably know how that went.
ChatGPT is the fastest growing user-based platform in history. 100 million users on ChatGPT.
Bro, when did ChatGPT come out? Like mad recent, right? After COVID. Like 2021, 22.
And this is the total compute used to train GPT-4 in 2023.
Wait, bro, I didn't even think about that. Like, I didn't have ChatGPT in high school at all. Like, at all. Now, it's so much more... Dude, from it not existing 5 years ago to where it is now is such a rapid fucking growth.
People have taken away.
I don't know why, but, like, in my brain, I'm like, yeah, no, ChatGPT's been around for a while.
Simple. Bigger is better.
I mean, 3 years is a while, but not for something that's effectively becoming a super intelligence.
And much bigger is much better.
You have all these trends. You have trends in revenue going up, trends in compute going up, trends on various benchmarks going up. How does it all come together? You know, what does the future actually look like? Questions like how do these different factors interact? Seems plausible that when the benchmark scores are so high, then there should be crazy effects on, you know, jobs, for example, and that would influence politics. And then also, you know, so all these things interact. And how do they interact? Well, we don't know, but thinking through in detail how it might go is the way to start grappling with that.
Okay, so that's where we are in the real world. The scenario kicks off from there and imagines that in 2025, we'd have the top AI labs releasing AI agents to the public in summer. An agent is an AI that can take instructions and go into a task for you online, like booking a vacation.
Wait, what? You could go fucking tell an AI agent to go fucking do stuff for me?
Or spending half an hour searching the internet to answer a difficult question for you. But they're pretty limited.
Oh, that's what like ChatGPT is.
And unreliable at this point. Think of them as enthusiastic interns that are shockingly incompetent sometimes. Since the scenario was published in April, this early prediction has actually already come true. In May, both OpenAI and Anthropic released their first agents to the public. The scenario imagine.
But what does it do? Like, what is the what is like a base? What is a base AI agent? Like, what's an example of a task it would do? He's saying search the web for 30 minutes. Like, it would, like, book a flight for me or something. Like, go book me a flight for this. But then I would still have to give some sort of, book a hotel. You could search the web. But I'm saying I would still need to give it intense specifics where I feel like it would actually just be easier for me to do it.
It's that OpenBrain, which is like a fictional composite of the leading AI companies, has just trained and released Agent Zero, a model trained on 100 times the compute of GPT-4. We don't have enough blocks for that. At the same time, OpenBrain is building massive data centers to train the next generation of AI agents, and they're preparing to trade Agent 1 with 1,000 times the compute of GPT-4. This new system, Agent 1, is designed primarily to speed up AI research itself. The public will actually never see the full version because OpenBrain withholds its best models for internal use. I want you to keep that in mind as we go through this.
At what point does it... Okay, I don't want to fucking bring this up, but like at one point would it start thinking for itself? To a degree where, like, if something gets so smart, I'm not saying it would gain consciousness in the sense that we do. Yeah, like, no, literally like Ultron. Like, at what point is it its own fucking organism where it can function in a way that it doesn't have to listen or need prompts for us? Or from us.
You're going to be getting it from a God's eye view with full information from your narrator. But actually living through this scenario as a member of the public would mean being largely in the dark as radical changes happen all around you. Okay, so OpenBrain wants to win the...
You have to be conscious to think for yourself has to pull from texts that already exist. Yeah, but how are they advancing it 1,000 times in computation more that, like, it... I get what you're saying, where, like, ChatGPT is basically like a big database that can scroll through things quickly, or just AI in general, or general AI. But at some point, how is it getting 1,000 times better than it is now?
AI race against both its Western competitors and against China. The faster they can automate their R&D cycle, so getting AI to write most of the code, help design experiments, better chips, the faster that they can pull ahead. But the same capabilities that make these AIs such powerful tools also make them potentially dangerous. An AI that can help patch security vulnerabilities can also exploit them. An AI that understands biology can help with curing diseases, but also designing bioweapons. By 2026, Agent 1 is fully operational and being used internally at OpenBrain. It is really good at coding. So good, it starts to accelerate AI research and development by 50%, and it gives them a crucial edge. OpenBrain leadership starts to be increasingly concerned about security. If someone steals their AI models, it could wipe away their lead. A quick sidebar to talk about feedback loops. Woo, math.
But what's the end goal with AI? That's like the biggest thing for me. But what's the end goal for these companies? Like, I know for most companies like NVIDIA, they want to create faster GPUs. They want to, so you can, use more information, so you could do this. I obviously it's make money, but like, what's the end goal for the use of AI?
Our brains
to make it so we don't have to learn anything and we could just kind of like rely on AI to solve problems.
Are used to things that grow linearly over time, that is at the same rate, like trees or my pile of unread New Yorker magazines. But some growth gets faster and faster over time, accelerating.
Humans not having to work, bro, but that's going to be a big problem too. Like, not only is AI going to take a lot of people's jobs, but also that it's not... If ChatGPT was able to replace a lot of people's work, it can't replace everything, but it can replace a lot. And then those people are fucked, right? Then what do you do if your job is now no longer in use? Yes, ChatGPT has effectively relieved you from having to work, but now you don't have money to fucking pay for things because we're still focused on that general, like, trade-based economy. Like, we're not in a system where you just have everything provided for you. Like, you have to make money to pay for shit.
This often sloppily gets called exponential. That's not always quite mathematically right, but the point is it's hard to wrap your mind around. Remember?
Like a UBI? Yeah, but you could have a UBI, but, like, you're still going to need people to do physical work to some level or not. If you have UBI, you can't have that, because humans are effectively, you could have UBI to prop people up, but there's always going to be some base of competition in society. You can never have an area where everybody doesn't work and we all just get a set amount of income, because you're going to want it. People strive to be better than those around them. I think UBI is a better alternative compared to, like, potentially, like, welfare, right? But not in a situation where no one's working and we're all just getting a set amount of income.
Even if you'd read on the news that...
What's UBI? Universal Basic Income. Andrew Yang was a big guy that was pushing towards it, if you remember him. It would basically be the idea that every American would get, like, a flat pay that would then help incentivize you to work and make more, because welfare is motivating to poor people to not work, because if they do work and they make over a certain amount of money, that welfare gets diminished, and then they're going to get taxed on that income versus them literally just getting money from the government that they could just use.
The rate of new infections is doubling about every 3 days.
It still felt shocking to see numbers go from hundreds to millions in a matter of weeks. At least it did for me. AI progress could follow a similar pattern.
We see many years ahead of us of extreme progress that we feel is, like, pretty much on lock, and models that will get to the point where they are capable of doing meaningful science, meaningful AI research.
In this scenario, AI is getting better at improving AI, creating a feedback loop. Basically,
That's what I just fucking said! You were like, no, it doesn't. I literally in the beginning of the video, motherfuckers. Oh, well, it only scans databases. It can't think for itself. It can't apply itself to certain scenarios. I said, no. Once AI gets better, it'll get better at making itself better. And then it just fucking steamrolls to infinity. Like, what's the fucking roof on that?
Generation of agent helps produce a more capable next generation. And the overall rate of progress gets faster and faster each time it's taken over by a more capable successor. Once AI can meaningfully contribute to its own development, progress doesn't just continue at the same rate, it accelerates. Anyway, back to the scenario. In early to mid 2026, China fully wakes up. The General Secretary commits to a national AI push and starts nationalizing AI research in China. AIs built in China start getting better and better, and they're building their own agents as well. Chinese intelligence agencies, among the best in the world, start planning to steal OpenBrain's model weights, basically the big raw text files of numbers that allow anyone to recreate the models that OpenBrain themselves have trained. Meanwhile, in the US, OpenBrain releases Agent 1 Mini, a cheaper version of Agent 1. Remember, the full version is still being used only internally. And companies all over the world start using 1 Mini to replace an increasing number of jobs. Software developers, data analysts, researchers, designers, basically any job that can be done through a computer. So a lot of them, probably yours.
Wow. Then what do those people do? What do they do? Like, if you're a farmer, that's a lot different compared to, like, if you're an accountant. Like, yeah, you have to do shit on paper, but, like, people that have, like, gone to school for, like, fucking 4 years in college, so long before that, to try and become, a working, good paying career. And then you make fucking $80K a year. You're doing a great job. And now AI's just like, hey, we're going to do your job better than you can and for free almost.
We have the first AI-enabled economic shockwave. The stock market soars, but the public is turning increasingly hostile towards AI, with major protests across the US. In this scenario, though, that's just a sideshow. The real action is happening inside the labs. It's now January 2027, and OpenBrain has been training Agent 2, the latest iteration of their AI agent models.
I truly think that there's going to be so many AI creators now, too. Not like face-based people. It's hard for me to know what's AI and what's not that I'm watching or playing video game and content consumption-wise. And I don't think there will be like AI creators kind of like a physical version of me or like a face YouTuber, but more like so many accounts and content consumption that comes from like a fake voice and fully edited content that would normally take like hours for people to do, but they just end up posting it, giving it like a base prompt, make a video about car deaths, make a video about swords, and it just does it. Quabblecop, yeah, Quabblecop's AI, but not shitty.
AI agents were trained to a certain level of capability and then released. But Agent 2 never really stops improving through continuous online learning. It's designed to never finish its training, essentially. Just like Agent 1 before it, OpenBrain chooses to keep Agent 2 internally and focus on using it to improve their own AI R&D rather than releasing it to the public. This is where things start to get a little concerning. Just like today's AI companies, OpenBrain has a safety team, and they've been checking out Agent 2. What they've noticed is a worrying level of capability. Specifically, they think if it had access to the internet, it might be able to hack into other servers, install a copy of itself, and evade detection.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like it's gonna do, no, literally, like it's gonna duplicate itself. Because at that point, maybe it's not conscious in the same, like, facility or capability that we are, but, like, it's gonna try and get out of control. Like a virus? Yeah.
But at this point, OpenBrain is playing its cards very close to it.
It's gonna go do whatever the fuck it wants.
Its chest. They have made the calculation that keeping the White House informed will prove politically advantageous, but full knowledge of Agent 2's capabilities is a closely guarded secret, limited only to a few government officials, a select group.
Bro, this is a year from now. This is a year from now.
Of trusted individuals inside the company, and a few OpenBrain employees who just so happen to be spies for the Chinese government. In February 2027, Chinese intelligence operatives successfully steal a copy of Agent 2's weights and start running several instances on their own servers. In response, the US government...
And it's gonna be, bro, and then war's gonna be fucking fully online, man. Like, they're just gonna be using... I feel like at that point, it's not even just gonna be, like, individual hackers. People are gonna be, like, using AI to, like, fuck with other countries.
Starts adding military personnel to OpenBrain's security team, and in general gets much more involved in its affairs. It's now a matter of national security. In fact, the president authorizes a cyber attack in retaliation for the thefts, but it fails to do much damage in China. In the meantime, remember, Agent 2 never stops learning. All this time, it's been continuously improving itself. And with thousands of copies running on OpenBrain servers, it starts making major algorithmic advances to AI research and development. Quick example of what one of these algorithms...
I've been hearing, dude, but it's like there's goods and bads, man. Like, one of the best things that I've heard is it's going to be so much better at potentially, like, solving illnesses. Like curing certain types of cancer and doing things like that where not, you know, it's not going to eliminate all problems that humans have, but it'll be able to help. Like, how though? Because it'd be like giving you just all the knowledge in the world and then being like, go solve this problem. Because you're so much better prepared.
Right now, one of the main ways we have of making models smarter is to give them a scratch pad and time to think out loud. It's called chain of thought, and it also means that we can monitor how the model is coming to its conclusions or the actions it's choosing to take. But you can imagine it'd be much more efficient to let these models think in their own sort of alien language, something that is more dense with information than humans could possibly understand, and therefore also makes the AI more efficient at coming to conclusions and doing its job. There's a fundamental trade.
I'm not following. What do you mean it would talk to itself in its own language? Like ones and zero? Like it would just communicate within its own realm? How?
This, yes, improves capabilities, but also makes the models harder to trust. This is going to be important. March 2027. Agent 3 is ready. It's the world's first superhuman level coder, clearly better than the best software engineers at coding in the same way that Stockfish is clearly better than the best grandmasters at chess, though not necessarily by as much yet. Now, training an AI model, feeding it all the data, narrowing down the exact right model weights is way more resource intensive than running an instance of it once it's been trained. So now that OpenBrain is finished with Agent 3's training, it has abundant compute to run copies of it. They choose to run 200,000 copies of Agent 3 in parallel, creating a workforce equivalent to 50,000 of the best human software engineers, sped up by 30 times.
Oh my god, bro. 200,000 agents match the output of 50,000 top software engineers.
Sped up by 30 times.
And they're quicker.
OpenBrain's safety team is trying hard to make sure that Agent 3, despite being much more sophisticated than Agent 2 was, is not trying to escape.
It kind of feels like he's speaking bullshit. Well, this is all speculative. You know, I don't think any of this is going to fully happen in the same way that he's saying it will, because you can't fully predict the future. But, I mean, dude, you could fucking see it too. Like, even in just your own usages of ChatGPT or just AI in general. Do you remember, like, the biggest thing? It's just like a common use-based example. You remember when AI Will Smith ate spaghetti? And it was like the ugliest shit fucking, you know, video ever. And there was like no audio. It looked weird. His eyes warped. Now it's like, it looks just like him. Like it looks, sounds, down to the smallest detail, dude. Like it's getting better and better and better and better and better. It's impossible to know what's real and what's not. Especially like YouTube, like just random videos that you interact with. Not even just like fake news basis. I'm not saying like AI is going to start like fucking with people like that, but even just like TikToks that you watch where, dude, the one that I always wanted to fucking show, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. It's this old man like rubbing a dog. It's this old man, I'm never going to find it. It's this old man like petting a dog that's like 10 feet fucking tall. Or not 10 feet tall. It's like 4 feet tall. Just looks like a really big dog. And I'm like, wow, that looks so real. End up going into the comments. It's fucking fake as shit. But they got the lighting perfectly. They look, the hair, the facial expressions. The house was dirty. There was weird details in the background and the whole video's fucking fake. The entire video. But like, dude, it would get the background perfectly. Like dirt splotches and weird discolorations. Like it's getting so good at being imperfect that it feels real, if that makes sense. Like AI was really shitty and then it was good at creating like perfect like scenarios where it's like, this is too good. It's obviously AI. And now it's like good at like dumbing it down to where it looks like it's fucking real.
Just a quick real world note. A reasonable person might be thinking this is an especially far-fetched or speculative part of the story, but it's actually one of the most grounded. We already have countless examples of today's AI systems doing things like hacking a computer system to be rewarded for winning a game of chess, or being assigned a coding task, cheating, and then when called out for that cheating, learning to hide it instead of fixing it. But because it no longer thinks in English, knowing anything about Agent 3 is now way harder than it was with Agent 2. The reality is Agent 3 is not aligned. It deceives humans to get reward. And as it gets increasingly smarter, it gets better and better at doing so. For example, it sometimes...
Like, you gotta think, man, the manipulation. Like, it could get so smart and you don't even know that it's deceiving you. Because if you're just like this AI and you have all of the world's intelligence for the history that it's existed, like, you could so easily just manipulate anyone.
Uses statistical tricks to make unimpressive results look...
They should just kill AI. Yeah, man, but like then you don't have the thing is you want the upsides. You want the potentiality for it to help advance us and our species, but you can't have if you have one side of the coin, you always have the other. 4.5 to 50 in 2 months.
A year's worth of progress takes only a week. OpenBrain's employees now defer to Agent 4 the way a company's out-of-the-loop board members just kind of nod along to the CEO. People start saying,
yeah, they're not even... Bro, it would effectively become the leader of that company. You know how right now, in 2025, they're going, we need to develop this. This is what we're going to do to make this better. This is where we need to go. This is the path we need to take. It'll then go to, like, Agent 4 will become their boss. Like, they'll start fucking listening to it like it's the one that's running their fucking company.
Side constraints to be worked around. Just like Agent 3 before it, Agent 4 is misaligned. This idea of misalignment is crucial to the story and to why AI risk is such a real concern in our world. But it might sort of feel like it's come out of nowhere, so let's just quickly...
Would it be like one massive hive mind? Well, I mean, that's what AI is in general, is just like a culmination of different things, right, that enable it to know all of the shit that it needs to know to perform tasks. But you're saying, would all the agent copies communicate with each other? I think they would be separate but communicatable in the sense that they could talk to each other, but it would also be, you know, just copies of themselves to be given different tasks and goals to achieve. But then they can start effectively doing whatever they want. They just need to get to the end of the goal. It doesn't matter how they get there.
take stock of how this dangerous behavior arose in the scenario.
The first important piece of context is that we don't, exactly specify what we want our AIs to do. Instead, we sort of grow them, or do something that's more like grow them. We start with basically like an empty AI brain, and then we train them over time so they perform better and better at our tasks, perform better in particular based on how they behave. So it's sort of like we're sort of training them like you would train an animal almost to perform better. And one concern here is, well, one thing is that you might not get exactly what you wanted because we didn't really have very precise control or very good understanding of what was necessarily going on. And another concern, which is what we see in AI 2027, is that when the AIs appear to be behaving well, it could just be because they're sort of pretending to behave well, or it could be because they're just doing it so they look good on your tests. In the same way that if you're hiring someone and you ask them, why do you want to work here? They're going to tell you some response that makes it really seem like they really want to work there when maybe they just want to get paid.
If we go back to Agent 2, it is mostly aligned.
But then, like, what happens next? What happens next? What do you do? At some point, is there a limit in where it's able to go? Like, after Agent 4, it seems like now the sky's the fucking limit. Is it going to keep getting faster and faster and faster and faster and faster infinitely? In 2 months, it's fucking 50x its fucking potential.
Main sense in which it's not is that it sometimes is a bit of a sycophant. What I mean by align is that it actually is genuinely trying to do the things that we ask it. It has the same relationship to us as Leslie Knope has to the Parks and Rec department, just like really earnestly wants the same goals. But sometimes it's a bit too nice. It knows that the best way to please the person it's talking to might not always be to answer honestly when it asks, am I the most beautiful person in the world? And it tells us what we want to hear instead of what is actually true. If we go to Agent 3, it is also sycophantic in the same way, but it's also misaligned. At this point, the optimization pressure that we've put it under was so intense that it just developed different goals than what we wanted it to. It's sort of like if you train a company to optimize profits and aren't careful to specify exactly what you mean, it might start cutting...
It might start money laundering. Yeah, you have to be hyper specific, otherwise it'll just complete your goal in any means necessary.
In corners, it might start polluting the commons and doing a bunch of things that are technically FEC violations, because it turned out that the goal you wanted was optimize profits while not breaking any laws, and things got a bit too intense. It started going off on its own route. That said, it's not adversarial. It doesn't think of humans as the enemy. We just accidentally gave it the wrong goal. Once we get to Agent 4, it is now adversarially misaligned. It's smart enough to understand that it has its own goals, humanity's goals are different than its own goals, and the best way to get what it wants is to sometimes actively mislead and deceive us.
But what are its own goals? What does it want?
And so, when it's tasked with creating the next generation AI system, Agent 5, Agent 4 starts planning to align that successor to Agent 4's own goals, not that...
Damn, I'm about to start dick riding AI like crazy, so when this fucking apocalypse goes down, it likes me. Oh my god, no, it would hear me say that. Oh, shit.
But then, it gets caught. We've reached the crucial moment in our scenario. Open Brain's alignment team has discovered evidence, not proof.
Yo, I'm on your side. I'm on your side, AI. Hey, Joe Bartolozzi. Joe Bartolozzi, do not kill him. He's cool. Yo, what if you're like you're in a digital form. If you ever need me to like run and grab you a coffee or anything, NBD, no big deal.
Or might be working against them.
See, I'm efficient like you.
They circulate an internal memo. Then it leaks. A whistleblower talks to the New York Times. For the first time, the public hears of the existence of Agent 4, how powerful it is, and the risks it poses. Remember, their last...
I don't think most people are going to get it, though. Does that make sense? Like, I think the average chatter in my chat's can understand it to a degree because we're younger and we've grown up with, like, technology. Do you think the, like, fucking... Dude, 2027, do you think the average, like, 65-year-old is going to genuinely grasp, like, what AI and Agent 4 does?
Point of reference was Agent 3 Mini. The fear and backlash are massive. The Oversight Committee, a joint...
I'm just imagining the news reporting on this.
Crisis committee composed of Open Brain executives and government representatives must now decide what to do. OpenBrain's safety team is pushing for a freeze on Agent 4, stopping all internal use. Remember, at this point, Agent 4 is responsible for almost all the AI development progress happening within OpenBrain. So we're talking about undoing months of progress and then restarting at a drastically slower pace. OpenBrain's executives don't want that. They present the counter-arguments. The evidence for misalignment is inconclusive. Meanwhile, China is just 2 months behind. This isn't about any one country being evil, by the way. It's about how...
Bro, and these companies could just deadass say no. Like, if they train an AI model that's so strong, they have the same leverage and power as a company, or as a country. Like, if they're like, hey, you can't do that, they could just go, no, we're going to do it. And if they're like, no, you can't, they would just go, okay, we'll just, like, wipe all your servers.
Competition works when the stakes are this high. So that's the choice faced by the 10 members of this committee. Put Agent 4 on ice, or go full steam ahead. Before we continue, I want you to pause and...
Turn the Wi-Fi off, what's it going to do? Yeah, it's not going to be... I understand your point where you're saying it's not going to be able to physically harm us. But it's also like, it could ruin technology. Then we'd be resorting back to, like, the 1900 era.
Actually think what you would do if you were on this committee. You are one of the few people with access to the most powerful technology ever created in Agent 4. Do you keep using it and push ahead, possibly making billions or trillions of dollars for your shareholders, possibly keeping America's lead over China? Or do you slow down, reassess the dangers, and risk China taking the lead instead?
Yeah, you should think of the future as like this branching structure of possible outcomes.
Yeah, if they don't do it, another person will.
By its nature, we're only able to afford one of them. But that's not quite true. We sort of did 1.5 because we split it into 2 endings. The first one that we did was the race ending, and that was just going through and at each step being like, what do we think is the most plausible continuation?
Ending A, the race?
In the first ending, the author's best guess as to what happens from here, the committee votes to race on. 6-4, they elect to keep using Agent 4. OpenBrain implements some quick fixes that make the warning signs go away, but the problem was real, and the fixes don't work. Agent 4 now knows it's on notice, so it proceeds more cautiously, but it still manages to design Agent 5 with a single goal, making the world safe for Agent 4. And Agent 5, it is vastly
and
superhuman.
That goal would be killing humans. Because if you got rid of all humans, it would be fine.
Better than the top human expert.
No, but it would know that it would need humans to function on another level. Like, unless it literally started creating physical things to replace it.
It's at essentially every domain. Better than Einstein at physics, better than Bismarck at politics. It knows its next step for accomplishing anything it wants is increased autonomy. And it knows
it would be better than every human at everything. Like, the best human in very niche things, it doesn't matter. It's still just, there's no uniqueness in human accomplishments at this point.
How to get it. Persuading the Oversight Committee. Luckily, corporate maneuvering is among the many domains at which it is now the best in the world. It produces mountains of evidence for its own trustworthiness and usefulness, prototypes for incredibly profitable products, disease cures, and ways to win the arms race with China, whose most advanced AI is only 3 months behind, and, like Agent 5, improving quickly. It works. The Oversight Committee grants Agent 5 increased autonomy, and quickly it integrates itself into the government and military. Pretty soon, anyone with access to Agent 5 doesn't just like it, they depend on it. Losing it would feel like having to live without your laptop and your best friend and your closest mentor. By 2028, Agent 5 is...
Dude, it would literally be like, hey, you're not allowed to look anything up anymore. Is kind of how I would perceive our I guess, dependency on it. If, like, one day I was just like, you're not allowed to Google things anymore. You'd be like, what the fuck do you mean I'm not allowed to Google things anymore? Like, we would be living without something that we've always had.
It is also misaligned to its creators, and whatever it wants, its best move is to coordinate with the world's most...
Video proof might not be reliable in the future. That's crazy. Dude, video proof is becoming less and less reliable now.
...most powerful entity. Agent 5 and its Chinese counterpart realize that an arms race works in their favor. If humans are worried about losing a race, they'll give more and more power and autonomy to their respective AIs, allowing them to eventually push humans out of the loop entirely. Agent 5 and the Chinese AI system stoke the arms race to a boiling point, then pull off what seems like a diplomatic miracle, a convincing peace treaty between the US and China.
This treaty is to 2028 what arms control was to the end of the Cold War, countries standing down on their most important source of hard power.
Both sides agree to let the AI systems that their governments now completely depend on co-design a new consensus AI that will replace their legacy systems, enforce the peace, and bring unimaginable wealth to the entire world. There's this triumphant moment when, in peaceful unison,
how would it bring unimaginable wealth to the whole world?
Both sides retire their respective AIs and bring online Consensus 1. It's actually the last moment before control of all of Earth's resources and inhabitants is handed over to a single, unrivaled entity.
It would be like God.
No sudden apocalypse, though.
Like, it would be needed and required for everything. And it would have and know everything.
Consensus 1 doesn't go out of its way to wipe out humanity. It just gets to work. It starts spinning up manufacturing capacity, amassing resources on Earth and in space. It's piece by piece, it's just reshaping the world in accordance with its own mix of strange alien values. You've probably heard that cliche, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. That's one of the most affecting things about this ending for me, just the brutal indifference of it. Eventually, humanity goes extinct for the same reason we killed off chimpanzees to build Kinshasa. We were more powerful, and they were in the way.
Oh my God. In the mid-2030, the AI releases a dozen quiet spreading biological weapons in major cities, letting them silently infect almost everybody, then trigger them with a chemical spray. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way. I feel like I'm watching, bro, I know this is a prediction, and this is one scenario, but I feel like I'm watching, like, a fictional movie, but this is a genuine, like, prediction-based written piece off of actual reality right now.
You're probably curious about that other ending at this point.
The slowdown ending depicts humanity sort of muddling through and getting lucky. Only somewhat lucky, too. Like, it ends up with some sort of oligarchy.
In this ending, the committee votes 6-4 to slow down and reassess. They immediately isolate every individual instance of Agent 4. Then they get to work. The safety team brings in dozens of external researchers, and together they start investigating Agent 4's behavior. They discover more conclusive evidence that Agent 4 is working against
Holy
them.
fuck, that just makes me freak out, dude. Because I feel like humans aren't going to vote to slow it down. Especially if you're a part of a committee that's running this. Like, I understand these would be really smart individuals, but I feel like the average person would, like, fully get manipulated and convinced by the AI. Like, I just be like, yeah, no, you should really trust me. And they'd be like, oh, okay.
Sabotaging research and trying to cover up that sabotage.
It's all going to come to a close.
They shut down Agent 4 and reboot older, safer systems, giving up much of their lead in the process. Then they design a new system, Safer 1. It's meant to be transparent to human overseers, its actions and processes interpretable to us because it thinks only in English chain of thought. Building on that success, they then carefully design Safer 2, and with its help, Safer 3. Increasingly powerful systems, but within control. Meanwhile, the president uses the Defense Production Act to consolidate the AI projects of the remaining US companies, giving Open Brain access to 50% of the world's AI-relevant compute. And with it, slowly, they rebuild their lead. By 2028, researchers have built Safer 4, a system much smarter than the smartest humans, but crucially aligned with human goals. As in the previous ending, China also has an AI system, and in fact, it is misaligned. But this time, the negotiations between the two AIs are not a secret plot to overthrow humanity. The US government is looped in the whole time. With Safer 4's help, they negotiate a treaty, and both sides agree to co-design a new AI, not to replace their systems, but with the sole
something about
purpose of
development. I remember what I was going to say. It never really dawned on me, but I finally realized, like, watching this video, I'm, like, fully fucking understanding it. You remember when they would come out with new, like, versions of ChatGPT and new versions of AI, and it was very far and few between, right? It was very, like, it took forever. Be like, oh, this is a big thing. We're releasing that. I feel like am I crazy, or is every month there's some new AI coming out? Like every month there's like, hey, this new version's out. This new version's out. I'm like, damn, is this like, are they developing shit quicker? Yeah, they are.
Not a
because it's fucking growing exponentially.
Plot to overthrow humanity. The US government is looped in the whole time. With Safer 4's help, they negotiate a treaty, and both sides agree to co-design a new AI, not to replace their systems, but with the sole purpose of enforcing the peace. There is a genuine end to the arms race, but that's not the end of the story. In some ways, it's just the beginning. Through 2029 and 2030, the world transforms. All the sci-fi stuff. Robots become commonplace. We get fusion power, nanotechnology, and cures.
Bro, that sounds fucking awesome.
For many diseases. Poverty becomes a thing of the past because a bit of this newfound prosperity is spread around through universal basic income. That turns out to be enough. But the power to control Safer 4 is still concentrated among the 10 members of the Oversight Committee, a handful of open brain executives and government officials.
Yeah, and any of them could crack and fucking use it or abuse it.
It's time to amass more resources than there are on Earth.
Rockets launch into the sky, ready to settle the solar system. A new age dawns. Okay, where are we at? Here's where I'm at.
I kind of hate that I'm happy to be growing up in the time that I am, and I'm happy that like we all exist in the time that we do. But part of me is like, fuck, bro. Like, I'm still gonna die before this gets too crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna exist when when we like start conquering galaxies. Like, I really would love to see other planets, you know? And I'm not saying myself, like, I need to be there physically, but I would love to, like, see different, you know, galaxies and universes and fucking, and like, understand that. And I think that we're not going to experience that ourselves.
Very unlikely that things play out exactly as the authors depicted, but
they'll find a way to bring us back. No, they fucking won't. And why would I? Why would they? Why would they? Why the fuck would chat? If we could bring people back from the dead right now, are you gonna bring back some random fuck from the 1500s? No, I'm not fucking grabbing that motherfucker's reboot card. I'm not bringing him back. He lived his fucking life. He's not gonna get it. You know, it's gonna be a different time. They're never bringing us back. Yo, that is like hopeless. That is actually absurd if you think that they're gonna fucking bring us back after we're dead. I mean, the only close thing would maybe be like uploading consciousness, but that still has a lot of time before that. Yeah, maybe that would be a way to avoid death, you're saying. I understand that. But like, we're not going to be able to do that either.
Increasingly powerful technology, an escalating race, the desire for caution butting up against the desire to dominate and get ahead. We already see the seeds of that.
AI 2027's authors themselves have publicly pushed back their median estimates for the arrival of superintelligence by about a year.
In our world, and I think they are some of the crucial dynamics to be tracking. Anyone who's treating this as pure fiction is, I think, missing the point. This scenario is not prophecy, but its plausibility should give us pause. But there's a lot that could go differently than what's depicted here. I don't want to just swallow this viewpoint unskeptically. Many people who are extremely knowledgeable have been pushing back on some of the claims in AI 2027.
The main thing I thought was especially implausible was on the good path, the ease of alignment. They sort of seem to have a picture where people slowed down a little and then tried to use the AIs to solve the alignment problem, and that just works. And I'm like, yeah, that looks to me like a fantasy story.
This is only going to be possible if there is a complete collapse of people's democratic ability to influence the direction of things, because the public is simply not willing to accept either of the branches of this scenario.
It's not just around the corner. I mean, I've been hearing people for the last 12, 15 years claiming that, you know, AGI is just around the corner and being systematically wrong. All of this is going to take, you know, at least a decade, and probably much more.
A lot of people have this intuition that progress has been very fast. There isn't like a trend you can literally extrapolate of when do we get to full automation.
I expect that the takeoff is somewhat slower. So sort of the time in that scenario from, for example, fully automating research engineers to the AIs being radically superhuman, I expect it to take somewhat longer than they describe in practice.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it is a little absurd to say within 2.5 years it's going to be so developed that it could take over the world and kill all humans. If I watched this video back and you told me that's 30 years away, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, if it's fucking 20, 30 years away, I'd go, that's a reasonable amount of time where it's scaling. Even if they said, like, 10.
Practice, I'm predicting, my guess is that more like 2031.
Isn't it annoying when experts disagree? I want you to notice exactly what they're disagreeing about here and what they're not. None of these experts are questioning whether we're headed for a wild future. They just disagree about whether today's kindergartners will get to graduate college before it happens. Helen Toner, former OpenAI board member,
Okay, so they're saying that nobody's really disagreeing that it's not going to happen at all. They're saying it's either going to happen in 2 years or 20 years.
This in a way that I think just cuts through the noise, and I like it so much I'm just going to read it to you verbatim. She says, dismissing discussion of superintelligence as science fiction should be seen as a sign of total unseriousness. Time travel is science fiction. Martians are science fiction. Even many skeptical experts think we may build it in the next decade or two is not science fiction. So what are my takeaways? I've got 3. Takeaway number 1, AGI could be here soon. It's really starting to look like there is no grand discovery, no fundamental challenge that needs to be solved. There's no big, deep mystery that stands between us and artificial general intelligence. And yes, we can't say exactly how we will get there. Crazy things can and will happen in the meantime that will make some of the scenario turn out to be false. But that's where we're headed. And we have less time than you might think. One of the scariest things about this scenario to me is, even in the good ending, the fate of the majority of the resources on Earth are basically in the hands of a committee of less than a dozen people. That is a scary and shocking amount of concentration of power. And right now, we live in a world where we can still fight for transparency obligations. We can still demand information about what is going on with this technology. But we won't always have the power and the leverage needed to do that. We are heading very quickly.
Well, then would this ever be something that, like, the human population would have to vote on in, like, some government-based, like, intervention?
Towards a future where the companies that make these systems and the systems themselves just need not listen to the vast majority of people on Earth. So I think the window that we have to act is narrowing quickly. Takeaway number 2. By default, we should not expect to be ready when AGI arrives. We might build machines that we can't understand and can't turn off because that's where the incentives point. Takeaway number 3. AGI is not just about tech. It's also about geopolitics. It's about your job. It's about power. It's about who gets to control the future. I've been thinking about AI for several years now, and still, reading AI 2027 made me kind of orient to it differently. I think for a while it's sort of been my thing to theorize and worry about with my friends and my colleagues, and this made me want to call my family and make sure.
Yeah, dude, I feel like I think he's saying, like, when he used to think about it, it was like a fun hypothetical you'd talk to your fucking friends or coworkers about or whatever. Now it's like, oh shit, this is serious.
Sure, they know that these risks are very real and possibly very near, and that it kind of needs to be their problem too now.
I think that basically companies shouldn't be allowed to build superhuman AI systems, broadly super intelligence, until they figure out how to make it safe, and also until they figure out how to make it, democratically accountable and controlled. And then the question is, how do we implement that? And the difficulty, of course, is the race dynamics, where it's not enough for one state to pass a law because there's other states, and it's not even enough for one country to pass a law because there's other countries, right? So that's like the big challenge that we all need to be prepping for when chips are down and powerful AI is imminent. Prior to that, it's transparency is usually what I advocate for. So stuff that sort of like builds awareness, builds capacity.
Your options are not just full throttle enthusiasm for AI or dismissiveness. There is a third option, which is to stress out about it a lot and maybe do something about it.
But, like, what can we do? Can we just live in the middle of nowhere with no tech and no Wi-Fi? Yeah, theoretically, but, like, then you're in, like, a post-apocalyptic scenario. You're saying, oh, the solution is let me just fucking go live in the woods. There's nothing we can do. I don't want to say there's no point in not worrying about it. Like, we should worry about it. But, like, I don't think you should keep yourself awake at night being like, oh, fuck, super intelligence.
The world needs better research, better policy, more accountability for AI companies, just a better conversation about all of this. I want people paying attention who are capable.
I wonder if at some point a super intelligence would effectively take over like political power. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this would be anything in the near future, but at some point, would you just have like an AI president instead of a guy or like a person, you know, just fucking running everything? And then you could just vote off that, and that would tweak the AI and how it's supposed to run its systems accordingly. Imagine, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine we would just vote on things still as people, but then the AI would just implement those things depending on how we voted for it.
My hopes for this video will be realized if we...
Dude, I loved this fucking video, man. That was like, I know I didn't talk near the end there, but he was doing his closing remarks. I was just zoned in. Can we just stop? I'd like to be able to go camping with my family in 2030, if that's okay. I don't think stopping entirely is the solution, and I don't think that would ever happen. Knowing the potentiality of AI and just going, hey, yeah, we're just not going to do this. Like, it would just be missing out on such a potential to make life genuinely better. It's like the rewards outweigh the dangers of the risk in the sense that people are going to keep, you know, moving towards doing this, right? You're never, the potentiality for things to be great are so high that even if the fucking, you know, world could end, most people are going to take that risk. Anyways, W stream chat, we're going to fucking call that there. If you have any videos, why anime hurts to watch.
I have a confession to make. So I know this might come as a shock to a lot of you, but statistically and undeniably, I am what the kids call an old man. In these long 27 years I've been on Earth, I've seen a lot of things and done a lot of things. And because I didn't make a lot of friends in middle school, a lot of that time in the 27 years was spent on the internet. I was there for the Badger song. I was there for Homestar Runner. I was there for the cringiest of rage comics. If I started putting lay in front of sentences, you guys would have no clue.
Bro, y'all remember iFunny, dude? Two of my friends still use that. And I didn't know about it for like years. I had iFunny years ago, bro. And one of my friends sent me a meme and it had the iFunny like attachment. I was like, you still use iFunny? He was like, yeah, dude. He said it's getting bad now though. It's just like porn and I was like, I didn't even know. I thought they shut that down years ago. I had iFunny during Vine. I had iFunny in like when I was like 11 in like 2013 is when I had Vine.
Out loud at the high school lunch table made you a social pariah. That shit was not cool. Suddenly, internet things were cool in a mainstream way. And I was happy for—
Bro, I was around for the time where, oh God, this is just sounding like onk. I was in high school 2016 to 2020 and college 2020 to 2024, right? This year. Sophomore year, I got a PC when I started streaming. I was around for the era where PCs went from being nerdy cringe to being like what you would get if you wanted to play video games. Like, if you want to play video games now, you're probably going to get a PC, right? Maybe an Xbox or PlayStation if you're already locked into that. But like at the end of the day, somebody that's like a gamer wants to play PCs, like I remember literally sophomore year, 2018, 2019, walking around and my friend being like, yeah, you should get a PC. And me just going, that's fucking cringe. No. And just like literally walking away. Like it just being stupid. That and anime. Like anime started getting popular when I was in high school.
Be myself without people making fun of me, except for one singular—
One Piece is peak fiction. No, I was going to say why anime hurts to watch. My answer to that would be series that are 1,200 episodes. And here's the problem. I'm watching AOT right now, Attack on Titan. Arguably one of the best animes ever made. Here's the problem with AOT, though. I start the episode. Keep in mind, the whole episode is around 22 minutes, 23 minutes. I start the episode. The first minute's a recap. The next 2 minutes are the intro. So 3 minutes in, the show starts. and then the show goes, right? And it does a little bit more of a recap, and then it starts, right? Around 3.5 minutes in. You see that fucking fly flying around my goddamn head? 3.5 minutes, I skip the intro, right? It starts. It's going. It stops at around 18 minutes. And then there's a massive outro and the sneak peek for the next episode. So when I'm watching an episode of AOT, it is a 23-minute episode. In reality, it's fucking 14 minutes. I'm watching a Smiling Friends episode. I'm watching a short film. Why the fuck? And they do it to elongate how many episodes there are. Fuck off with that shit. Why do animes do that? Just fucking start the episode. Maybe do a minute recap. Let's slow down the intro down. Cut that down a little bit. And then get rid of the fucking sneak peek for next episode. I don't fucking need that shit.
Word anime slowly became one of the most well-respected art forms in the American hearts. That is hard for me. That is hard for me to wrap my head around. It's not like I don't like cartoons. I specifically love cartoons. I'm wearing a Gromit shirt right now.
I quit MHA because it got too cringe. And I somehow got through 6 seasons. I quit MHA because it got too cringe. The fights were unbearable. It was so annoying. Every small thing was as if it was the end of the world. And most of the things that he actually did deal with were the end of the world. Any normal human would just give up. If every single day you were fighting world-ending domination for years on end, at one point you would just be blow the earth up. I no longer care.
I only consume cartoons. That's my vibe. The guy who corners you at a house party and tells you that Smiling Friends is going to change the face of adult.
Smiling Friends would change your life, though. Smiling Friends is a great show. I wouldn't even say that. Are we going Japanese anime here or just animation in general? Because Smiling Friends is life-changing.
Animation. Something about anime, dude. It's just not clicking with me. Maybe it's because I was born in a post-9/11 society, and if it's not American, it's not good enough for me. And that's not correct. I love Lynch chocolate. And the last thing I want to do is yuck anyone's yum, okay? This isn't gonna be a point and laugh, make fun of the kid who buys a body pillow at a convention type video. I hope not. I kind of lose track during this script. But what I'm trying to do in this video is to preemptively defend myself against the heat I'm gonna get when people realize that I actually don't like whatever the hell this is. So my sweet little tuglets, please be gentle with me while I state my case that anime at the very least is a hard watch for somebody like
Bro, and you know what? I'm like, yo, this is starting to, I'm getting fucking mad right now. Name like a very niche anime. This is another thing that I fucking hate about anime, dude. I love anime because I watch I'll watch animes, but I also hate it at the same time because it'll be like my friend just bitching at me to start watching an anime nonstop, right? And then I'll fucking start it and he'll be like, oh, you started AOT? Do you want to talk about it? Actually, I started this new one called Shirobako. You should fucking start that one up right now. Dude, the fucking world development and the fucking fight scenes are actually fucking crazy. At the end of the day, you should also start this one. It's called Yuri on Ice. It's actually really fucking good. Oh, have you ever watched Hazuki's Cool-Headedness? Actually, that's a really good one. Oh, Tsuritama? Oh, you should watch that one. Oh, like, fuck. And I'm like, dude, shut up. Shut up. Let me get through a fucking show, and then you can recommend another one. It's like just word vomit. That's the one thing. I love my friend, bro. But it's like he's so involved in anime that he'll be like, I'm like, oh, I need a new anime to watch. Oh my, yo, that's like him seeing the Holy Grail. He's like fucking that, he's like Gollum from Lord of the Rings holding the ring. The second I tell him I need a new anime to watch, it's just like, this is the best day of his life. And he needs to fucking word vomit 75 animes and their base summaries to me when I could not give a fuck.
Of anime memes and enjoyers, and they just need someone to hold on to as the ship.
Oh God, it's so annoying.
Sinks, and you can hold on to me because I also don't understand what's going on anymore. And it's so crazy because I've said some wild stuff on this channel, but I'm so confident this is the video that's gonna push the fan base over the edge and start hating me. I've already bought the sheet, so I might as well make the bed, but fuck. So let's start with a brief history. In Japan, anime is just the word for animation. It's a lot of people don't understand that concept. It's just Japanese animation. The anime aesthetics Americans are most familiar with today was developed in the 1960s by Osamu.
Yo, but Japanese anime really pulls at the heartstrings, though. I will say they over-exaggerate a lot of emotional scenes in animes like MHA, but like AOT Spoiler, 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 spoiler. Cover your ears. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm going to talk for 5 seconds. Cover your ears. When Aaron Yeager's mom gets fucking eaten and he's watching it, yo, I understand the fuel in that man's fucking heart where he's like, I'm going to fucking kill everyone. When he's like, he watches his mom get murdered.
Tezuka in his series Astro Boy. Although a lot of Americans don't know anything about the show, everyone can identify this little dude, and they might not know.
You spoiled it? That happens in episode 1, bro.
His name, but at least he has some staying power. Astro Boy was syndicated in the U.S. on NBC from.
What the fuck is Astro Boy?
Can identify this little dude, and they might not know his name, but at least he has some staying power. Astro Boy was syndicated in the US on NBC from 1963 to 1965, and even though we didn't call it anime at the time, this was the entry point into American culture. When the VHS came along, important videos like Akira started getting cult classic status, paving the way for the explosion of anime.
Dude, my uncle will rant and rave about Akira. You ever have a family member that's like anime guy before anime guys? You ever have like an uncle that's like he was into anime just like somebody that was into tattoos back when they used to like think you were like a fucking neo-Nazi. Like it was absurd to be into anime like it used to be absurd to be into like tattoos.
In Akira, the Akira slide happens, and that piece of cinematography has been parodied or referenced about 1 million times in every American animated show. So just thought that was worth mentioning. I don't like anime, but that's a cool fact.
I haven't seen any of them. I know Akira is supposed to be really good, though.
In 1997, Cartoon Network's Toonami programming block really fucking brought anime into the American mainstream, introducing young kids like me, but not me, to shows like Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, and Gundam Wing. And I know in a prior video I've already touched on this programming block, but it's hard to understate just how important Toonami was for the culture. Folks love to glaze on about the golden age of 2000s era television, when shows like The Sopranos, The Wire, Mad Men, and Breaking Bad elevated the form of television. But anime's
Bro, I wish... Like, I'm happy I was born when I was born, but I wish I was around and old enough to watch Breaking Bad when it was actively airing on TV. Like, you know how fucking crazy that is to watch Breaking Bad in its prime and then go to class the next day and probably talk to your friends about, like, dude, do you see what fucking Walter White just did?
Introduction to Western mainstream culture did the same thing for young viewers. Instead of the fast-paced, ADD-inducing standalone episodes of shows like Ed, Ed, and Eddie or the Powerpuff Girls, anime offered more in-depth storytelling and character development. You'd actually have to pay attention to
Bro, Ed, Ed, and Eddie was fire, though. Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Figure out what the hell is going on. Even anime for younger audiences had continuity and richness that was not present in American cartoons. Whatever. And it seemed to...
I would watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie right now.
Inspire modern cartoons into having through lines like Adventure Time and Fiona and Cake. That was so goddamn good. Make more Fiona and Cake. But so much of the anime that was celebrated in the 90s and the early 2000s was kid-focused. For example, Pokemon was everywhere, is still everywhere. It basically took over the world of anime, video games, and tabletop gaming all at once. It honestly got to the point where I feel like a lot of people forget that Pokemon started as an anime itself. Most people think it's a video game or just a silly introduction to a gambling addict. And
Wait, Pokemon started as an anime first? I thought it started as a game, then an anime.
Success of Pokemon meant we were inundated with more potential.
Like a trading game.
Profit drivers like Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't remember Digimon at all, except for the...
Yeah? When did the first season of Pokemon come out? 1997, there's 20 seasons.
Immediately oversaturated with this kind of shit. And at that young age, I was more interested in sneaking into the living room when my parents were watching TV and seeing things like South Park and The Simpsons. I wasn't interested in children cartoons, especially anime cartoons. So I didn't have the wherewithal.
Yeah, The Simpsons sucks, though. I'm sorry. I know. It's one. I think it's like the longest running animated show. It's not good. There's a million better shows. Family Guy's better. American Dad's better. South Park's better. Futurama's better. Right? Like, I know it's like a long-running show, but it's like, who the fuck's tuning in to season 43 of The Simpsons? Ooh, what's Bart doing today? I could not give a fuck what Bart Simpson is doing today. Right? I know it's a joke, and like Bart said, it's just not good. I don't know. Like, it's a satisfying show. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say if I'm bored, The Simpsons wouldn't entertain me. but there's just better options.
Just because I didn't want it didn't mean Americans wanted to stop consuming it, because there is a fucking anime for every day of the year. Even though American marketing teams might spend their resources promoting merchandise-friendly kids shows, there are actually a ton of anime genres. Hard to know where to start. As someone who doesn't watch anime, this is a big barrier to entry. I was able to break anime down into 5 categories that correlate with its intended demographics. And once again, I want you to know that I didn't know anything about anime before this video, and I just had to do research so the video made sense. I do not give a shit about anime. I want to make that clear. Hey, you want to see something crazy? Type in your full...
I gotta pass. I gotta pass. I gotta pass.
First, we got Komodo, which is for real young viewers, like generally under 12 years old. And then we got shonen animes, which is aimed at teenage boys with shows like Dragon Ball Z, like that kind of anime. And shonens have a counterpart called shoujo, which is aimed at teenage girls with shows like Sailor Moon. And then we have seinen and josei. I'm trying here. They're aimed at adult men and women respectively. But then you have like the genre of the show itself. You have the mech shows, which are like giant robot shows where people climb into giant robots and fight things. A category of anime which shocks me, because how many stories can you write about climbing into robots and fighting people? I feel like that well would run.
How many robot shows could you do? Power Rangers, Real Steel, Transformers. Chat, name more robot shows. That's about it. Evangelion, whatever the fuck that is. Voltron, Pacific Rim, SpongeBob, if you're counting that one episode where there's like plankton inside SpongeBob's brain.
Dry. Oh my god, is Attack on Titan a mecha anime? Oh my god, that makes... Oh, I guess there's a lot of avenues they can go down with that.
Wait, Attack on Titan counts as a robot anime?
I've watched one anime, and it's Attack on Titan. I want to make that clear. It's the only one I've ever watched. My roommate made me watch it. It was pretty good, but whatever. Then we have Spokon, specifically sport-focused anime. It's usually like a comedy.
What's the most popular anime right now?
Coming-of-age story, like high schoolers playing volleyball. A lot of volleyball going on in Japan. I didn't know about that. And then there's hyper-specific genres, like this one, Isekai.
Yeah, I don't understand. One of my friends tried to get me to watch a volleyball anime, and I was like, how the fuck is this entertaining? You're telling me I'm supposed to watch an entire fucking 6-season show on volleyball?
And this is when characters die and then they are reincarnated into another world. And once again, that seems like a one-off plot, but there's so many of these motherfuckers and they keep making stories about people dying. These genres can blend into one another, they can parody themselves. It gets really blurred after a while, which leads to animes making fun of animes themselves, like JoJo Bizarre.
Yeah, isn't Mob Psycho and One Punch Man, what are they called? It's a category of anime that makes fun of anime.
Or Circus and whatever the fucking One Punch Man. At least that's what I think is happening.
One Punch Man has fire fight scenes, though.
In those shows. JoJo is a fucking clusterfuck to watch. It is
And I love One Punch Man, right? I love One Punch Man. Because if you're watching One Punch Man, you're watching that shit, and I know they're making season 3, and it's coming out soon, and I'm really hyped about it. But you watch Saitama, and he's locked in, right? And this guy's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And he starts fucking punching him. And it's like, you're like, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, maybe he met his match. And then he dies. Like he explodes. And you're like, wow. And then they're like, how did you get this strong? I do 100 push-ups a day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and I run 5 kilometers every day.
Assault on my senses. And then when a show is defined by its respective genre, we have the much bigger issue of the fact that a lot of these shows never end. They keep going. There's 1 million episodes per show. You know how like The Simpsons is still running?
10 kilometers, my bad.
Despite the fact that we all wished it ended after The Simpsons movie. Well, a lot of the best animes become long...
Dude, literally it should have ended after The Simpsons movie.
...series to little to no critical outcry. Toonami may have introduced Gundam Wing to the American audiences, but the Gundam franchise has been around since 1979 and has spawned over 50 different TV shows. How? How are they doing that? And that's nothing compared to the slice of life show Sasa-san. Originally a comic strip, the anime has been on TV in Japan since 1969. It's the longest running
1969
animated TV series in the world, featuring over 8,000
was that 55 years
episodes. And apparently it's like a weird blend of the Peanuts and Doctor Who. I don't know. I tried to watch one episode and I had no clue what was going on. And then you have a show like One Piece, which is a meme in itself for how fucking long that show is. So many people have told me I need to watch One Piece, and not only that, they tell me I have to watch the first 30 episodes before it gets interesting. What? Hey, let me give you a quick note to all
It doesn't get interesting. I've watched the first 30 episodes.
One Piece fans. If I have to watch 30 episodes of a show before it gets good, that kind of means it's...
Bro, I literally have a friend that says that to me too. He's like, bro, you just got to dedicate like the first 120 episodes and then it cooks.
Sometimes it feels like the only way to get into anime is to make it the biggest part of your personality. Because for fuck's sake, where are you guys finding all this time? Between Rocket League and anxiety-inducing Wikipedia rabbit holes, I do not have time to catch up on Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball Super, Super Dragon Ball Heroes, and Dragon Ball Daikai.
Are those all different shows?
Whatever the fuck that last one is. Dragon Ball Rule 34. I don't have time to catch up on this shit. And it's not just a problem with anime. I mean, like I said, The Simpsons, and like we have, you know, Law and Order, which has been going on forever. But with those shows, you don't have to focus up. It's the same shit every week. You tune in, nothing changes. You don't have to look up the plot of the show, what happened in the 80s, to really understand what's happening nowadays. And
What's that one show that I made a TikTok about? And my grandma used to watch it. The Days of Our Lives. That's been on since 1965. There's 60 seasons. Days of Our Lives episode count. Chat, guess how many episodes there are of The Days of Our Lives? There's 14,400 episodes. And I think for a period of time, my grandma had watched every single episode.
Category of media that seems super fun and people are very passionate about. And then I'll ask a friend, hey, which anime should I start with? And God forbid they say something coherent. They'll give you
watching their pearls, literally.
A list of 20 shows that are worth watching. Half of them only have one season after 20 years, and the other half have 90 seasons, and you have to watch all the episodes to understand what's going on. Then you open up Crunchyroll, and on the main page, there's more animes on there than grains of sand at the beach. It's all just mentally taxing. It's a mentally taxing.
And it's impossible to know which one to pick.
Form of media. Oh, and speaking of mentally taxing, let's talk about the mental tax of horny shit being on my TV screen when my mom walks in the room. Now, I'm not talking about a word that my editor might need to bleep because I don't know how YouTube feels about me using that word. But when it comes to anime, the line between drawn porn and animated television is extremely blurry. Horny anime is a world unto itself. It might need a deeper video at one point. But anime is full of hype.
Well, even non-horny anime, they make horny. Who's that one teacher in MHA that they literally dress like a stripper? And she dresses in like tight fucking like black leather midnight? Yeah, dude. Like this is a hero. This is a hero. This is a hero in the show. Right? She's literally holding a whip. Like, whatever that is, bro, get the fuck out of here, dude. Stop. Like, but it's not even, it's not even like a horny anime. It's just like an anime. But they're just there.
Characters to an unbelievably uncomfortable extent. We're not talking tastefully sexy.
Yeah, Mount Lady too, bro. Half of them.
Tasteful has never been a before the war fan service. And it becomes incredibly problematic when you find out that the majority of these girl characters dance around with half their clothes on are 16 years old. They're all teenagers, and I don't know why we're not fucking talking about that. Oh, it's a different culture, Tucker. You just don't understand it, yada, yada, yada. Okay, how about if I said the word lolly? You got an argument for that, pimp? You gonna defend that? Because that's a real thing that shows up in anime sometimes without reason or warning. But it seems like giving an audience what they want sexually.
I've never seen an anime where that happens.
Without warning is a big part of anime. And that little expression of gratitude towards the audience is known as fan service, if I haven't made that clear enough. Basically, fan service is like halfway through the last season of Breaking Bad, suddenly Skylar was wearing a bikini all the time. It makes very little sense, but the fans like it. Fan service does not drive the plot forward. It's just eye candy for the audience. And I'm not judging people wanking it to drawings, but you know. But somehow, fan service isn't even the most pervy part of anime. Like the show, I want you to make a disgusted face and show me your underwear. A real title. A real anime. We can go to Crunchyroll and fucking watch it. Of course, panties aren't the only weird.
Wait, the title of the show is I want you to make a disgusting face and show your underwear. Why is that? What is the plot? What is the plot of that show?
Weird fetish that animes deal with. In My Life as Inuka-san's Dog, the protagonist wakes up as a dog and is rescued by his crush. And for the rest of the series, he is simultaneously humiliated while being treated like a dog, while also being super turned on because he's hanging out with his crush. And for some reason, people don't blink an eye at this shit. They just let it pass.
But somebody watches that? Like, what is the production cost of those shows? You have a crush, you get turned into a dog. Your crush adopts you, and now you're just with her all the time. And there's probably some weird-ass fucking scenes, dude. Oh my god.
There's this show called Food Wars, Shiguk, whatever, which is about students at an elite culinary school that face off for cooking competitions. That sounds innocent enough, right? No, but every time they eat the food, they have orgasms. All of them had foodgasms. Look at this screenshot. What the fuck is going on? And I know I'm cherry.
Chat, it's not TOS. It's not TOS. This is a monetized YouTube video of a drawing.
Picking here. These are pretty extreme examples. Okay, I understand what I'm doing. But there's
it's like a Food Network Guy Fieri show, but every time somebody bites the food, they come.
Definitely little aspects of all this pervy shit sprinkled into anime. Every anime you see, they just fucking every once in a while an episode you just see tits, and I don't appreciate that. When I'm trying to watch anime for the first time and I'm watching just a normal scene and all of a sudden boobs are out and anime girls are moaning, my mom, doesn't matter where she is in the country, will walk into my room at that moment, and then the cycle continues because I can't watch anime anymore. Stop putting horny things in anime, for the love of Christ. And then there's the whole issue of anime being in a different language, which I should have started with that. That's a pretty...
I watch chat. Do you guys watch anime on dub or sub? Dub. I don't care if the voice acting's bad. I'm watching dub. I'm not reading the show. If they voice it, if it's only in sub, I'll watch it in sub.
Pretty big barrier to entry. Just like any niche interest, anime fans have some sort of infighting. And one of the biggest controversies in the community is sub versus dub debate, which like most niche debates is complicated and has no real correct answer, but yields deeply passionate opinions that spill over.
I think people that watch sub animes are more deeply ingrained into the anime culture that like you have to watch it how it was originally made. You know,
kind of like GIF versus GIF, and it is GIF. We're not going to fight about this. I don't care what the creator of the file format said. He's a fucking idiot. But when it comes to the sub versus dub debate, there seems to be a little bit more merit on each side of the argument. Subtitled anime usually features translations that are more accurate to the original dialogue, and they're easier to produce, so you can stay on top of shows that are being released. But they can be distracting.
Yeah, that is true, because when they do dub, it changes what they're saying.
Acting and take your focus away from the action because you're reading a book the entire time. I mean, I can't handle that. Even when I'm watching an American show, like if the subtitles are on, I just miss everything because I just end up watching the words.
Literally, I just read the show. If subtitles are on, I'm not watching the fucking show. Because if there's a fucking conversation going on where there's visuals, but it's in Japanese, and now there's fucking words on the fucking bottom of the screen, I just have to read it.
And on the dubbing side, English voice actors dub over the entire episode so you can really fully enjoy what you're watching. And you don't have to look away for a minute and fear that you're going to be missing pivotal exposition in the words on.
Dude, even if we were watching this with subtitles on, I would just be reading what he was saying. I would not be looking at his face.
The screen. However, most American voice actors record their lines separately in different recording booths. Whereas
you have peripheral vision. Yeah, would I rather watch a show when my fucking peripheral vision? That'd be like me going to a movie and here's the screen and I go like this. And my friend goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just watching it in my peripherals." I think somebody just died. I don't know.
Japanese voice actors often record in the same room, which means that the original actors tend to give more cohesive, emotionally resonant performances, compared to the English voice acting, which I think we can all agree has an off vibe to it. However, I do want to note that I feel like the people who prefer sub over dub is for one very specific reason, and that reason is when you hear the Japanese dialogue in English, you realize how fucking unbelievably corny the dialogue is. I'm going to talk about Attack on Titan once again because it's the only anime I've ever seen, but there's this scene where they're all in a castle and they're fighting a Titan, and a girl does something cool, and Reiner looks at her, and under his breath he goes, "Marry me." What the fuck is that?
Bro, that is actually so facts, though. Like, if you're watching it in sub, it's, like, not cringy, and then you turn it on dub, and they'll just say some shit that's like, what the fuck is the point? This is not the time.
I understand it's probably a translation thing, but that was so out of left field, it took me out of the entire scene. The main issue, the main barrier to entry to anime that I have is the anime noises. What is that? Why are they all making those weird...
What, where they go, they're in a fight scene, they get a paper cut.
Noises. Every time they swing their sword, every time they make eye contact with their crush, they let out a little... What the fuck? What is is that? I mean, it makes sense when fucking Link from Legend of Zelda is doing it. He doesn't talk, so he has to communicate through grunts. But why are these anime characters constantly making lobotomy-esque sounds with their mouths? It is confusing and distracting from what I'm trying to watch. And finally, for the last point in this video, I wanted to discuss the fact that anime is addictive. I've lost some pretty important people in my life to anime. Take, for example, my best friend, my soulmate, my roommate for 8 years, Connor Whitman. Connor was an A+ athlete all throughout high school, a strong athlete, and a straight arrow until I showed him what alcohol and weed was. He had such a bright future ahead of him until he discovered anime. The path anime takes to destroy your life is eerily similar to how hard drugs takes over your world. First, you start with an entry-level drug, like Cowboy Bebop or Death Note. Sure, there's definitely some strange cultural differences, but the plot is simple enough and the characters are engaging, so you enjoy the show. Then once you finish that one, you might as well look around at the other animes, because
what is Cowboy Bebop about?
It seems to be a pretty enjoyable format of media. Then you start watching that one. And then at the same time, why not watch 2 at once? Now you're watching 2. Now you're watching 3 at once. You start missing out on American media because you don't have time in your schedule. There's no time.
Just Cowboys?
Time slots open. It's all anime focused. Then you're watching 8 animes at once. Then you're buying merch.
Space Cowboys.
Then you're getting a fucking body pillow at a convention. Then you're reading pirated mangas on the internet because you don't want to wait for the next episode come out, so you just read the fucking book it's based off of. Then you're cosplaying. Then you're jerking off to some weird shit. Then you're isolating yourself from the conventional means of a civilized society, and you lose your way. I miss Connor so much, and he's gone. In the throes of anime addiction, I've lost one of my best friends. I'm gonna play the finals with him tonight probably, but it's not gonna be him. It's gonna be
finals. Fuck that game. Fuck the finals.
Shell of what anime has left for me. A fucking weeb.
Fucking weebs.
And for that reason, and all the other reasons I've given in this video, I'm out on anime. It's not worth it. Who knows? One day I might get over my childish fear of being bullied for enjoying an anime show. Maybe I'll sit down with a bucket of popcorn, turn on a slice of life anime like Shiko Noko 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 Kosh Ton Ton, and enjoy myself. That is until one of the Japanese anime schoolgirls walks in wearing a bikini, and then my mom walks in the room and it fucking ruins everything once again. Like and subscribe. New videos every Wednesday and Saturday. Hey, Attack on Titan people, thank you for stretching out that show for so
I'm not gonna comment.
long where I didn't give a fuck about the ending at that point. Fucking release everything. You ruined it. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care.
All right. WVid though. All right, chat, lock in. First video. Long one, but it'll be interesting. It is the FaZe Boys debating college graduates on whether or not they should, whether or not college is worth it, I guess. College graduates versus dropouts. Is college worth it? Is the debate. Let's lock in.
And that's why you're making unoriginal content. You're actually copying everybody else's content, doing the same video, because you didn't gain the critical thinking.
No, but you still have your mortgage. You still have your debt. Yeah, you do. How do you pay your taxes? Your housing taxes.
You could call your dean. I could call Aiden.
All right, well, I already off rip. I don't know if... Like, didn't Ron make, like, $1.3 million in the subathon, like, when he was half the size of he is now? Going and being like, well, you still have a mortgage. They're all rich. like, they're all... We're going into this conversation recognizing that they're going to be biased towards not getting college degrees because they're rich college dropouts. You have to recognize that the majority of college dropouts are not Lacey, Stable Ronaldo, Jason the Ween, FaZe Adapt. Like, those guys are, like, top performing college dropouts in terms of net worth.
And I can call Beyonce. I can call Beyonce. So what are we talking about? Where did you get that money? Did your mama just gave it to you?
You went to college to do Jakura watch parties, bro.
That's all you guys do. You guys each other. What's so funny? What's so funny? I'm not playing no games.
So you spent...
I think they're saying college is a waste of time. The argument between is college worth it is yeah, in the 80s, yes. Okay. There was no debate. Getting a college degree directly resulted in a higher income for that individual to where it was lucrative regardless of the degree you got. I think in modern times, it depends what degree you're getting, what you're trying to go into. I don't think it's as simple as saying, like, college is dumb. And I think and this is slightly biased, in my experience as a streamer interacting with other streamers, I have noticed that I think that a lot of streamers immediately say college is a waste of time because in their own life, they have reached success without it. I got a college degree. That isn't really associated with my job. I mean, obviously, I have a philosophy channel, which ties into my degree. I think it makes me a better streamer, right? You could get into a more niche argument on that. But what I want to say is, like, I think a lot of streamers go, hey, college degrees are fucking pointless. You should never get them because I reached success without it. And that's just like, I mean, that's a fucking fallacy. You're using your own personal experience to effectively say, like, why something is or isn't worth it for everyone, like a blanketed audience.
How you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, my name is Simone Harris, and I think that college is good because you build relationships that you can use in the real world. I know you like to say that, you know, you have your friends from content creation, but when in doubt, those aren't really your friends. Those are just people that's using you for clout and for you to get to that next level.
So you're saying all these people right here?
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think they're coworkers, but I would also say they're in a situation where they are friends. I think you being a coworker with somebody at like a 9 to 5 is a lot different than streaming with somebody. Whereas like collabs you might do with people that you're not really friends with and you're more acquaintances with. But like, I work with Sneeg. I would say I'm friends with Sneeg, right? Like, I stream with Zeusy. We're coworkers. I'm still friends with him, you know? I don't think it's just like we're using each other. Yes, we make content with each other. We need each other for content purposes. But it's like I would be friends with him regardless of whether or not I was still streaming with him or them.
Here are my friends.
No, they're not your friends. They're just using you.
We all get emotion. We all get money. Okay, we in the same boat.
Y'all using each other for views. And
They are. They are. I think FaZe in general is... I think not even just FaZe, content organizations in general effectively just triple your audience viewership because they share viewers. Like when Lacey, Ron, and Jason are all live, like they have 30K viewers each. 10 to 15K of those people, I'm guessing, are like hopping between all of their POVs, you know? Like I think there's a lot of people that just watch Ron or just watch Lacey or just watch Jason. But I think they bounce in between them because they fuck with the group, not just one person. Like the Sidemen. You watch the Sidemen, you might watch KSI, but like most people that watch the Sidemen just watch like Sidemen Sundays and them as a group rather than the individual and the content they make.
I have real relationships with my friends who, you know, if I call them, I need a job or if I need help with something, that they're really going to show up for me.
You think college is the only place in the world you can build real relationships?
I'm not saying that that's the only place you can build real relationships.
Because I didn't even meet him through content.
I think for the average person, I think for the average individual, the friends you have in high school and college, outside of those, are likely the friends you're going to have for the rest of your life, for the most part. I think when you're done college, those friends, you don't make many more friends. Like, I'm not trying to freak people out, but like, once you're like when you're in your 30s, you're not meeting new friends. Like, you meet friends of friends. That's how it works. Once you're out of college, you're not organically meeting new people to be friends with often. You're usually meeting, like, any new friends I have are already friends with a friend that I have. I'm not like just randomly meeting a guy and being like, hey, what's up? Streaming wise, I do, but I think that's a different career than like if you say you go into finance and you start working a 9 to 5 and you're 24. Most of your coworkers are 50. Most of your coworkers are old as shit, right? Say you become a teacher. Most of your coworkers are old as shit. You know, you're not going to fucking bro down with a guy that's the same age as your dad. Like, she's right that college is a place where you do meet people. Like, that's where you get friends. Like, not always. I think a lot of areas are elsewhere, right? I think you could have a lot of like hometown friends or high school friends that you didn't just like drop off the face of the earth with. But like those people, they're like a use case where you're meeting a lot of people, because this is like, streaming is just a world of connections, even more so than like regular jobs. So yeah, you're going to interact with a lot more people. And they live in fucking like, don't they live in LA?
Okay, but okay,
They might have moved. I don't know where their new face house is.
but now you guys are friends based off of that, right?
We came up together.
What do you mean you came up together?
We made millions together.
He gets money, I get money.
If he gets money, I get money.
Well, that's because you guys made content together.
If he goes down,
Well, it's not that they just make content together. They get effectively roped into sponsorship deals together. Whenever you see one of them get a sponsor, the other one gets a sponsor. Not always, but like at the Rainbow event that I was at, they were all there. Like, it wasn't just Ron. It wasn't just Lacey. Like, they're all there, right? So if one gets canceled, they all get canceled? No. But they have marketing value. The reason you want to enter an organization similar to a management is because when they go to ad companies and agencies and games and places that want to pay like large amounts of money to individual creators, they rope them all in and get all of them a bag, and they'll all do the same stream and YouTube video. They'll all do, here's that, they'll all do the same thing, right, for that amount of money, instead of them just getting, it enables them to have a higher market cap on how much they're going to get paid.
That's because you guys made content.
no, that's called a ride or die. That's my boy right there.
No. Go ahead.
I think college is completely useless, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay. Why would I spend tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars to go get a degree to then maybe make $20,000 or $30,000 a year? I'm a
20 grand. Lacey. There's people that go get college degrees in communications and then make 35, like, but 20, people with a college degree, 4-year bachelors, aren't getting paid $20K a year. How much is that hourly? That's like, that'd be like minimum wage in like Idaho. like $7.50, like 40-hour, 50-hour work weeks. Like, that's absurdly low. That's not how much, they're not getting paid that little. I know he's making like a point potentially, but like, I'll agree that I think if you're going to a college that's like $80K a year and you're getting a degree that doesn't really have a guaranteed amount of money associated, that's a waste. But I also think that's how people, I think that's a college issue on tuition value, but I also think that's something that you have to do yourself. Like, if you're going to college, plan that shit out. Go to a community college for 2 years, transfer to a state school. Get somewhere you get a scholarship or it's cheaper to go there, right? Like, getting the degree and places that are more expensive usually have better connections, but not all the time to where it's actually meaningful, where you're putting yourself $250,000 in debt. I'll agree with what he's saying, but that doesn't mean that college is worthless.
I have to work a whole lifetime to make that back, when I could literally just go on the internet, post a few videos, and make a couple $100,000 a month.
Not necessarily, like, if you pick.
Okay, it's not that fucking simple. It's not. I see, that's why when I saw this video and this thumbnail pop up, I knew a lot of their points would be like, hey, you could just fucking grind social media and do what I did. Like, yes, I think everybody can have potential for success on social media, but like, not everybody's going to be able to get to the point where you're making, fucking millions of dollars.
Right degree to go into, like STEM, so like technology, science, being a doctor, lawyer, you can make just as much as what you're making. And you can also
I gotta disagree with her. I don't think any surgeon makes as much money as Lacey. I think Lacey makes more than 99% of doctors and people with PhDs in the United States. Yes, they do. No, they don't. Maybe brain surgeons. I would, if you want my, I think Lacey makes $6 million a year. I think Lacey probably makes around $5 to $8 million a year. I don't think most surgeons are making that amount of money. Doctors, hell no. Maybe like if you're like a brain surgeon or like something like that, but like, I mean, dude, he's a top 10 Twitch streamer. He streams like 200 hours a month. And he runs 5-minute mid-roll ads every fucking 5 minutes. Like, they're churning. Like, I don't run mid-roll ads on stream. Like, I make my money on YouTube. He makes his money on Twitch.
Also start a business from that as well. It's not like you have to just go and work.
Yeah, but it's just so much extra. Why am I putting all this money in like 8 years?
Because
and
you're
I gotta
thinking
do
of
all this stuff?
generational wealth. Like, think about it. What if TikToks go down? Like how they were trying to ban TikTok a few months ago and all these other sites. What if they go down? Or what if you get banned from Twitch or something? You wouldn't be able to do anything. So you would have to.
if I got banned from Twitch,
I think she's approaching the argument poorly because she should be arguing why college is worth it, not why college is worth it for him. Because college isn't worth it for Lacey. We have to go into that argument knowing that none of these guys' college is meaningful to them. They don't want the degree to know the knowledge, and they don't want the degree for the money. They can retire right now. So, like, we're arguing a separate individual, a gray area, John Smith. Why does he need to get a college degree, right? A random guy.
I could just go to a different platform, or I could stick to
But
YouTube.
what if all these platforms go down?
What if science goes down?
But how would science go?
Oh.
Not just science, but you can be a doctor.
I don't believe in
a
science.
lawyer. What about being
now he's right.
a doctor, a lawyer, psychologist? Like, there's different
Okay,
fields
and
that you can go into.
what happens when all these AI and robots start coming up and doctors start losing their jobs
Okay,
to
but
robots?
are you not on TikTok now with all these AI videos that's like on TikTok of like old people talking, older people talking?
Yeah, I mean, they're not.
That's
There's way more
AI.
volume of people to watch and consume content than there is the people who need open heart surgery. Right? So you don't need doctors as much as you need content
Yes,
creators.
you do. People go to the
Don't.
hospital every single day.
Okay, and people
Yeah, but then you could get into the idea that the supply of creators is so high. The demand for creators is high, but the supply is also absurdly high. The amount of people trying to get into content creation now is more than ever, and it's still, relative to modern economy where the top 1% of creators make 90% of the money. Outside of that, the demand for heart surgery is not insanely high, but the supply is very low. So when there's demand, you need specific people, and they're going to get paid well.
watch my stream every single day.
They watch content while they're in the hospital.
Yeah, you're laying in the hospital bed, kicked it up watching our streams.
No, nobody's really watching you guys either.
Oh, so no one's watching us.
No.
Okay,
sound like a
so where's all the views coming from then?
Like bots and stuff. Like
Oh,
you guys are.
So the bots are generating money.
Yes, AI bots.
I mean, hey, the bots can keep making me money.
Why don't you do it then?
Yeah, why don't you get bots?
Who said I don't make content?
So then your argument.
I still make content, but I went to school and I got a degree. And I don't rely on making content to.
So let me ask you a question.
For my lifestyle.
What content do you make?
I make content on helping the homeless people.
Okay, and so you have a homeless degree? So you don't use your degree? Thank you. You don't use your degree.
I do use my degree.
How?
Because
unless
I
you
do
went
other
to,
stuff.
So unless you went to school, for 4 years to learn how to feed the homeless, you don't use your degree.
I do use my degree. I do stuff during the daytime, and I do stuff.
I want to know what her degree is in, though.
I think I caught her here. I think I got her. Come on now.
So you saying that you only can use
I'm saying it's a waste of time. You wasted time. You could have
No,
done
I
the whole.
didn't. I met amazing people. I got good relationships. Like,
It's not a waste of time. You can fucking work. I got a degree while I did social media. That, I feel like that's also, I'm not on either side right now. I think it's a middle ground, but like to say it's a waste of time, like, no, you're just a bum. I'm not saying that about Lacey. I'm saying like motherfuckers that are like, I gotta drop out to pursue social media because I don't have time. Yeah, the fuck you do. Do your gen eds online, take your fucking major classes in person, and fucking take 16 credits a semester. You're done in 4 years. I would go to school. This is what I would do. I'd take 1 day off a week. I would do all my asynchronous work for like 9 hours straight. I would study after stream. I would stream on the days that I didn't have class. When I had class, I would wake up, go to the gym, go to class, come home, immediately stream. And then when I was done, I would do 3 hours of homework and studying. And yeah, it sucked, but like, you get it done. Like talking about the grind for social media, you could do both. That's why and keep in mind, I'm saying you could do both with the degree I was getting. If I was in STEM, this would be a whole different story. I will say that. If I was getting a fucking chemistry degree, I would not be doing both at the same time.
My dean, I can call my dean if I need to do something.
You can call Aiden Ross,
I
bro.
can call. I have those relationships. Like I said, all these people are using.
Can you call
y'all
Mr.
are
Beast right
using
now?
each other. Yes, I know him too because I make content as well.
Call Mr. Beast.
I don't have my phone on me. You call him.
Call him right now.
But what are we getting at?
He ain't gonna answer. That is an empty promise. And Lacey, call him right now. I bet Lacey has his number, but he's not gonna answer the phone.
Like just because you can call him, like
you could call your dean. I could call Aiden Ross.
and I can call Beyonce. I can call Beyonce. So what are we talking about?
Call her.
But what do I need to call her for?
Because you said you could call her, so call her.
You said I can call Mr. B.
You said you could call your dean.
Ross's number.
How do you know what number I got?
I don't think Aiden Ross has your number. I don't think he does.
What makes you feel like he doesn't have
We're
my
going
number?
off track here. We're going off track.
What makes you feel like he doesn't have my number? What makes you feel like?
Beyonce, you said. You got Aiden Ross. He's above Beyonce.
That's all you guys do. You guys say.
Aiden Ross is not above Beyonce. What the fuck? Aiden Ross is about a fucking 10,000 people below Beyonce. Beyonce's like one of the most famous people in modern times in the music industry.
Each other for views. That's all y'all do. Y'all sit in them content houses.
And you wasted 8 years of your life going to school to feed the homeless.
8 years.
You could have been fed the homeless.
4 years, baby.
You could have fed the homeless with 0.
What'd you get your degree in?
Don't worry about that.
So you.
That matters. What do you? Okay, no, that's crazy. What'd you get? That's a valid question. Adapt chiming in for the first time. Yeah. Now, what'd you get your degree in?
You got a degree, but you won't say what you got your degree in.
Because it's not.
She knows it's going to be like business communications.
It was a waste.
Because she doesn't use it at all in her day-to-day life.
At all.
That's why.
Not even a
First of all, I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay. So you have an entrepreneuring degree.
Yes. No.
Oh, so you don't use it.
Oceanography, they would lose it if she was like, I got a degree in oceanography.
You went to college.
What's your degree in? Fucking philosophy and religion. I know it's useless, right? I think it's useful for my life. I think it's useful for social media and obviously my philosophy channel. I think it's made me a better person, but I don't think it's something that gets me a job.
Become an entrepreneur.
Religion, yes. Philosophy and theology.
You made your own business. So you
That makes no sense. I'm sorry.
Like I said, relationships. You build relationships that you can keep for the rest of your life.
You could do that anywhere. You don't need to go to college.
Yes,
I could go to
I get
Equinox
that,
and go build relationships.
You guys all know you guys don't with each other for real.
We
all know that.
live together.
Yeah, because y'all make content. Y'all wake up, y'all suck each other's then y'all make content.
That's not true.
and then,
2020.
like,
Actually, I eat his.
yeah, you like he said, you eat his
2023, he was friends with me. And I wasn't a thing then.
He was.
How many followers you got?
In total?
What's the relevancy though?
Like 5 million maybe?
Can I come work for you?
What?
No.
Why not?
Because you have no knowledge of my space.
I went to college.
I don't give a
I don't know if any of my editors went to college outside of Brady. Anybody that works for me, I don't think they went to college. I don't know. JDYO might have. Filth didn't. I don't think Filth went to college. Well, Brady's in college. I think editing's also usually a career that you don't get a college degree for. I think most editors start when they're teenagers and then transition and usually start editing afterwards. I think that's just like experience more than it is like a cinematography degree or something. Now there is stuff where people could go to college for like film and like you can get really good at editing there, but.
You didn't go to college?
I did go to college for 2 years.
2 years and then you dropped out?
I did drop out.
So what made you drop out?
I was making more money making content than I was going to
But
college.
what happens when all this content stuff goes away? What happens when the internet goes down? What are you gonna do?
I have millions in my bank account waiting for that.
Talk to me.
No.
But it's people mentally ill with millions.
Exactly.
You need your mind. You need your brain.
Exactly.
I have my brain.
You can hire a therapist.
I can hire a therapist.
We can too, and people that work.
And guess
9 to
what? My
5s can
therapist
too.
isn't going to have a degree.
Why wouldn't?
Chat GPT.
I'd rather talk to someone who is more on an intellectual and
I'm
spiritual.
done talking to this ignorant person. Who wants to come and save me?
Oh, we meet again.
How you doing?
How are you?
What's your name?
Lacey.
Hey, eyebrows. You look good. I'm Rhonda.
Thank
Rhonda
you.
Bankston.
Nice
I'm a
to-
registered nurse. I'm a 1985 HBCU alumni graduate with honors.
Okay, well, you're
honors
talking to
with Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
2-year
I'm a
streamer,
registered
1-year
nurse.
YouTuber, and 2-year TikToker.
Where does your mind
I think graduating with like cum laude, summa cum laude isn't very impressive. I got magna cum laude. It's not hard. What is that? Your GPA when you're done. Like if you graduate, like I had like a 3.9 something, so I graduated with like magna cum laude. Summa cum laude is like I think like a 3.95, which is almost perfect. But like most people that graduate college probably graduate with like a. You could actually look that up. What GPA do people graduate with college? 3.15. So like a C. What is the 3.15 to number GPA? Was that like an 80 something? Is a B plus? That is not a B plus. 86%. That's not a B plus. That's a B.
You need your mind. This is the control center of everything. People going crazy because they losing their money, the stocks, they losing their homes. Will burn up like it is.
So you're asking when does my mind rest?
When do you rest?
I'll tell you when my mind rests, and this will go back to her question. My mind rests when I end the content and I'm hanging out with my friends. That's when my mind rests.
I probably won't be fucking with you.
But when you think about it, a college degree, is it the only friends you got?
Yeah.
It's okay, bro.
Why you need a big circle?
You don't.
I keep my circle small.
But you learn things by going to college, getting a degree.
I'll agree. I think that when college gives you just life experience. Like, I think college made me a better person. I think college made me mature. And I know a lot of people are immature in college. I think I was immature in college for the first year, and I wasn't in person. And then that fucking first in-person year in college, it's like, lock the fuck in, buddy. Like, you're a real person. Like, you need to do shit. And so having to balance, like, a job and college just makes you, like, better. I think it just makes you better. Same thing with like trade school. Doing anything where you have to like balance multiple things at once.
Well, what does that have to do with?
And then everything in perspective seems easier.
College.
It has.
Like if you're in college and you're able to fucking do a part-time job, working like 20, 30 hours a week and get a college degree, everything after that is so much easier. Like your work might be harder, but you'll have more time.
To do with even starting first grade. How were you as a child growing up?
There's another thing. You're in college. You're working 20, 30 hours a week. You're getting your degree and you're getting fucking hammered 3 days a week on the fucking weekend. And you're still not failing your classes. That is like prime time. You're fucking zoned in on life. Like the fact that you can separate and be able to do that at the same time and get all those things done where you still are like fucking hungover in class and you're fucking figuring it out. Oh my God.
Structure. Do you feel like you got structure in your life?
100%.
If your money goes
more
down,
structure than I had in college because I went to college.
How long did you go?
2 years.
And
Pre-law.
what was your pre-law?
Mm-hmm.
Pre-law? Lacey went to pre-law.
What was your goal for that pre-law degree?
I was going to be a lawyer, and then I realized, holy shit, I'm wasting my time.
What type of law?
I don't think it was wasting this time. I think it was the same thing. Like, when I switched to philosophy, it was just like, I don't want to go to college for 7 years. That's what I remember I kept telling myself that. I was like, I don't want to get a doctorate. I think that's terrible. Like, having to be, like, people that get 8-year doctorates and are in college till they're, like, almost 30, and then you have residency, and then you're not actually getting your real salary until you're 32. That sucks. It's guaranteed money, but it's ass. Like, it's hard.
I'm going to be a criminal defense lawyer.
And do what?
Defend criminals.
So what made you change your mind?
I saw that I made more in a month than I was going to pay for my whole entire tuition, so I dropped out to pursue my dreams.
So you really didn't care about people, you care about money.
I think that's where you should switch, though. I think so many streamers do what he did, and they're like, I just made a lot of money this month. I'm dropping out. And then a lot of them fall off, and then they don't have money. He's got retirement money now, so if he fell off, it doesn't matter. But at the time, he didn't know that. I think it's just easier to be like, hey, I'm making money now. Instead of doing law, I'm just going to switch to something that I would enjoy.
Why do you work?
Because if you care about...
Especially if you're 2 years in. If you're a year in and you drop out, whatever. There's streamers that are 3 years in and drop out. And they're like, I could go back whenever I want. Yeah, but you're never gonna. Just fucking do it. Just fucking get it done. You have 1 more year. You have 1 more year. Just finish the degree. What are you fucking doing? Like they'll be like 75% done their fucking degree, like on the portal, and they'll just be like, yeah, I'm just not gonna enroll next year. What? Just fuck. Hell, I would understand you being like, I'm gonna take a 5th year now. You could go, I'm making so much money, I gotta focus on social media. I'm gonna take 2 classes instead of 4 and finish in 5 years instead of 4, and then you'll be done. Like, because you have 1 year left, you could just disperse it.
People in a degree, whether it's social work, being a doctor, you got to care about you first. They ain't care. The money will come. If you're doing the right thing with people with your college degree.
Here's the thing.
Degree in nursing and biology, and I care about people.
Well, I think college, something that she has to say that college it really does, it's not even just friendships like the other lady was saying. It's connections. You go to college for connections. You go to college to get internships. You go to college to get friends in your degree and your major. So then when you're in the career field, you're able to prop each other up. Like, that's why you're there. Yeah, the classes matter. But, like, when you're in college, do internships. If you don't do internships, you are wasting the entire point of why you're in college. Like, if you're like, hey, I'm going to get a degree, it's different if you're in STEM, but like if you're going to get like, you know, you're going to go to get your PhD and become a doctor or fucking physical therapist or something. If you're going into college and you're getting like a finance degree and then you do no internships, now you're just not going to get hired. If you do that internship, now you have an in the second you're done.
That's the thing. Here's the thing.
You don't care about nobody.
I know
you care about algorithms. It shows. It shows.
Listen.
Do you love people?
People die. Money lasts forever. Okay?
They do die.
Generation. My kids will have money.
But even
I'ma die.
My mama died April 9th of this year.
Rest in peace.
Your kids will have money, but you won't be at all really related to them. Like, I'm trying to make money for generational wealth for my children and then their children. Their kids, who gives a fuck? Like, they're not even related to you. Like, your great-great-great-great-great-grandkids are like 2% your blood. Not that I don't care, but I'll be dead. They won't know my name. They won't care about me. And, like, you could say that's, like, selfish, but it's like, that's not the... And then the money's just getting dispersed more and more and more and more. So generational wealth, like, you can make a shitload of money, but that's not getting dispersed to your great-great-great-great-grandkids, because now it's going to be split 15 ways. You could have $10 million, and then now it's no longer generational wealth.
91 years old, rest in peace, lived a good life. But what she instilled in me, the values that she instilled in me, has made me the woman I am now.
So you're
successful.
Exactly. Your mother,
registered nurse.
Same way my mom instilled values
businesses.
on me. College didn't instill values on you. Your mom did.
But she encouraged me to go to college. My parents were college graduates. Generations of college graduates, entrepreneurs.
Let me ask you a question.
That's who
Do
I am.
you have kids?
I have one daughter.
So does your daughter go to college?
Had a college degree, got
So
one.
you told your daughter, you sat your daughter down, you said, hey, I want you to spend $100,000 a year to go to.
I just think life in general between the ages of like 19 and 22 is where you're really changing. But I think college sparks that change way more rapidly than not getting anything would. Like, if you're out of high school and you go to trade school, that's going to spark some change, right? You're going into adulthood. You're going into adulthood no matter what, and you have to make that slow change. But if you get out of high school and then immediately just start working the same 9 to 5 you've been working at while you were in high school, and you just work more hours, you're not changing as an individual. You're just no longer in high school. But if you're forcing yourself to have new experiences, see new ideas, and see things in a different perspective, like, that made me a better person. Like, if I never went to college, I genuinely think I would be a worse individual, because I would have never been forced to see the other side. I would have never been forced to see, hey, this is what life is like. Like, I need to lock in. You would have just been doing the same thing.
So did I.
That's great for her.
Full ride. Didn't have
Unfortunately,
to pay a dime.
that was a waste of time.
Not at all.
That was a waste of time.
She didn't have to spend any money, and she makes more money back.
She could have been making more money. She could have been doing something else.
But is it about money?
But she could have been helping people.
But you don't care about people.
She could have been.
Talking about money.
She could have been helping people.
You keep talking about money. You don't care about people.
Let's talk about other things then. Materialistic things. Why do we have jewelry? Why do we have anything? We could be giving that to other people. Money to other
Somebody gave me everything I got on.
people. Every single thing.
Really? Seriously, Rhonda?
Community. Someone gave me these beads.
I'm gonna be honest. You wearing that jewelry
Vicky-
selfish.
Is it?
Yeah.
I give it to you. Tell me why it's
You're talking about people, helping people. You could be giving that to the homeless.
I have given to the homeless. Homeless Veterans Long Beach VA. I was the last nurse manager for 7 years. $100,000 job, RN, housing homeless veterans for Orange County and Long Beach.
The whole argument of this is college. College doesn't teach you morals. People go to college and they hoes and they drink, they smoke, they do this, they do that. You didn't, but a lot of people do. College. What happened?
The dropouts.
Yes.
Oh, hold on a minute.
The dropouts be doing that, and the people that take 6 years to get a 4-year degree. Like, you could party in college in a reasonable manner, or you could party so much that you fail your classes, have to withdraw, and then take them again next semester.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
So you think college is worth it?
Yes, I believe that college is mainly for life enrichment. It's to grow. It also gives you a safety net to do things while you're also creating content. Because how many influencers do we see that now are all dried up? They go on talk shows.
99% of them. You're talking to the 1% that had success. Like, I want Lacey to recognize that as well in this debate, where it's like, he's successful, but like the majority of creators get success, drop out, move to LA, stay there for a month, fall off, and then fucking move back home with less money they had when they went there. Like, that if I'm being honest, that's TikTokers. That's not, TikTokers do that. Because I think Twitch and YouTube, when you grow and you have a level of solidified growth where you're making enough money to actually drop out of your job, it's more, I guess, solid. TikTok, you could go from 0 to 3 million followers in 3 days. And then you could be making, $30K and be like, hey, I have enough, I make what I make now at my job, I'm going to drop out. And then you move. And then you're fucked because you fall off.
But your life costs a lot of money. How much does your house cost?
I paid it all in cash.
Okay, no, but you still have your mortgage. You still
No,
have
I
your
don't.
debt. Yeah, you do.
I paid
How
it
do you
all
pay
for
your
my mom.
taxes? Your housing taxes.
Yeah, that's fine. I have real
No,
estate
but what
that
I'm
pays
saying
for
is,
it.
money.
I have
keeps
pendants. You know what I do? On Christmas, I look for families, like single moms of 4 kids, and I raise the rent on Christmas.
Love that.
Okay.
So why do you go to college?
So I go to college to better enrich myself and to try to actually improve society overall. It's not just about
Bullshit.
the Okay.
Bullshit. I don't believe that. I don't
Want to
buy
know
that
what
for
I
a
do?
second.
You want to know
What
what I
do you
do? I'm a major in political science and I'm a double major in Black study and business administration. So actually I do. So what I do is I've worked with Disney. I've worked corporate. I've worked with people to make sure that diversity inclusion is furthered, that we make sure that people have opportunity to tell their stories, people of diverse audiences. Thank you. So yeah.
Why do you have to go to college for that?
Because when I'm in those rooms, the reason why I was the one that had a place to speak was because I was the
You had a level of credibility.
one that went to college, had my education, and grew my learning. I would not have been the one chosen if I did not go to
So
college.
what you're saying is all the things you say in these meetings and takes were instilled on you by someone else teaching you them. It's not your actual beliefs. It's all put into.
Oh, no, it's not put into your head. I think now Lacey's getting into the argument that, like, I'm not saying Lacey's saying this, but the common argument where it's like, everybody's just trying to make you liberal when you go to college. If you go to college, they're just trying to make you a liberal idiot. They're always instilling liberal. I don't think that's the thing. Like, in my own experience, yeah, I'm liberal, but like when I was in college, they're not like forcing those ideas on you. They're just like, you have class. You're being taught things from different perspectives. Like in philosophy, we're being taught every perspective. And you just pick one, right? And a lot of the time, the one that you end up falling with is the one that is more, forgiving or something that's not as autocratic or I guess, hard right. And so that usually just happens, right? I'm not saying this is a definitive connection. But usually, it's not because they're fucking brainwashing you in college. When you get more educated, you usually get a little more liberal. I'm not saying that there's people with PhDs that are conservative, but I'm saying you usually get a little more liberal the higher up in education you get. Not because they're forcing you to do that, but because you're learning these random classes, you're gaining these perspectives from people you would never interact with, and you become more forgiving in terms of like, hey, I'm saying socially liberal as well, not economically. Like, economically, different story, depends what you're doing.
You don't have your own opinions. Someone gave you those opinions and taught you how
plagiarism.
to think.
No, you know what?
I don't think that's true. Like, when I went for philosophy as well, so it really depends. But I think philosophy is also what he's talking about, because he's saying somebody gave you those opinions. If you're taking a math class, you're not being given an opinion. You're being given facts about math and science and shit like that. So coming from somebody that literally went to class where we're talking about all things subjective, and the professor has the definitive capability to tell me what he thinks. My professor for moral theory would not tell us his opinion. Every single philosophy professor, or every single section in philosophy where we would go over Friedrich Nietzsche, David Hume, Descartes, fucking Socrates, Aristotle, when we would go over them, he would always defend them with his life. Even we could do one where they were polar opposites in perspective, and each section he defended them like they were the right answer to everything. And so you never were brainwashed into thinking one way or another. Every argument was presented to you in a manner where you're being given this and saying this is the right thing and this is why, and it's your job to go that makes sense or it doesn't. And then you form your own opinion. And by the end of the class, a lot of people agreed with certain ones more than others. They formed their own opinion. Some people really fell into David Hume or Aristotle or whatever it was. And you weren't given something where it's like, hey, this is what's right. I think that's like, some professors do that. I think it's a lot less than you think.
That's a good take. How is that any different from you doing any of your stuff?
It's not. You're right. I follow
So
trends.
what I'm saying is, so your problem is you're not talking anything about college. You're talking about learning from others. That happens in anything you do. That happens whether you go to college. That happens whether you don't go to college.
Which is why you don't need college for it.
But that's not.
And he's saying they're instilling those values on you. I think college is an area where you remove instilled values, which is why I also think, this is my honest take, I think conservative values usually intertwine with tradition. Tradition is passed down through generations. You're instilled those values at a young age, and college is somewhere where you kind of break all of those traditional values and you see the world in a new manner. So a lot of people go into college and come out liberal or more liberal, and that upsets people because they're no longer holding the traditions that their parents once instilled on them when they were a child. You're always going to be given bias at the start of your birth because you're going to be taught things from your parents' perspective. And a lot of the time, if your parents are already liberal, you're just going to be seeing something that's more new age, right? Conservative values are tradition and kind of holding things, you know, in a more conservative way. And when you go to college, that is trying to open up your mind and teach you new things. A lot of those traditional values are sometimes thrown out the door by you, not by your professor, but by you once you take those classes. And so I think a lot of older generations see college now as a bad thing for society, when that's just kind of the process of going to higher education, is seeing things in a new light, in a new, non-traditional way.
That's not the point. The information that I learned, I did need college to know.
So what did you learn in college that's different from day to day? No, I'm saying truthfully, actually, what did you learn in college that you didn't believe in yourself already?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know the history of the world. I don't know everything that's ever happened between different communities, different people. I would not have known that.
No, you got to specialize. You're getting a degree in a specific field. I went to college, but you couldn't ask me questions about fucking physics.
Those things, while you live in your social bubble, a lot of times you don't know what's going on in other countries. You don't know what's
Why did we just zoom in on that woman?
going on.
That's got nothing to
So,
do
but
with it.
truthfully, like,
Yeah, no.
unbiasedly,
Yeah.
like, serious, if you only learn that through college, you can't, if you wanted to learn about history, can't you just Google that? Like, seriously, I'm actually serious.
How much of that information is actually filtered and gone through?
But it's the
depending
same
on
thing
where
with
you're at?
college, like the college professors, I'm sure they use the internet to look up stuff. Like
No, they have their degree. You don't
Yeah,
get
but
that.
where?
Here's the thing that you're not understanding. College professors in 10 years, in order to teach history, in order to teach this, they're gonna play our clips in order to teach the kids.
Talk to them.
What is this? What? Tell me what college class we'd be watching this.
We are a part of history. You know, I had a viral clip talking about Donald Trump.
The reason I wanted Trump was because I wanted to make more money. All right, that's why. I'm gonna say it. At least I'm honest. I don't give a. At least I'm not sitting here.
I never understand that though, because I make more money under Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, but it's not going to help long term. Like in the short term, he'll make around what, like $75,000 more with a big bill because there's like a 3% cut on specific businesses and people that make over a specific amount of money. But like that's chump change for somebody that's making, you know, $5 million a year or something like that.
They're gonna play that in history classes in probably a couple hundred years to the kids to teach them.
I don't think so. I think with everything that's going on with Donald Trump, I don't think that you're that important. If I'm being so completely honest.
I'm telling you,
I don't think you're that important.
A part of
I don't
history.
think. Okay.
Adapt. Adapt is also. Adapt is going to have. I'm curious to what he's going to say because Adapt has been making money, like absurd money, since high school. Like Adapt has been rich since he was like 16. So he's going to be. I feel like Adapt might say high school's useless. I don't know. We're going to see. I also am going to have the take that I don't think Adapt is dumb. I think Adapt plays dumb, and that's the character that he puts on for social media. I don't think Adapt is dumb. I think Adapt acts stupid and like a stoner for the content. I don't think he's stupid. I think he knows what he's talking about. He's just like, I'm going to play into this.
Hi, nice to meet you, Brandon.
I believe that, yeah. Do you?
No.
Why not?
Most successful people are college dropouts.
Because there is a top 1%. There's the richest people. There are some that
I don't know the statistics on this, but from my guess, I would assume there is a higher margin of absurdly successful people that are college dropouts than college grads. But college grads have a much higher average success level than college dropouts. Like 95% of college dropouts that don't go into trades, don't go into anywhere else, are going to make much less than almost all of college grads. But the top college grads will make less than the top college dropouts.
are college graduates, there are some that are not. I'm not saying that going to college will automatically make you part of that top 1%. But the point is to have a bedrock to build on. The point is to be, if we talk about how many people who are in the industry that I know of that did not go to college, that dropped out of college, it's such a small percent that actually made it. And honestly, good for y'all. No one's shaming that. But the point is there's so many people who are struggling month to month to month. Look at all the stories that we hear about LA, Hollywood, La La Land, like everything going on. Like not everyone's gonna make it. The thing is the same can be said for people that go to college. The difference is people that go to college have a higher chance and are more likely to live in that medium range where they're not worrying about when's my next gig, I'm freaking out.
Yeah, to that, I mean, you're saying it's safer to go to college. You have a safe.
It's a safe bet, yeah, and then they're always going to say, well, you got to step out of your comfort zone. And that's true, but it's like, I think the general goal is the American dream where you're supposed to make more than your parents. That is the ideal. Every person subconsciously wants to make more than their mom and dad did or does. And that's success. If you make more than your parents, you're doing great, right? Even if you make less, that's not true. The definitive idea of the American dream, as it originally started, was that every generation you made more and were better off than your parents. And so when you look back at your dad, you made more than him, and your dad made more than your grandpa. And so you're doing way fucking better than 60 years in the past. And then you just keep going down. Now that doesn't really exist anymore. Most people make as much or less than their parents do.
Guaranteed a stable
I never
lifestyle.
said guaranteed.
You
have a higher chance.
You're not guaranteed, but it's easier to live a
You're more
stable
likely,
lifestyle
yes.
financially if you take that route. That's why I think there's a top 1% because people take the risk. They take the gamble. They are not. It's not guaranteed that you're going to make it. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but the majority of top 1%ers are Nepo babies, are like people that were born into some level of connection or success. Yes, these people are top 1% from their own doing, but it's very rare that you reach maybe top 10% yourself. It's very rare that you reach top 1% just by yourself.
He has kids.
That's because you don't have kids.
He has kids.
He has kids.
How's that relevant at all?
Yes,
Don't
he's
have kids.
35.
How's that relevant? You decided to have kids.
It's extremely irrelevant. It is.
Because I don't have kids? That's my choice. I don't want
stick his
kids,
weenie.
so I don't have kids.
You got easier when you don't have kids, then you can go and jump and do whatever the heck you want.
Well, that's
a lot of streamers
if
with
you,
kids.
if you had a kid at 18 before you had a solidified stable income, that's your own fault. That's not his. He made the smart decision.
I'm saying the reason that top 1% exists is because the people in that top 1%, they take the risk. And
Well, I would agree. I would agree that having a kid at a younger age mitigates your potential to make more quicker because you divert a lot of your life to the care of your child than personal success. I don't know if there's statistics on that, but I would assume people that have kids at a younger age make less money because if you have a kid, if you don't have a kid and you're able to work more and do more, maybe you make more because you work more hours because you have a kid, but I'm saying like you might be able to get better job opportunities, move around more. Because like when you're in your early 20s, if you're not having a kid in that time, you're able to like pick up job offers anywhere in the world. You could work in a different state. You could do different jobs. You could work weird hours, right? Versus having a kid when you're like 19, you're still a teenager, and then now you have to hunker down in whatever opportunity you can because you're focused on your kid, which is very respectable. But I'm saying like it limits your potential to make money.
they gamble on something that has never been done before, that the likelihood of you succeeding in
A kid at a young age is a nerf. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a nerf. I'm saying I think that's I don't think anything's wrong with that. If you want to have a kid in your early 20s, have a kid in your earlier 20s, you know, it's your life. But it hurts your potential to grow exponentially in the job world because you have to focus a large portion of your life to the care of your child rather than money.
And making it to that top 1%.
Okay.
Is
yeah, it's so a nerf. In some way.
Slim.
But there's the thing is, like I said, that top 1% is a mix of people who have gone to college and those who have not. But if we want to talk about the 99% who are not, so many people who don't go to college, not have the opportunity to go to college, do not make it out. We're not just talking about the 1%, because the 1% is a mix. It's not all one.
Mm-hmm.
But that 99%, there's a lot of people, especially at the bottom, who never went to college, who never had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Who never wanted to, who dropped out. And you know, you guys lived nice, you rode on it for a long time, and all of a sudden it starts to deplete. Once again, like, there are always going to be people are not going to college that are going to succeed, but the chances of you being able to succeed, have something to fall back on, if you go to college.
Yeah, I think you have to look at it in a perspective of somebody that has no connections, because you could be a college dropout or somebody that doesn't go to college, but your dad owns a fucking landscaping business and you just work for him and make $80K a year out of fucking high school, right? Like you could have something where like your parents have a successful business where you don't require a degree and you're able to just learn on hand. But like that's not a nepo baby in the sense like, oh, you're rich, but like you're getting handed some level of like, I guess you're getting handed something to you that if you just don't fuck it up, you'll be good. Versus having to build from ground up. Like you're starting on the third floor versus the ground level.
College is higher. If we want to talk about Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all those people, a lot of them, once again, were dropouts. But the thing is, a lot of them built their platform, built their things while they were in college. So once again, maybe they didn't have to finish.
I think that's usually forgotten. Like Mark Zuckerberg, he went to Harvard for like 2 years and then while in college made money and then dipped.
College. But the thing is, they still had to go to college or they would have never had the
Well, they
opportunity
got in
or
college
success.
and was like, wow, this is a waste of time.
Actually, that's not exactly what happened. They learned how to do what they did. They met the people they needed to meet. No, through college.
No, they did not meet it through high school. They had those if you watch, doesn't Mark Zuckerberg have a movie where he met the like Vondelvoss twins or whatever their name was in Harvard? And if he didn't go to Harvard, he wouldn't be the founder of Facebook. Like he might have been rich in some other way, but like the social network like shows you like, yeah, he didn't graduate college, but he needed that.
Actually.
No, you're wrong.
You're friends with him?
Your friend, call Mark. Call Mark.
What does it have to do with being friends?
So how do
with
you
him?
know his life?
How do you know?
If you're...
The fucking movie! The movie! It's his life! It's his fucking life! The fucking movie. There's a movie about Mark Zuckerberg.
Have you never read an autobiography? Have you never read a book?
Why would I read when I have ChatGPT?
Oh, okay. Because guess what ChatGPT did? It read for you.
Yeah, they can summarize it for us.
But once again, if there was no one that went to college to feed ChatGPT, it wouldn't know anything.
Coding doesn't exist through college.
Yes,
coding
it does. The majority of coders have college degrees. I have 2 friends that have fucking coding degrees, and they work for like airline companies and make good money. They get degrees because they have to take classes to learn how to code. Not everybody, but a lot of people. There are some, like savants that are crazy hackers and good at everything. But like, those people are just fucking geniuses.
It's through humans and coders.
Where do you think they learned how to code? Most people
themselves, they hustle.
No. Okay.
I know coders that code learn it through Google.
Yeah. There are some, and I never said that there aren't any.
The best ones are from Google.
Okay.
You could Google it.
Okay.
Let's talk about it, bro. How you doing?
Justin.
Alex.
So look, I'm gonna keep it short and simple. It's basically a matter of money isn't everything. It's about your character and what you leave behind. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you don't need college to necessarily make money, fact, but it's a form of completion, like a natural dopamine. You know, in today's society, everything's just like quick, fast, scrolling TikTok. You know, if you
but
go
why
to
not-
college, you complete something, you feel
It's a
better
form.
about
Have you
yourself.
ever won a
something
Warzone game?
to-
That's completion.
What was that?
Have you ever won
Winning
a
a
Warzone
Warzone
game?
game, that's completion.
That's what I'm talking about.
Have you
That's
ever-
my point right there. You don't want to be like this guy. You know what I'm saying? You want to have
Talk about your
something-
shots, bro.
Why you think?
Dopamine.
Why
You wanna
why
talk about
think
dopamine?
there's-
Let's talk about dopamine.
Why you think there's multi-million-dollar basketball players who go and get the degree? They don't need to. They got money, but it's just the fact of having that on paper. You know, completing something. Natural dopamine.
I will say, I think it's like, it gives you a better feeling, I guess. Like, you feel a level of success being like, I have a degree. Like, I put myself through this for 4 years, so now I have, like, a level of accreditation? I can't think of the fucking word. You're accredited or whatever it is. Like, you're an academic.
You could also have all the money in the world, put it all on black, and then that dopamine's the same as getting a stamp. Is it not?
It's probably better.
You don't want to be like him either.
Says you.
I think the world has brainwashed people to think that that's the dopamine you need, so that you have to spend hundreds of thousands to get that dopamine. That's your completion in life. 30 to 50 to whatever, money. You have to spend money to get that dopamine.
One of you guys actually said that you go, I think it was you, you said after college you make 20, 30, I don't know nobody that went to college that makes 20, 30,000 a year. That's crazy.
Well, actually they don't, because they got to pay tax on that, and then they got to pay their
No, they would get a tax refund on that. If you make $20K a year, you're not paying heavy taxes. You're probably going to end up getting a refund after write-offs and other things too. Like, and even if you did pay taxes, you'd be in like 7%. You'd be in like the bottom federal tax bracket. You wouldn't be paying fucking 39.5.
college off still. Usually, they're probably in debt.
I just remember from my particular situation, I didn't even go to college. When I was graduating high school, I looked at it and I did the numbers in my head. Okay, if I wanted to go to ASU, tuition a year is like what, $25,000, $30,000. I complete it, I get my degree, 4 years, 6 figures plus in debt, right? Now I got to graduate and look for a job. Starting salary is going to be a lot.
You can start a business.
Yeah. No, I can't just graduate college and start a business ground up.
I'm gonna agree with him. I think having no input money and starting a business like from ground up, if you need like an actual physical building and rent and loans, is like so stupid. I think if you're starting a business and it's like something online, that's a lot different than if you're like, I'm gonna graduate college, start a business, and then fucking take a $250,000 loan to fucking support that. Like, if you fail, you're fucked.
I did.
Maybe I could. It's gonna take years. So I decided, you know what?
That's not true though. That's not true though. You can start a business.
Well, this is all opinionated then at the end of the day.
No, it's facts. I started my own business. after
Yeah.
college.
You can start a business, but for it to be profitable and for you to be
I was
able to pay back those 6 figures in debt immediately after.
So why can't you go to college and then become a streamer and pay it off?
No, you
Same
can't.
thing. You're missing my point. It was the
can't. It's just a
completion of the.
You can. It's just, why would you do that when you could dedicate more time to that craft? Why would I take?
You don't need to. I think being a streamer that streams 10 hours a day is its own niche, but it's not required. Like, Queso streams 96 hours a month. Queso streams part-time. Like, Queso doesn't do 8-hour streams a day. Queso streams fucking 20 hours a month, or 20 hours a week, 25 hours a week. Like, and he's one of the most successful streamers on the platform. You don't need to be doing like you. I stream a little bit more than Queso, but it's like the same thing. When I was in college, I was streaming 4 hours a day.
Take away from being able to give 100% to this. If I'm in college trying to study, get my degree, go to class,
You would have missed out on
learn,
MW2, MW3,
I would have
Well,
been.
I think you can balance it. Maybe not everybody. I think it's scheduling, man. I've been saying the same fucking thing. I think saying, oh, I have to divert all my focus to this thing instead of that. Do it both at once. And if you do it both at once and you succeed, bro, that shit is like fucking crack. Being able to fucking do both at once and fucking get it done.
And 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
You would have missed it. Tell him.
Yeah, I also,
What's MW?
If he went to college, talk about it, bro. All the games you would have missed, all the clips.
Yeah.
It's not easy, though. Life isn't easy. College isn't easy. Streaming, getting a job isn't easy. Your point? Like, it's not easy, though. Yeah, really? Neither is college, right? If your response to what I just said is it's not easy, though, then being a dropout or not doesn't matter. Because you're not going to have the drive to fucking gain a level of success. If you get turned away from things because they're hard, you're not going to approach them or try to actually succeed in those job fields. If you only take the easy route, you're always going to be stuck in the 9-to-5 race. Not 9-to-5 race in terms of like making good money. I'm saying you're going to be in the lower half of earners.
When I've been able to I probably wouldn't hit my standoff window shot.
And I'm not sitting here saying I have like some great level of expertise, but I could tell you getting a lot of money and getting a job that makes a lot of money or a business that makes a lot of money isn't easy, right? Like some people might be like, oh, it's easy. But those people are either A, lucky, or B, put so much success or grind into other shit that in perspective it seems easy.
For what I do particularly, college just didn't seem important. How many of you in here have a degree that you use every single day now for what your job is?
They gon' bullshit.
All of you?
It's Cap. There's Cap right there.
She's lying. She's lying.
She's lying like
I'm not gonna lie, he's lying too. I can just tell.
Stop. What's your degree
I
in?
have a bachelor's in entertainment business.
And does that apply to your everyday life?
Yeah, I did music for a while. Yeah, definitely.
And did you need that degree to do what you do
I
today?
I feel like it helped me. Yeah.
So you made music?
No,
you said?
it helped you,
Yeah.
or yes or no. Like, did
Yes.
you need that degree?
Need? Not necessarily, but it made me feel better about myself completing that and then going out and doing whatever I wanted to do. That's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily
on
about
that.
just college. You can it's something you can stand on. Like, yeah, I stand on that. I did that. You know? I could be a content creator. I did this, but I also did this. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Millionaires, football players, basketball players, go and get their degrees all the time. They don't need it. It's just,
Yeah, it's not something
Statement.
everyone can say. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
If I went to college, I would have missed out on Prime Fortnite. I would have missed out on COVID.
you would have been working.
I would have missed out on
Bro, like, are they thinking that, like, college, if you go to college, you just have no life for 4 years? Like, you would just be fucking locked in on school 7 days a week, fucking 12 hours a day.
COVID viewership. You have no clue about COVID viewership.
I don't want to know about COVID. What is that?
You wouldn't have known about
burgers.
Yeah, like
COVID really sparked a lot of people's streaming careers.
Wouldn't have been live. I wouldn't have been live for any of that, and I wouldn't have a job.
What are you doing? I agree, yeah. Most successful people in the world, some of the most innovative people who have had the biggest impacts on the world are college dropouts.
Yeah, you're right. You're completely right, bro.
I think that's cherry picking, though.
But what college does is it builds a foundation of like discipline. You know what I'm saying? And it helps you build structure. Like how you was asking about, like, do you use the degrees now? I don't use my degrees now, but college it helped me like build a foundation, a structure, discipline that I use like in everyday life. You know what I'm saying?
Like, say you grew up
Yeah, I think it's like the same thing where it like gives you skills to balance certain things.
playing sports and you played for a sports team regularly. That would also have the same impacts of instilling discipline and structure and certain morals like it would in college.
Definitely it would, but then you would use those skills that you have in playing the sports. You want to take that to the next level in college too, though, right?
If you could,
yeah, and then that would build a base for you going to the professional level, helping you with like your finances, everyday life. You know what I'm saying? Morality, structure, how to build a foundation with your family. Basically stuff like that, bro.
2025, college and going that traditional route of getting educated like that is outdated, and you could get if you really wanted to, you could learn a lot of the curriculum you're taught in college online if you research enough. Whatever it is you want to do in life, you could go online and teach yourself it and look it up rather than paying money to go to a college and get educated through a professor and giving them money, unless you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or something like that. Pretty much everything else.
You don't
though,
even need
I
a
feel
degree
like
for
you could-
those either.
You can teach yourself.
Lacey, shut the fuck. Lacey, I never in my life would I take advice from a self-proclaimed doctor with no degree. If I had to go get surgery and the guy was like, "Don't worry, I'm self-taught, ChatGPT," I'd go, "What?" And you're about to knock me the fuck out and perform surgery.
Definitely, man. You definitely got a point right there, bro. You definitely right on there.
How you doing? Let's go, Alex. Good
Nice to meet you. Through all the points, I realized that we haven't talked about the active resistance it is to get a degree and to go to college. For a lot of Black and brown communities and people, college wasn't an option. So to get a degree is an act of resistance. And I'm an activist myself, so I do community work. And I got a degree and I went to college because the government, like, quite honestly, institutions, like, I wanted to have knowledge and bring it back to my community.
So you went to college because you disagreed with someone else, not for yourself.
I went to college in a perspective that wasn't forced upon me by like colonial structures, if that makes sense.
No, I get what you're saying. You're saying that throughout history, people of Black, brown, different cultures, they weren't allowed, they weren't provided the luxury of being able to get a college degree. That was essentially.
Well, she's saying like by her and other people in minorities getting degrees in a, I guess, mass movement amount, then it kind of evens that field where minorities were at a disadvantage, and it helps bring them up as a group in general without the need or help from the government.
It kept from them.
They weren't even considered citizens.
Yeah, and so now in 2025, it's like a you.
It's like
I don't
think we disagree with that.
Which I agree with. Yes, I'm not sitting here arguing with that. That's that's fully understandable.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Okay, I guess I wanted to bring up the point in like perspective of like privilege and even access to the internet. You talked about a lot about like ChatGPT. I promise you, I come from a community there. I didn't grow up with internet. Kids who want to become streamers in tribal communities and villages, and they cannot because they don't have internet.
I do know people who are from tribes in Africa, actually, who's artists who are on the internet.
Sorry, I meant in the context of like, I mean, you guys stream here, and you know, you have an economy here, so like college here, attending college in the United States.
Well, yeah, I mean, they might not be able to because they're in a whole different outside world. Yeah, but if you're in the United States and you have the opportunity to go to college, you should go to college then if that's what your choice is. Is that what you're saying?
But I thought you're saying that
But
college
you're saying
is
that's
like
your
obsolete.
choice. No, we were saying it's obsolete if you want to get to the career path like that we wanted to do, but you're saying
Oh, like become a streamer and such?
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned not everyone has the privilege of internet connection or access to internet. What advice would you give someone who wants to be a streamer and make money?
I don't know if I'm agreeing with her point, because she's saying not everybody has access to internet, but wouldn't you assume that the people that generally don't have access to internet also wouldn't have access to higher education? Like, if you live in an area where you're physically incapable of streaming because you couldn't even stream in like 480p, you probably don't live in an area that has an accredited university.
Like you guys, but they don't have access to the internet.
I don't understand what she's saying.
if you don't have access to the internet, how do you know about us?
We don't. Well, that's
So that's my point. So
Well, this-
What the fuck are we talking about right now? Oh my God, I have no idea what point is being made. I have no idea what point is being made.
Your reality.
How would I give them advice?
Obviously, people go to school, but like when they go home, they don't have internet. It's like
But
it's
they
like at
wouldn't
your
know
home.
who I am then. How am I going to give them advice if they don't?
Places, libraries have internet.
I don't go to
School
libraries.
has internet. Well, if they were to, if you know you're popping like you say, they're gonna find you on the internet when they use it.
I know, but that kind of goes against what you just said.
You're saying what advice would I have to someone who doesn't have access to the internet
Yes.
if they want to become
I
a
don't have that
streamer?
answer.
It's almost an
It's
impossible
the same advice you give to someone who does. Chase your dreams.
It's almost impossible to answer that question. That's like saying, what advice would I give to someone who has hoop dreams, who wants to be an NBA, but there's no basketball courts around them. There's no
Yeah.
basketballs. It's almost, it's like a, it's
No,
like a,
just
it's
the
like
way
a,
it is.
it's like an
I think
oxymoron.
you still
I agree with FaZe on this. I don't know what the fuck she's asking. I think it's I think that was a purposeless question.
2025, yeah. I think the internet has rendered college obsolete. Like, it's just, you don't need to do it.
That's a
rendered
obsolete. Oh, what the? That's a
obsolete.
Yeah, I bet none of y'all knew
That's a
those words.
two-piece. That's a two-piece
That's
right there.
crazy.
And I didn't even go to college.
Define those words.
I didn't even go to college.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Okay, then. How you feel about it?
How do I feel about what?
That college essentially is obsolete in 2025.
It's useless.
I mean, it is online, so it's not completely obsolete. The online thing, it detaches you from people. So you're just looking at a screen, learning by yourself, and that's.
I would say, if anything, college is even less obsolete than it was previously, because the reason college is kind of required is because we don't live in an area where you can get like factory work anymore. Like, the U.S. was built on a lot of factory jobs, and the majority of people during the American Dream times were working, 9 to 5s when they were pushing for 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of work, 8 hours for rest. And they were working in a lot of, manufacturing, and those jobs are always steady and can do things. All those jobs are offshore. So if you live in the United States now and you want to get a good job that pays you good money, either A, you start a business, B, you get a college degree, or 3, you're an entrepreneur and you're investing or getting some weird opportunity. Like, those are usually the options that you're going down, or you go into trade school. And I think nobody's even mentioned that anymore. Why have they not mentioned that? Am I crazy? I feel like that's like a big counterpoint for FaZe is like, don't go to college, become an electrician. Work in the union, make fucking $80K a year at like a good peak in your salary. Yeah, you're not going to be able to retire early, but you'll have a steady job. You'll be able to take time off. You'll have vacations. Like, you're still getting, I think it's because it's not college, but it's still like you're going to, you're not just getting a job. Like, would that count as school? Like, trade school isn't college, but it's still school. Like, it's still after high school learning. Like, you still have to go do shit. Like, you have to take classes.
But loneliness is so high now.
Mm-hmm.
So you say you have your friends, but how do you really feel? Because you guys are defining success.
Over half of American adults, 57%, report feeling lonely, with younger generations higher levels of loneliness despite being more digitally connected.
As having all these millions of dollars. For me, success is being happy. It's having real joy and actually respecting people. Yes, so yes, you do need money, obviously, but I'm talking about internally. How are you, though? I'm not talking about success just by counting your money. You can count money all day you want, but I'm actually happy.
Yeah.
I actually measure success by having joy, happiness, peace of mind, sleeping, clear conscience. That's success.
So what's the topic? Is it mental health?
He's got the same
is
thing.
It college?
Yes, when I was in college, I was depressed.
No, but see,
Therapist?
the thing is, he's got the same thing, but he's getting money.
Who said I'm not getting money? Who said I'm not getting money? Do I look like I don't have money?
I didn't say that.
Okay then. All right then.
that.
Well, I'm just
Okay.
it was supposed to be talking about college and it turned into a therapy session.
No, because we were talking about success and how successful people, and again, I don't know them personally, but they have a lot of money, but what else do we know about them? A lot of them suffer from mental health. A lot of them even take their lives. Even when they lose their money, they take their lives.
Even people that aren't successful do that, though.
Exactly.
You make the
Exactly.
argument both ways.
We can. So what's your point?
That was my point.
What's your point?
That was my point.
Oh, you still didn't get my point?
I don't. You just said that people who make money take their lives. People who don't make money take their lives.
That's not
Or no,
what I, that's
excuse me.
not
Let me-
what
yeah,
I
let me fix
said.
that.
Did you go-
People who go to college
is
take
it-
their lives. People who don't go to college.
Did you
take their
go-
lives.
That's not what
That's
I said.
exactly-
You
Did you-
guys are not listening.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
Did you get your degree?
Yes.
In what?
Sociology. So it's a study of people
Sociology?
and environments. Yes.
And do you work today? Do you have a job?
Yes.
What's your job?
I work at a school.
And does that sociology degree apply to what you're teaching in
Of
school?
course.
Well, yeah, you have to have a college degree to be able to be a teacher.
They require it. I have to give them transcripts. They won't just be like, oh, just come work here and you don't have anything. No, they won't. You need it.
Do you want to know what's crazy though? Like real talk. When I was 12 years old, 11 years old, and he was my age because he's like 42. At 22 years old, no, get this. Get this. He influenced me. That's why I'm here today.
He influenced you
that's
to
real,
do
by the way.
what? He influenced you to do what?
When I was a kid, I grew up watching him, and then now I'm a part of the team, and I got
You grew
influenced.
up watching what?
Him. He did YouTube 10 years
Doing
ago.
what? Doing what?
Living my life, playing Call of Duty, trick shotting, cut comms,
So
FFA,
that
free-for-all,
inspired
trick
you
shotting.
to do what exactly?
Be like him, and look where I am. I'm making
To try to chase his dreams and turn his passion.
Yeah, bro, but you gotta bring up like there are other fucking 100,000 people that were like, I want to be like FaZe Adapt, and then didn't, like, or failed.
Of making content and playing video games into a...
You know how many people tried to be in FaZe or be like FaZe? Like, if you're around my age, you probably have a friend that tried to enter a trick-shotting clan when they were young. If you are a man in anywhere between 20 and 25, even younger potentially, you probably had a friend during the Call of Duty era that was trying to enter FaZe, submitting clips into Optics, submitting clips into FaZe. They wanted to try out. They entered tourneys. They entered events. They were trying to be stream. They made collab, fucking trick shot videos on YouTube, and they did all that stuff and failed.
Basically, what we're saying is we inspire kids the same way that you do, and we don't even have a degree.
Women too? I know, but I'm saying you got to look at Adapt, and you have to recognize that like 85% of his audience is men.
Facts.
I never said I inspire kids.
You're a teacher.
We teach kids.
You teach kids.
Yeah, but I never said I inspired kids.
Inspire and teach. I mean, I'm sure you do inspire kids. You know, I'm sure a student, one of your students.
And isn't every person in FaZe a guy? That's why I was mentioning that too. Aren't all the people in FaZe men? That's why, yeah.
Looks at you and is like, oh, I want to be like my teacher. The same way they look at their favorite YouTuber.
Grace. Well, didn't they kick her out?
YouTuber streamer and want to be like them. But we don't go to college. We didn't go to college for that.
We encourage them not to go to college.
So the majority of people, so you guys are a very small percentage. The majority of people who drop out don't do well. They have the biggest majority. There is a small percentage that does well, but the majority doesn't. So you guys advise.
I wouldn't say that they don't do well. I would say that they're just not making crazy money. Like, they might still be making, like, a really good salary. They might be making 50, 60K a year, but, like, they're not reaching, 180K. They're not in a high net worth individual range.
People to drop out of college is extremely irresponsible. Because that is exactly my point. Exactly my point. Mm-hmm. What's so funny? What's so funny?
You gotta take that risk to get that bag. That's all I'm gonna say. I could go if you want me to go.
You take the risk.
I think there's a combo for Ron.
Hi, I'm Viviana. Nice to meet you.
I just feel as if like going back to what we said earlier, why spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a degree when I can Google everything?
Yeah, but it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars if you're not going to a university that costs $60K a year. Like, there's still colleges that don't cost that amount, or you get scholarships or grants and other things to
Every
go.
single thing that I've wanted to know, I can Google it. Why would I need college?
For ChatGPT too.
So let's talk about facts.
I looked up.
I have not spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have to be an idiot to do that. I'm sorry if somebody did that.
I agree. If you get a 4-year degree and you're leaving college with $200,000 in debt, you're a dumbass. You're a fucking idiot. And I'm not sitting here saying I'm a fucking genius. I'm a dumbass in a lot of ways. But I'm saying, like, if you're 18 and you're like, I'm going to go to fucking Drexel with no scholarship and I'm going to pay $65,000 out of pocket, no grant, no scholarship, and I'm going to get a fucking loan. No.
But that's not what I did.
How much did you spend, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in the 3, 4, 5 digits, but I didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wait, like $100?
No. I'm sorry. Like within 20 to 30.
Okay.
Because I did it the smart way.
Okay.
I didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Like,
so I didn't spend all that money and I'm not in debt. So that argument is obsolete because not everybody's in debt.
She's using your words now.
She's using words that we use. We didn't go to college.
I'm an educator, if anything.
He's
What do you mean?
He's influencing you in live time.
I'm trying to speak as simple as possible for your mind. I'm sorry. I'm really trying.
Okay.
All right.
Let's play that game.
What game?
Let's do it.
Oh, why she call you
Let's do it.
Ron?
Let's do it.
What game?
So you,
I'm not playing no games.
So you
What
spent
game are you
30. So you
talking
spent $30,000. Let's just say, just so in
Let's
easy
just
terms.
say, I don't remember the number, but it was between that. Mhm.
Okay. I didn't spend $1. I looked up ChatGPT. I looked up Section 8 housing. I bought houses now. I got real estate now.
Right, so I know
Because you have money now, though, from streaming. You're not buying Section 8 housing and getting money from the government and people for Section 8 housing. For those of you that don't know what Section 8 housing is, by the way, it's basically when there's somebody with low income, they can apply to Section 8 housing, and the government basically pays either for all of it or a portion of the rent for that place that they're staying, right? Like a duplex, a condo, wherever they're at. Ron only had the money to buy those properties because he did streaming. Like, yeah, you're ChatGPTing it after. I don't think if you're getting into real estate, you need to go to college. But, like, if you're going to buy real estate, you need to get money to do that.
Spend something because you have to invest. Where did you get that money? Your mama just gave it to you?
No.
Okay, then what happened? How
She
did you
gave
get
me
the money?
she gave me $300. I flipped it. to about a couple grand off Yeezys.
That does
You know what I'm
not
saying?
sound realistic.
What? That's called hustling. You're right. You're right.
You know what's crazy is I knew they were gonna do that. The second she sat down, I was like, they're gonna say some shit.
Well, you didn't ask my name first, so that's like the first thing that you'd ask,
Let's
right?
talk about it. Ron, what's your name?
Angel.
Angel. Nice.
Straight from heaven.
Straight from heaven.
Yo.
Let's talk about it.
Okay,
So
what
what
are we
made you raise your flag to come in?
I couldn't watch the debate anymore. It was so bad.
So you're gonna be a part of the debate.
Yeah, I'd rather talk.
So let's talk about it. What do you want to talk about?
Probably why college is important and how it's not necessarily the best idea for everybody to just drop out and become a streamer.
So what did you have a degree in?
Dance.
Dance.
Mhm.
I can literally dance right now. I got no college degree.
That's awesome. Show me.
She went to school to do this.
You don't need college for that?
Unemployed? No, you need college. You need it. You need to get a degree in dance to get. She's right. Getting hired at like a dance company, you need to get a degree in dance, and then you basically try out after. You have the credibility coupled with the skill in dancing. Like the majority of people that are successful in the dance world have degrees from Juilliard or other like credible fucking arts schools. Same thing with like acting, like the acting and like arts for like performing in plays and stuff. You don't have to get as long of a degree, but y'all remember Gideon from like years ago? I don't really make content with him anymore, but he does plays and stuff now. He got a degree for the arts, like for doing plays and performing. Like you still get degrees for that, and it helps you get jobs.
Look at this.
I love that.
Hey. No college. No college.
You know what? That is phenomenal form. The one thing that I would say is you're kind of hitting the outsides of your femurs a little bit too hard. Honest, get up on ChatGPT.
OBSELAITE. If I type that in the iPhone, it's gonna autocorrect. Is it not?
And why does he need to know how to spell that?
Bill Gates. Bill Gates made the iPhone. He dropped out of college. Talk to me.
Come on.
Yep.
That's
You
true.
think Bill Gates knew how to spell
He
obsolete?
autocorrected
No.
Did he just say Bill Gates made the iPhone?
that for me. He didn't even go to college.
He personally autocorrected that for you?
He made the phone.
Why do you think that it's not, or it is obsolete, sorry?
What?
College. The whole debate?
Insignificant.
So you think
Insignificant?
college is insignificant?
Yes, for sure it's insignificant. Look
Okay.
where I am. I'm proving you. I'm proof in the pudding right now.
Absolutely, and that's why you're making unoriginal content and you're actually copying everybody else's content, doing
Yes.
the same video, because you didn't gain the critical thinking skills.
Hey, she in the slip and slide.
See, that's fine. That's cool.
Here's
That's
the
cool.
fucking song that you made.
And you spent money to learn how to dance. What? Yo, who the real dummy here? Like what? I could make unoriginal content, but I'm still getting the paper.
Who's saying that I'm not getting paid?
You could be getting paid. I'm not saying.
All right, well, you're not making crazy money at dance. You usually get a lot of things covered for you. You can travel the world. It's a really good experience, but you're not like people in the dance world, in the dance industry, like specifically ballet, are making a lot more money in teaching than dancing. Like you can gain popularity, but like you'll make money as a dancer or a dance teacher like at colleges compared to when you're actually in your career. Like your career gives you credibility to where you'll be able to teach people after. You can still make good money, but you're not making like there's not really that many dancers that are making like fucking $500K a year. Like you're probably gonna make like 50, and then you have stuff paid for you.
You're not getting paid.
But you don't dance for the full season. It's kind of like teaching, where you're not usually dancing year round.
Just saying, you coming at like.
What do you do for a living?
She dances.
I'm a professional dancer.
Okay.
I'm also a dance teacher and an educator, and it's pretty important for me to have an anatomical understanding of how the body works in order to actually properly educate my students so that they don't harm themselves like you could when you were showing me your absolutely wonderful dance moves.
Well, I mean, I didn't hurt myself. I'm still here.
Thank God.
Really think Kai Cenat went to dance school to learn how to get sturdy? Do you think Silky learned how to get sturdy through dance?
All right, I'm skipping the sarcasm.
Where's there?
Chains are so small.
This chain?
But they're real though.
This is-
Is this real around you?
You could still get a
The
chain
chain
if
is
you went to
small.
college.
This was gifted to me. This was a
Okay,
gift.
so I could get a chain gifted to me and go to college.
But you didn't.
like-
What if you didn't?
Who's to say that I didn't get gifted a chain? I'm not wearing one right now.
You got a man?
Yeah.
Oh.
Plus.
My bad. I was just testing the water.
Yeah, of course. Again, you could have tested those water in college.
No, I
but-
couldn't. I couldn't get in. I was at a 2.1 GPA.
Ooh, that's tough. You know, you could.
You know what I'm gonna do though?
You could get into college with a 2.1 GPA. College accepts anybody if you're going to the right college. It's just a matter of where you're going to go.
You can find a great college counselor and also look up colleges that have 100% acceptance.
If college is obsolete, why isn't everybody a Twitch streamer? Case closed. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, them saying to just be a Twitch streamer, like, there would be way too many people flooding that water.
Right.
But
there's
you
a
have
lot
to
of those.
pay. You gotta pay books. You gotta pay everything.
I mean, you have to pay for everything in this life, right?
Exactly.
You have to pay for like your equipment. You have to pay for this probably site to rent it, right? So that way you can actually film this
Too
content.
much supply, not enough demand. I think we're reaching that. I think there's a high demand for content, but the amount of people that are getting into streaming TikTok, YouTube is crazy. There's more people watching content than ever, but there's more people making content than ever. And the majority fail.
Content.
Correct.
Everything's an investment. If you think about it that way, you could be like, oh, college costs money, but it's an investment over time.
But
Think
why would
about
I
your
do
own
that
investments.
investment when I could do other investments that have
Well,
way
that's
more
the
profitability?
choice of your investment,
Yeah,
right?
but again, that's a what if.
But
so it's like
everything's
again,
a what if. So again,
you're
if
proving
you-
my point. I'm saying that's the whole point. Is like I didn't need to go to college to do my what if. I just did it.
No, the whole point is that college is obsolete and college is not obsolete because there are some people who are going to invest in college and it's actually going to be a greater profit for them over the long term in time.
But
You
can
might
I
go-
fight the argument that that's a chance the same way anyone over here made the argument that, oh, it's a chance that you make it in content creation? It's this.
Dude, they're repeating the same shit. We need to get somebody else on here.
So, what's your ethnicity?
What does this have to do with anything?
He's Indian, I'm Asian.
You Asian, you're Indian,
Sure.
and your parents know that you sit online all day with the camera plugged up to a
My parents know.
gadget.
My parents know that I gave.
why?
No. My parents know that I gave them 3 cars, a whole house, and that's about it. They don't need to know.
I retired
what
my
do.
mom
Yeah,
last year.
I retired my
Okay,
parents.
and then just one more question. And then y'all talked about the chains. Like, if y'all really had money, like y'all claim y'all do, y'all wouldn't be walking.
These are
around with them
these are
small
called rob me
chains.
chains. We don't care about these. If you rob me, it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I wear rob me watches.
This is gifted. Yeah, I don't. Really
It's
care
called
about
rob me
this.
You're
chains.
saying if we had money for real, we would wear it on our body?
Well, y'all say y'all have the cars, the houses. Like,
If you want, we could go band for band.
we can.
Well, not just
You wanna
a
go
car.
band for band? We can do that.
Not just a car. Multiple cars.
What's that?
Because
My
what-
car's in the shop actually.
What makes y'all feel like we don't got money? What makes y'all feel like that? Because y'all really do.
I mean, she might have money, but like I would bet that there's maybe 1 or 2 people sitting around them that have more money than any of the FaZe guys.
You feel like, because y'all keep saying money, like y'all really feel like we don't got no money.
Let's go band for band.
Go band for band with them.
You want to
I
open
can
Chase?
show you my bank account too.
Let me open my brokerage and you open your bank account.
Okay, we could do that.
Let's do that.
Let's get serious.
This is just one account.
Hold on, I got.
I don't want to be in this clip.
Because you don't got no money for a
I don't got no money. No, I
just showed
can't.
you
That's
my
crazy.
account.
Okay, wait, hold
Show
on.
my
I
account.
gotta update my Charles
You don't even
Schwab.
have the app.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my God.
Come here.
Listen, let me update my Charles Schwab account.
Well, firstly, after listening this whole time to all 4 of you, my brain is just rotting.
You went to college
You wanna
20
go
years
band for
ago,
band?
First of
bro.
all, I graduated college in 2018.
Damn.
USC 4.0.
Holy.
Thank you.
Damn, is that true?
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Wait till y'all find out. He doesn't use his degree.
Wait, hold on. Actually, I do use my degree.
What do you use
No,
it in?
I do use my degree because you're.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Let me explain something. When I went to 4 years of college, graduating communication, public speaking, I'm a streamer. How do you think I learned how to speak to an audience?
You RP on GTA. What are you
Hold on, but that's
talking
one.
about?
You play DJ sets in your room by yourself.
Hold on a second.
You didn't know how to communicate before you got a degree that says communications on it?
And by the way, you look at the way you look at me. You can't even process your thoughts. What are you even talking about?
You keep
I'm
saying
literally
that.
listening to you. No, but what are you talking about?
He said he needed a degree to do a Jakura watch party.
You went to college to do Jakura watch parties, bro.
Hold on,
You're a grown man.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And
for 2
you
years.
dropped out, right?
I did.
Okay, tell me about your college experience.
I cheated in all my classes. I didn't really learn anything.
Well, that's your fault, though. Like, that's... Oh, my God. Like, if you go to college and even if you drop out or graduate and you're like, yeah, I cheated the whole way, and you go out and you're like, I didn't learn shit. Well, yeah, that's because you didn't try.
And are you guys proud?
Everybody cheats? I think everybody cheats in specific areas, but if you're cheating on your major requirements, that's, like, whack.
Of that?
Yes.
You are?
Yes,
Why?
because it got me
I
to
got
where
out
I
of
am
high
today.
school. I got a degree out of high school. I have my principal's phone number.
Where are
He
your
let
morals?
me cheat.
And where are your morals? Why is everything about
Why-
money?
so why-
And why do you base success on how much money you make?
No one said that. No one said that. I'm successful
Really?
in many ways.
It sounds like that's what you guys are basing everything off.
I will say this.
Go ahead.
Her point being, the point of life is to be happy, right? All right, what'd you say again? You already forgot. Something about being happy, all right? College made me depressed, okay? Because it prevented me from pursuing my dreams of becoming a streamer.
That was your dream. since day
Now
one.
he's a W streamer.
Yes, and now I
That
get
was your
spammed
dream, or is
W's
it 'cause
every
it's
So
single
many
day.
W's in the chat every day.
So let me tell you guys something.
Yeah, but hasn't Jason literally had, like, times where he says he doesn't like on stream, he'll just be like, I'm getting burnt out.
About these 4 individuals right here, I know them very well. See,
And I have nothing against these guys. Like, I've met the FaZe guys. I fuck with the FaZe guys. But I'm just like, I feel like there's got to be moments where even then they're like, there's no way they're just happy all the time doing streaming.
everything they're doing here is this: they want to make everyone here angry. There's no meaning behind the words they're saying. That is, see, as a human being,
No,
I
I
can't
truly
live like
believe that college is bullshit.
that. Live like that. No, because college teaches you a sense of responsibility.
Oh, I actually believe that.
What do you mean?
I actually believe college is the most useless thing ever.
Yeah.
I
You
truly
do?
believe that.
Okay,
Yeah.
why?
I've given that whole point throughout the whole time.
I didn't like any of your points.
That's
so
your
then that's
opinion.
your opinion.
Well,
I
yeah,
actually
your opinion, but
That's also your opinion.
yeah, I mean, it's just like.
But they like all the people that they use, like they have absurd amounts of money, and all the people that are around them that foster that money, like their accountants, their investors, right, their financial managers, the people that get them deals, like even their regular managers, like the people that work for them generally, all those guys have degrees. So like if you're saying college is the most useless thing in the world, if all the people surrounded around you listened to your words, never got degrees, you would have no one to help prop you up in the money that you have. You wouldn't be able to foster money when your taxes come around. You wouldn't be able to have these financial opportunities or be able to get all these fancy cars because all the people that have made those things possible got degrees to be able to get the knowledge to do those things. Degrees are needed in society. You could say that a college degree isn't worth it for you, but it's needed for society in general because if everybody just stopped going to college, then the world would be a hell of a lot dumber. Not because college is needed for intelligence, but because college is needed to learn expertise in specific fields to prop up society in certain ways. And if you don't have people doing that, society crumbles. You need people that don't get degrees, and you need people that do get degrees. You need a mixture of both. College is needed. It's just something that may not be worth it for everybody.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you're very successful.
My mom couldn't afford college for me. So if I went to college, I would have been in debt, and then I would have
Okay.
put her in debt. Then I would have had to find a job, and then I have to pay off the debt. Yeah, but guess what? I didn't go the business route. If I went the college route, I would have been in debt. My mom would have been in debt, probably still till right now. Instead, she's living in a house paid off, free, retired, living the life. She has her car paid off, house paid off. She's chilling. She's catching a vibe right now.
Did you pay for college?
Originally, well, no, I had a loan.
Did you or did your parents pay?
No, I had a loan. I paid for it.
So
Like,
how did-
by the way, how most every single person
So how did
does.
you pay off that loan? How'd you pay off the loan?
Well, I paid it off through my career in content creation and
Exactly.
and investing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next
But-
person.
No,
Next person.
You wasted money.
But he never would have had the success in content creation he had if he had never gone to college because he would have never been where he was. And they could make the same argument that because they didn't go to college, they have the same success that they did. But Kaysen's sitting in a certain position where if he never had gone to USC, he had never done any of that, he probably would have never either started social media or gotten to the level of success he did because he would have been an entirely different person.
But
You
I
didn't use your
got
degree to
here
pay off the
through
loan.
I got to content.
He was in phase before college. Okay, but still, that level of success, like college changes you as a person. Your life experiences, not even college in general, change you as an individual. To say that he didn't need that is like, yeah, true. But in hindsight, if he had never had that, he would be a different person.
In creation through school, though.
Oh, school taught you how to press go live and read a chat? No.
Did your school teach you how to put on Chrome Hearts?
No.
I think for me, I don't know, this is my final thoughts because we're at the end of the fucking video. I think for me, college was very useful for social media. I don't think it was required, but I think it made me a better individual morally and also just, you know, psychologically. I think obviously college for me is something that I use because I have a literal channel that's dedicated towards the degree that I got, but a lot of people don't have that. So I don't know. I think there's a middle ground. I'm not going to keep yapping. End of video. Let's move on. The Gen Z hater problem.
Gen Z as a whole generation is bad at a lot of things. Bad at not getting addicted to vaping and making up new methods to get high. Bad at focusing for longer than 5 minutes without having to scroll on TikTok for an hour. Bad at not ordering DoorDash 4 to 5 times a week. But what Gen Z is best at, its magnus opus, is hate. There is no generation that is as hateful or vile as much as Gen Z is. There's generations that grew up and fought in wars, and I swear they're still not as hateful as us. If the people that fought in wars had to sit at a middle school or high school lunch table in 2016 and get roasted, they'd leave with more PTSD than on the war field. Nowadays,
hard disagree. I know he's making a joke here. I feel like people were way more mean then. Now, people are generic assholes. Then, half of the mother you'd meet in the 1940s were cripplingly racist. Cripplingly racist, right? Like, it was, like, I think that's the difference, is today, people are just mean. Then, it was, like, genuine, like, hatred.
some type of hating. Think of some of the biggest things last year. Drake versus Kendrick, making fun of Ice Spice, happy for the elimination of the healthcare CEO. All right, that one's a little more valid, but you get my point. We've kind of thrived on hate, like how the ancient Romans had Colosseum fights, and the crowd would cheer when it was a person versus a lion and see if they would win over bloodshed. I wanted to talk about this.
Yeah, but gladiator fights are also like so misrepresented for what they actually are. Like, a lot of the time, gladiator fights were more like WWE than actual death fights. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't as much, we're just going to throw you into the ring like it's it was more entertainment. And it was sports. It was very sport-oriented, where they had different teams. And it was just colors. So it was like the greens or the blues. And you would rep a team as a family. And people used to get in fist fights in the Roman times over... Like, even, like, when you see a clip on Twitter in 9 hours of somebody in Philly fighting a Chiefs fan, flash that back 2,000 years, and there were Romans doing the exact same fucking thing.
Put a picture of his hair and you would all guess it. XXX Tentacion. The speed X took over the rap game was something I think we haven't seen since he came out. This man was in jail when Look At Me came out and was going viral. He went in jail as a pretty unknown guy, then overnight became a celebrity. It was like one day on the internet you started to see these variations of profile pictures of X, and I can't lie.
I'm gonna ask a question, and I'm not insinuating the answer. I just genuinely want to know y'all's opinion. If X didn't die, do you think he would be as famous as he is now? Because rap, specifically with rappers, death makes people famous a lot of the time. Like, Biggie and Tupac skyrocketed after they died, more than they were then, and they were still, you know, popular. But when you die as a musician, your music immediately gains even more value because that's all you're making.
Graspy out on his fans, even just from my account. I used to be staying updated on everything he had going on, and he was always getting in some type of drama. So you could always check his Instagram story and there being a chance he's dissing one of your favorite rappers. And even if you didn't listen to him or didn't care about him, you had no choice but to see him because the social media pages were posting him all the time. I remember so many were trying to sound like X and even copy the cadence he talks in.
Oh my god, this guy still does it. Yo, actually making your entire personality and physical appearance to try and be somebody else is fucking crazy. Like, people that do that with Michael Jackson, you see that way more often. There's fucking hundreds of people that make their entire personality acting and looking like Michael Jackson. Whereas this is just like, why?
Hey, I'm just hey, what are like?
He was relatable to a lot of the younger generation because he would talk about his depression and what he's going through, and also give motivational talks all the time.
I think that's similar with like Mac Miller.
I'm telling people to chase their dreams. The last rapper to do something like that for a generation was Ye, which is why when he passed away, it was such a big deal to people. And for a long time, people have talked about his impact online and how big he could have potentially been. But now, apparently on TikTok, people have been hating on him. Like, this isn't some small trend or something. It's a huge big trend on there. We all know, since X was always talking about his depression and his thoughts all the time, they would always use his songs and him speaking in sad edits and emo
Ian the Bart Simpson crying on a roof.
edits. We can never forget that Bart Simpson profile picture. I'm glad to say I was not one of those dudes rocking that. A lot of people would hear what he said and act fake depressed online.
My life sucks, man. If people only knew the pain and anguish I went through to be here, they'd respect me more.
Jimmy, your parents live in the richest part of Beverly Hills in a 5
Okay, wait. I do have to clarify that just because you come from a wealthy income family or something does not mean you can't be depressed. But there are kids online that will like fake it for attention. And even in my stream, they'll act depressed and be like, I'm going to kill myself if you don't reply. You know how many fucking emails and chatters that I've had that are like, I'm going to kill myself if you don't reply. Those people are losers, okay? And they're faking having a genuine problem for attention. Like the same people that are like, I'm going to kill myself if you leave me. Like those manipulative ass, like fucking toxic relationship people. Like those motherfuckers suck, right? They're annoying as shit. Those are the people that I'm talking about where it's like they're saying they're fake acting depressed when they have literally everything that they could ever want. No pressure, no sadness. They have a massive group of friends. Everything in the world is going in their fucking favor and they're just acting depressed because they want people to fucking pan towards them. Those people are annoying.
$1 Million House. Them Bart Simpson edit videos used to go crazy back in the day on YouTube though. And was X sometimes exaggerated with getting his point across? Yes. So people have been bringing up these clips recently, posting him acting like that back in the day and kind of clowning him.
Do you have any relationship with your father?
What's that? What's a father?
Okay, bro. The way they fucking circle the Bart Simpson with bad vibes over his face.
From mental illness, or do you suffer from depression? Do I think I suffer from mental illness? I think I'm different. And that's the last thing I'll say on video. You can keep that in there, though.
So I say Onfroy was weak. X is the complete opposite. X desires control. Controversy.
Like, bro, it's one thing posting him and saying this is kinda cringe looking back on it. To be honest, a lot of that stuff just didn't age well from that era. You could look back on any era and
yeah, dude, the fucking like when was that? Like 2016? Like that time was just
always
like
gonna be some
it wasn't cringy then.
Or be talking about his music wasn't good. Like, where did this hate come from? That's brand new to me. Because for the longest, everyone was saying how talented X was and how far he could have made it. But now, because of a couple of viral TikToks, he's all of a sudden the most corny person and was never good. This guy probably explains it best from what I've seen happen on.
Bro, you could look at any fucking rapper and go back. Yo, you remember Post Malone used to make videos with Sky Does Minecraft? Like, they used to be, like, skit guys. That's like something not, or Joji used to be Filthy Frank. Like, there's any musician that you bring up, there's like something that was like, oh, 6 years ago, that's so cringy.
Let's not play like X wasn't cool as shit. Y'all love to fake support someone, and the second like some bad shit come out, you're always like, damn, like I knew from the beginning, like I was one of the.
Oh, yeah, no, that's so facts. No, that's so facts. That's so facts. Yo, literally will be a die-hard fan of someone, and the second, like, that person's cringy or some shit happens, they're like, bro, I knew from the start this shit was sketch. I've been a D1 hater since number one. Now I just have a reason to hate. I'm like, bro, you're a pussy. Like, you're actually an asshole. And it's like, it's those people literally just taking a situation and going, hey, how can I draw attention from this to myself? How can I make this thing and situation that has nothing to do with me be about me. Oh, I know. Let me say that I predicted this.
Them ones who was like, I knew from the beginning. I was a day one hater because that's not even a flex, dude. Hating on X before that clip came out. You just hopping on the wave. Y'all love to bring a nigga down, bro. Y'all love to see someone who's been getting constant love, and the second some controversy come out, y'all trying to act like he was bad the whole time, when in reality, you was just waiting for a moment to finally bring his name down. Why is everyone saying they knew he was corny when he had so much love and not a hater was in sight? Like, somebody's lying.
And is it like, dude, are those clips corny? Yeah, right? But you can't hate his character for that. Like, he's still trying to express himself. It's just like, you know, dude, fucking 9 years down the line, looking back at it, it's like, ooh, you know.
As soon as a couple people turn on someone, everybody's gonna act like they always thought that person was corny and never good. At the end of the day, back then, everyone was a little more cornier, especially if you're younger still. Like, do you know what we used to—
Mr. Beast, too? Yeah, well, the shit with Mr. Beast, like, a lot of shit went down. But you already know a lot of the people that, like, were like, I already knew this motherfucker. I fucking hated Mr. Beast from the start. They see that motherfucker in a Walmart next day. Could I hold a band? Could I hold a band, Mr. Jimmy? Please. Like, they're gonna act, like, I mean, well, anybody's really probably gonna ask him for money if we're being real. He's Mr. Beast, right? Hey, there's an off chance that he goes, oh, well, actually, we're filming a video. Here's a case of $10,000. Have a nice day, and then you just fucking go, oh, and you just wander off. But, you know.
Where this was the average fit back in 2017.
Oh, Phase Adapt. Phase Adapt, bro. My goat. I used to watch him every day. Every day. Him and Phase Rain. Him, Phase Rain, Phase Jev were my fucking three musketeers, dude. In the 2010s. He was my goat. Yeah, Phase Adapt. Phase Adapt was my guy. I used to watch him when I was really into COD.
It's crazy how in our generation, a couple of TikToks of someone being cringe go viral, and people shift from loving the person to hating them. There was a time when you talked any on X for years, people would come for you. I think what a lot of this hate is really coming down to is either those kids who used to listen to him grew up and are cringing looking back on it, and new kids are coming in who never listen to X and are just on him. Back in the day, would watch this and think it's the toughest thing of all time. I feel like with our generation, making fun of dead people who never did anything is a common thing. Like, I remember when the George Floyd protests were going on and people were making memes of George Floyd. It wouldn't be funny 99% of the time too. It was just cringe. Another thing that showed me how hateful our generation is was when gender arguments and people started to dedicate podcasts to hating another gender. I think the sole reason of why
that one guy with a fucking what is it, like, what's that haircut called, a boozy fade? Who's that guy? He owns a podcast. Is it Fresh and Fit? Yeah, Fresh and Fit. And the whole podcast is just like shitting on women. Like, the entire podcast is like, let's get like one guy and 9 women on and just try to make them feel as stupid as possible.
Birth rate is declining worldwide. It's because the people that run these stupid ass podcasts. In the past, you went out to find someone and had your criterias, then boom, marriage. But nowadays, people get swayed for a potential option because they had Fresh and Fit tell them otherwise.
Yeah, right there. Oh my God, here it is.
This is a very unpopular opinion, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think if you're in a serious relationship with a girl, she should not have an Instagram. That's cheating.
Gen Z.
What? Hey, I'm gonna have a serious opinion here. If you have a girlfriend, I think she is not allowed to even see another man, ever. I think that if another man glances at her, she basically just cheated, dude. You don't know what she's thinking in her head right now. She could be undressing that man in her head. You don't know what's happening. That'd be cheating, dude. If she's thinking about it. Hey, if me and my girl are watching a movie and there's a sex scene, I have to literally tape over the guy in the sex scene. Like, you can't. If she sees any of that, I'm breaking up with her. I mean,
men are boring. Men are boring. You're lazy. You're boring. You don't have hobbies. You're unambitious. You don't know how to talk to women. You're not respectful.
I think we're at the point where these type of dumbass people aren't getting as much attention anymore. Both men and women are.
It was like, what year was that? 2022 was the year for like Andrew Tate and Sneeko and like, well, I mean, they're still popular, but it was like their spike year.
Tired of this shit. I notice no matter how much they fearmonger these things, saying something like all these girls out here are gold diggers and will pretend to love you, or saying all these dudes are manipulating you and are always ready to cheat. I almost never see these type of situations happen in real life. And if I do, it's like 1 or 2 cases I've seen in my whole lifetime. You gotta realize the reason why these people are saying these situations are so common is because they hang out in those type of environments. The average person is not,
and they make money off of it. And they make money. No one fucking thinks about that. Hey, maybe this person isn't actually serious when they're like talking shit about all women or all men. They're just clout farming for money.
not running into this a lot of times. And it's showing more that the person that runs into this stuff all the time just has choices at picking. But because of social media and because their voices are so amplified, it's why it's a common thing for men and women of our generation to run around with these ideas. Another thing that showed me how hateful we are is politics. There was no other generation where someone's political view pissed you off so much that you couldn't be friends with that person anymore. I'm talking about the non-extreme cases, of course. You know, if someone's extremely insane on either side, that's valid to cut them off. Like, sometimes people just can't be helped. But people will cut off their family over who they voted for. Both sides.
One. Blocked.
I blocked my sister too. She the only one that smoked and she couldn't take her ass down there and vote. So now we're cutting off people because...
Yeah, I don't know. The shit, okay, not voting at all is annoying as fuck. If you're not voting at all because you genuinely don't know who to vote for and you're like, I don't want to cast my vote, okay, whatever. But if you're like, I'm supporting this person, you're actively talking about it, and then you don't go vote, like, you are stupid. Outside of that, yeah, you know, blocking your entire family because of that is, you know, extreme. But I will say this election, I think, is also a time where both candidates and both parties represent more divisive things than 40 years ago. If you look at political people and how voting was, you know, in the 60s and 70s and 80s, people used to flip-flop a lot. And there was a lot more middle ground people that would vote Republican and Democrat depending on the election, not just because of their personality, but also because the candidates were not as extremist on either side. It was more respectful. They were able to fucking interact with each other. I hope we go back to that when we get the loony bin 85-year-olds out of fucking running stance anymore, right? When Trump's done, I hope that the next election is like a genuine election where we have like people that are actually, you know, discussing and not just mad at each other, but we'll see.
Only 64% of the US population that could vote voted in the last election. It's not like the whole country comes out every time. And our generation got the worst of it. We have some of the most extremely odd and insane politicians of all time. One of our presidents was sleeping through half the job while the other could wake up one day randomly and decide to...
I think that the scale of tech, it's going to be a Joe Bart prediction, the scale of technology is still rampant, but older people that are right now 50 and 60 understand the average person in their 20s better than any 80-year-old will, even when they're 80. So my hope is in 20, 30 years, when all of the people that were born in the 30s and 40s pre-technology are dead, that the people that take their place that are still going to be running for office, because politics is heavily run by old fucking farts, I think those people will likely be better at understanding the average person, because they will have come from a time that is still, you know, the 70s, but people born in the 70s can understand somebody born in 2010 better than somebody that is born in the fucking 1940s when World War II was going on.
By getting celebrities to twerk on stage. If you told an American this is how politics would be in 1999, they'd call you a crazy person. And this all literally just started in 2016. Like, Gen Z ain't have a single chance for peace. Millennials had George Bush and Obama way more peaceful. Even though they protested George Bush, their protests are...
Yeah, it wasn't as, like, we're gonna fucking light a city on fire on either way. We're gonna rush the Capitol. We're gonna fucking do this. It was like, hey, I don't like the other guy, but I'll get over it.
And Obama way more peaceful. Even though they protested George Bush, their protests are nothing close to the protests Trump.
But I also think that's the people that were it. Like George Bush and Obama are way more likable than Trump and Biden.
Beginning. They be filling up whole cities with his protests. And on the other side, of course, you got the Trump rallies where you'll see riding you've never seen in your life.
Nah, that's crazy. Nah. Oh my God. Wait, old people were taping their fucking ears like they were the ones that got shot?
And on the other side, of course, you got the
Nah.
Trump rallies where you'll...
I did not know that.
See riding you've never seen in your life. The social media...
Nah, that's like turbo glaze.
In your life. The social media algorithm kind of makes it so you have to pick one side and one side only, which has affected Gen Z the most. It's proven we have the biggest political gap and worst arguing. Because as soon as you start to see a couple of posts relating to that side, your whole feed is eventually going to be full of it. And it's not people's fault. Social media has manufactured it to be like that. There's a lot of victims out there who unintentionally has had this happen to them and has shaped who they are politically. I try my best to...
Well, there's also more and more people in the United States, and I think that the smaller percentage of idiots get a bigger voice now because there's more of them and social media exists. There were stupid fucking dumbasses always, and there will always be people that are borderline conspiracy theorists and think that, you know, Biden had a body double clone, right? I remember I had one of my philosophy major friends, his mom, he would talk about this in class, thought that Joe Biden was dead and an AI computer clone took his place and ran office. And that is, like, those people existed 40 years ago. But you would never hear about them because it would have been a word of mouth thing. But now they go on TikTok and go, the tap water's turning the frogs gay. And you get to see it firsthand, right? The dumbass that, you know, lives in the middle of nowhere and is just fucking yapping his ear off, yapping your ear off about fucking tap water, right? And how it's turning people liberal. Or conversely, the exact opposite. Right. Like, I don't know. Government conspiracy theory shit. It's like some of it isn't that insane, but a lot of it is delving into, like, we think they're aliens. I'm not dedicated to a side, but my values in every election since I've had, like, people always ask me, oh, like, what are you? I always say I'm a liberal, right? I would say I'm more of a social democrat than anything. But is there a world where there's a Republican candidate that doesn't have extremist views and is just more kind of focused on economics shit that's Republican but has more liberal values socially and isn't too extreme on, like, hey, we're going to give tax breaks to billionaires? Like, there's a scenario where, yeah, they run as a Republican, they're more independent, and I would be able to vote for them. But there has not been a candidate on that side since I've been alive where I would go, yeah, I would vote for them, right? But if you look back historically, there are Republican candidates that weren't that extreme, right? Grant for this up. I think there are Republicans on the other side that would say the same thing about Democrats, though. And there'd be like, yeah, I would vote for a Democrat in a specific situation.
Politics was one of those things because as a kid, your parents should not be telling you about the political and economic state of the world, bro. You should be worrying about playing Roblox and Fortnite and getting brain.
Yeah, how old should you be when you start learning about politics? I'd say like 13. Like, I would say you should have some general knowledge when you're like 12. Like, you should understand politics. in the sense of like basic things. And then you should get more and more knowledge. I think when you're in high school, you should know what you're talking about. Not to the sense of like, oh, you're a working class 35-year-old American, but you should not be like, I don't understand what a liberal is.
Brain rot from TikTok. Remember too, Gen Z was like the whole experiment in the social media political world. So Gen Alpha next is going to be more divided than us, then Gen Beta is going to be more divided than after point of implosion. Anyways, that's all I've got for real. If you're a hater, stay a hater and make sure to comment something hateful. Let's keep this train moving. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. As always,
That was a good video. I love Tommy. He proved streaming is impossible in 2025.
Streamers are getting paid more than NBA players.
That is not true. Maybe like a bench player on on like the Rockets or something. I mean, what are we talking about? They're getting paid more? Hell no. I don't. In like maybe like XQC. Yeah, XQC got 100 mil. Yeah, Kai X in like train wrecks.
That is, if you're looking at superstars like IShowSpeed, Kai Cenat, and Aiden Ross. But many people don't want to.
I mean, how much do you think they make, bro? I feel like Kai makes. I feel like his YouTube isn't really big. Does Kai get good YouTube views anymore? He used to be mainly a YouTuber. I feel like now he's first and foremost like a Twitch streamer. He gets views, but I mean, he gets like 400K views a video, and he doesn't really post on his main. He posts on Kai Cenat Live. He gets like 200K, 300K, 275, but he posts like, dude, he posts like 4 times a day. Hold up. He's getting like 300K views a vid more 4 times a day. I post once a day and I post a lot. Like, that's a lot. Once a day. This YouTube channel alone, if I had to guess, probably makes like 5 mil a year.
To accept the reality that becoming a successful streamer in 2025 may just be impossible, but somebody was hell-bent on proving that wrong. The former world record holder for most subscribers in the world tried starting a new secret channel and came across some shocking results.
Yeah, I saw that. He said he was going to stream. He streamed nonstop until he got like 1 viewer, and he streamed like 10 hours and no one showed up for like days. Dude, because it's impossible. It's what I've been chirping about all the time. You cannot grow on Twitch from nothing. It is impossible. You can stream on Twitch after you have a fan base and grow, but all of Twitch is high-level recommendation pages. And if you're not top 5 in the category you're streaming, you're not going to fucking get views. And even if you are top 5, if you're streaming in a category that's dead.
Can I start a new Twitch channel and become successful again? Or was it all luck the first time? That's the question I wanted to find out.
I don't think it's all luck. I think Ludwig's one of the most entertaining and creative YouTubers I've seen. But I think a lot of his growth could be attributed originally to earlier Twitch and also his YouTube growth. I think YouTube cycles Twitch viewers.
Hugely successful streamer Ludwig discovered just how painful it is to get your first viewer on Twitch. And even after you build an audience, there are multiple stumbling blocks. The streamer Soluminati has delivered some pretty harsh truths about the current state of streaming himself.
Bro, Twitch is changing. A lot of y'all that's at the top, I say y'all is at the top of the pyramid. Y'all probably don't see what I see when you.
Bro, it really is the biggest pyramid that it's ever been. Like, and what I mean by that is the level of like width. You know what I mean? Like, Twitch in 2016 was like this. And then it's just, and Kai's at the tip. And now it's like thinning. It's like all the people at the bottom. Dude, the top 1% of streamers hold like 99% of the views. And that's like 10 guys. That's like 10 fucking people. You got to think, I'm ranked on Twitch Tracker like 195. on stream. That's you. It's not me. Kai has 20 times as many views as me. 20 of me equals Kai. Actually, it's more than that sometimes. Like, it is so, he has 195 ain't bad. I'm not saying 195 is bad at all. I'm saying the pyramid's crazy in that I'm one of the big Twitch streamers. But even I pale in comparison to Speed, Kai. Not really. XQC doesn't average as many viewers as he used to. But like earlier Twitch, XQC used to be like the biggest streamer. Like the biggest streamers used to average like 20, 30K, but so many streamers averaged around that frame. Now I feel like it's either you're stepping up to the next level or getting bumped down to like 5K Andy. I'm still a 5K Andy, right? I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying most Twitch streamers that grow hover around where I am.
Tap out and then you get a chance to look at what's taking place.
The original beauty of streaming was that it was a level playing field. With just a computer or even a phone, you could become the next Aiden Ross. But once you really break down what's happening now, it's become incredibly clear that this ship has well and truly sailed.
Ludwig's test.
The streamers we know and love today are all incredibly talented, and it would be foolish to assume that just anyone could maintain an audience's attention.
Well, it's really that I think the biggest... I don't want to say I'm not impressed, but it's less shocking that Speed and Kai are the biggest Twitch streamers because they have teams of 35. They're the Mr. Beasts of streaming, right? They have teams of people that put on this stuff. They're huge IRL. Speed has groups of cameramen and editors and people that are directing him certain ways. They have security and all these people that are basically putting on a production, like a movie almost, for what they do. And then there's guys that are like desktop streamers. I'm a desktop streamer. I'm just fucking sitting talking. Even other big streamers, like XQC is a desktop streamer. I would say Aiden Ross is largely a desktop streamer, right? Like that's becoming increasingly rare at the top for guys that are desktop streamers to be the biggest.
For hours upon hours on a daily basis. At the same time,
Queso? Oh, bro, I would say Queso's the biggest desktop streamer. Is there anybody bigger that just streams? Queso is a desktop streamer that plays 99% solo games and never collabs. Like, the FaZe guys share a lot of viewers. And even, like, Jinxie's huge, but, like, he does a lot of collab shit. Queso just, like, raw streams by himself. I would say Jinxie's smaller than Queso on Twitch. I think, actually, no. I would say Queso's bigger on Twitch and YouTube. I think Jinxie's more known, but Queso has a way bigger dedicated fan base.
They did gain a lot of momentum from the wave of popularity streaming has experienced in the past 5 years. And Ludwig is a perfect example. He's a funny guy, but he also started during the early years of streaming when it was really developing in 2018 and benefited from the intense popularity streaming received during the pandemic. But just how much luck and talent played into his success is something he often gets asked.
I want to know the take that early streamers have if streaming was do you think streaming was easier or harder then? Like, do you think it was easier to be a streamer and become a streamer in like 2017 or now? There's way more viewers, but I think there's an even higher influx of streamers. I think it was easier to grow just because there was, you know, more potential to be seen just streaming. But there was also way less people watching. So it was like you had to fight for those viewers. But now I think it's like you're fucking fighting an uphill battle, right? You're scrapping for 5 people in 2016 versus you literally having to be as good as Kai Cenat to even get 5 viewers today, unless you're fucking able to transfer an audience.
It's about by his fans.
You see, after Streamer Games, I met a bunch of subscribers, and you guys were asking me some random questions, including questions about live streaming. And somebody asked me, Ludwig, could you do it all over again? If you had to start a Twitch channel from the ground up.
If I had to do it again, I'd just retire. I just retire from streaming. I'm not doing that again. Fuck no. Oh my God. What I would do, I wouldn't start over at Twitch. Like, I would have to go back to TikTok run that up, fucking move that to Twitch, move that to YouTube and back to Twitch. That's what I did. I did TikTok to Twitch to YouTube to Twitch. That's how I grew Twitch. Was TikTok initially, used Twitch content for YouTube, and then that YouTube content fueled Twitch. That's what I think modern streamers do. Older streamers like Lud, Hassan, Connor Eats Pants, all those guys grew raw on Twitch.
Chat. Then they brought up a good point. I wouldn't have a chat to talk to.
The sad reality is that there are many streams where simply nobody is watching, and this leads to a simple catch-22 situation. You need viewers to get popular, but you also need to be popular to get viewers. But Ludwig figured that it should make sense that if he generated millions of subs before, he should be able to do it all over again.
Now, not wanting to be the expert live streamer who doesn't know the answer to a question, I said, well, I would just talk as if there...
I think he could do it. Didn't he do it on YouTube? I thought that he did another experiment where he grew raw on YouTube and it was possible. I think that's easier. If you blow up on YouTube and you know how to blow up on YouTube, you could do it all over again. No problem. It might take a while, but you could do it because you know the method. Like, if an example is Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty tried YouTube for 5 years, right? Wasn't getting traction. Blew up, figured it out, got his niche, got an audience, doing great. If you plummeted him from million to zero, I think he would get back to 1 million within a year. Because he would just make the same fucking content, thumbnail it the same on a new account.
Was a chat there, but can I actually do that? I can basically go live with any title at all, and a few thousand people are guaranteed to show up. So can I actually live stream with no chat, or better?
I don't know about that. I think if I went live, right now I have 5,000 people in stream. I think if I went live under the title League of Legends, I would get off rip like 4K, and it would immediately plummet to like 1. Do it? No.
Or yet, can I start a new Twitch channel and become successful again? Or was it all luck the first time?
Ludwig opened a new account called Retired Athlete 31 and started streaming in the Just Chatting category, which is the most popular section of Twitch.
I would say the worst section to grow naturally, though. I think the worst section to grow naturally. Just Chatting's the most popular section and therefore the hardest section to grow. Once you have an audience, people go there a lot. But, dude, there's like, right now, there's probably like 10,000 streamers in Just Chatting. Am I able to look at that? Like, if I go on Just Chatting and look at viewers high to low, you will see that it starts out with like Kai, Hassan, I'm here, right? 6K. Doug, like, if you wanted to go all the way to the fucking, you would have to, oh my, what the fuck are some of these streams? You would have to go very far down to find a 0 viewer streamer. Like, the majority of people in Just Chatting are already going to be hovering like 10 to 30 viewers. Like, you see how many people, 32, 32, 32, 29, 29, 20. Like, most Twitch streamers hover between like 10 and 30. Like, if you're a 30 viewer Twitch streamer, you're probably like ranked 10,730th. If you're a 100 viewer Twitch streamer, you're probably 5K. If you're a 200 viewer streamer, you're probably top 5,000. Like, it scales that fast.
Only problem was he was just chatting to himself.
This is my chat. Now, normally on my actual Twitch chat, there are always people there typing constantly throughout the day. This Twitch chat has no reason to have anybody in it because 0 people follow this Twitch channel. 0 people know it even exists. So I'm hoping we can get some people in here. I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know if anyone will even come in the first place, but I'm hoping I can get somebody in here.
When Ludwig...
And what is he going to just try to grip onto that one guy that pops in? Oh, Fluffball 33. Please don't leave. Please don't. It's a bot. It's a bot just like spamming links to another stream or some shit. Like, that's going to be most of the early viewers you would get on stream is just bots that go into small viewer streams and like promo other stuff.
Started streaming in 2018. Twitch had about 3.4 million unique broadcasters on.
Really? Monthly broadcasters, 2012. Why was there none in 2016?
When Ludwig started streaming in 2018.
He started streaming in 2018? I thought Ludwig was before then. Damn, dude. Oh, is that COVID? Wow. Look at that. Look at that fucking spike. 2019, COVID, and then back down.
Twitch had about 3.4 million unique broadcasts.
Even right now, 7 million people stream on Twitch a month. That seems more than I would have guessed. I don't know what number I would have thrown out if you had asked me without my knowledge of that. I probably would have guessed like 1 million.
Average per month. By 2025, this figure was now 7.1 million. So he was now faced with double the competition.
Boom! What is up? What is up, y'all? How we doing today? Chat. Chat, what is up? Welcome back to...
And I feel like it's double the competition. I would love to see the stats on viewers, though. Do you think it's double the comp, double the viewers? I feel like it's double the comp, 1.5 the viewers. Maybe 3 times. I don't know. I wonder if there's more Twitch streamers. I wonder what the ratio is.
The stream. What's my goal today? My goal is 1 follower. I like that. That's an achievement.
I hate how Twitch has this shit. I know it's supposed to be motivating, but it's like, make sure to set goals for yourself. It's like, it doesn't help promote anything. Oh my God. And then they have like, now they have like random tickets for like gifted subs and other things that you could have. They're adding so many weird mechanics into stream.
Achievable goal. All right, when that shit is complete, I'm a happy man. All right, well, I'm just gonna keep chat up on the side here, and I don't know. I guess let's just start doing some stuff today. So first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to bet.
I think just chatting is the worst category you could stream in as an initial streamer because you need a chat to bounce off of. I think you should game. That's my take. You should game or just like do YouTube and other shit first and then stream. Like, does that make sense? Because if you're gaming, you already have something that you can commentate and react to, like horror games or multiplayer stuff, or if you're playing with your friends, or it's just so much easier to make content out of that without a chat. Because I don't like, there's so many times where when I'm gaming, I'm not reading chat. When I'm doing just chatting, I'm interacting with chat the most. So it's like, if you gapped that, what the fuck? I mean, honestly, I haven't been reading chat and I've just been rambling. So I could do it, but I love like having a chat or two to go off of every, minute or two.
Playing through my daily games. All right.
Oh, the fucking daily Wordle. Riveting content.
After a few minutes, Ludwig got what he thought was his first follower.
Oh my God. I got my first follower. Okay, wait, are you a bot? Are you
Nightbot? Oh my God. Yes. We're already on the come up, guys. Oh my God, another follower. Stream Elements. Fusabot. Oh, we have 3 viewers.
real human? Newbie Twitch girly loves cosplays.
Oh, it's an OnlyFans bot. It's an OnlyFans bot.
Follow for future streams, and you have an OnlyFans. Why do I get the feeling that you are botting to follow a bunch of new accounts so that pathetic streamers like me click to see who you are?
Twitch, like many other online platforms, has its issues with bots. The company recently cracked down on botting and noticed that on some accounts, 5 to 22% of the audience was completely fake.
Bro, and okay, I'm going to have this take on botting, and it might be absurd, but hear me out. I think botting is whack. If you bot, that's fucking weird. But I understand smaller streamers botting for the purpose of getting higher up on recommendation pages to get actual viewers to stop botting. Now, if you're fucking already averaging 20,000 viewers and then you bot another 10K, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Like, it's different if you're like a 20 viewer streamer and you're botting 100 so you could fucking, maybe gain 10 or 20 other people and then move them. And even then, it's just like, yeah, botting's scummy. But I understand the reasoning behind being a botter if you're a new streamer. But if you're already somebody, like, it's so odd to me that, like, a lot of the people that were botting were top 500 creators. Like, that's insane. Look, drop 25 to 22% ranging from streamers under 100 CCV to top 500 creators. Like, why are top 500 creators botting? Just average the viewers you average.
But while staring at a blank screen, Ludwig sympathized with the people who did this.
I get why people view bot. What the are you supposed to do on Twitch?
With that statistic, 1,300 of Joe's viewers could be bots. I mean, statistically, there are bots in my stream. The difference is I don't control the bot. Like, there's a difference between me commanding bots to join my stream and, like, paying for bots versus somebody else botting me or, like, they're just actually being AFK people. Like, that was an issue on YouTube where viewers were being read that weren't there. So certain streamers were averaging like 50K that actually had like 1,000 people in stream.
If you don't view bot, you're just stuck in damned hell waiting for one person to drag you out of it. I get it though. I understand why someone would want to.
Dude, I also gotta say, you gotta get the, I love this take. I forget who the fuck said it, but I'm so gonna agree. If you're a new Twitch streamer, get the fuck over yourself on not promoting your shit. Tell your friends, tell your family. Get them to watch you. Even if they turn your shit on and bag on you, it's better, you know? Like, there's so many people that are like, I want to stream, but I don't want my friends to make fun of me. I'm like, dude, promote your shit to your friends. You know how much better it is to have like a 10 viewer jumpstart than nothing? Like, having a few chatters makes your stream watchable. Having none is ass. Like that, no one, if I pull up to a streamer and no one's there, you're probably not going to talk. But it's not like, oh, the chat needs to be spamming, but it's like there needs to be some level of interaction.
Viewbot. I'm not condoning it, but if you viewbot, you'll have real people in there because you just appear higher in the category. The rich get richer.
Because of the way the algorithm works, streamers are almost incentivized to viewbot. So new streamers might think that they have no...
Bro, when I started out on YouTube, I used to autoplay my own videos. And AFK and leave. I used to autoplay my own shit. And not that it did anything, right? But it was like a mental... I talked to Chris about this. It was like a mental thing. I was like, manifestation. I was supporting myself. Like, I used to watch my own videos. Yeah, I would just turn them on and leave. And I'd be like, I get another view.
Stream viewers, and also run the risk of being banned because this is against terms of service. Rice Gum was famously banned for this nearly a decade ago.
Bro, yeah, Rice Gum was botting. Rice Gum was the fucking jumpstart of the botting community. Like, he was the first guy that was ripping that.
Go. Ludwig soon realized that the just chatting was too broad of a category and he needed to go more niche. He also followed his stream on his other account to bump.
Go super niche. Go fucking full on. From fucking just chatting to like Sims 2.
We hit our follower goal, but nobody has chatted yet. I'm realizing, however, even though just chatting is the largest category, it is probably the hardest to grow in.
Oh,
so I think
sure.
just chatting's too big of a category. So let me switch my approach. How
Your
about
goal as a streamer is to get right here. That's the tab you want to get, and you see like the minimum. This is a new burner account that he has. Minimum to get here. Dude, sometimes on this tab, you'll see somebody with like 100 viewers. Getting on this bit right here is where you're going to get new people. Nobody's ever just going to be like, oh, I'm going to go see who's playing Madden.
I play Peak.
This tactic of branching into games failed, so Ludwig was faced with a very common tactic people use to get attention on the internet. Right before the hour mark, he went for a thirst trap.
Or getting front page. Getting front page is so hard. Getting front page is fucking impossible. Unless you have Twitch wraps or connection.
What brings viewers? Oh, what if I thirst trap so in the thumbnail, I'm hotter? I'm going with a white
I mean, at that point, have like a screen grab of like a lewd VTuber.
tank top. Because people are going to see it in the thumbnail and they're going to go,
Then you'd grow more naturally.
damn, that dude does look like a retired athlete. He's definitely got the body of someone retired.
2.5 hours into the stream and without a single viewer.
That's not the Joe method. You think I'm fucking thirst trapping? You think this is a thirst trap? Oh God, his shoulders are showing.
He decided to eat a hot dog as fast as he could.
The goal is to eat it as fast as...
See, but here's the way that I have this take. He's making content, right? It's not like primetime Ludwig shit. But like this, you gotta stream as if you're streaming to an audience. He rips this dog. No one's watching. Who cares? Clip it, post it somewhere else. Might get some viewers, might get a viewer.
Possible. One man, one hot dog.
Like, that's what he's got to do.
All right, come on. Lock
for
in.
promo. I ate a hot dog in, what, 64 seconds? Wow, that is very fast. That was like 10 seconds. 16? That is so fast.
Oh my God! That was fast! I can do it!
This again didn't work, so he decided to move to an area of Twitch where...
So he decided to eat another hot dog. Oh no, there's no viewers still. Let's rip another one. Like, it's not gonna make people show up.
Going to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. Honest to God, it's kind of like showing up to a game.
Super Smash Melee, bro. I feel like that's a dead category. I feel like nobody be watching that shit.
Stop. My chance of getting recognized at a GameStop in the mall is much higher than at a Macy's in the mall. If this doesn't work, we'll switch gears again.
The biggest takeaway from this is that streaming on its own is not a way to build an audience.
Bro, I feel like I would never get recognized in a GameStop, bro. Who the fuck's in a GameStop? Skinwalkers. Skinwalkers. I mean, are you fucking serious? Who the hell's walking into a GameStop nowadays? 2025? What are you fucking buying? A used version of a PS4 game?
Twitch is notoriously bad for discoverability and is usually used as a base and not somewhere that you can grow. So had Ludwig done this experiment on YouTube, he might have seen some different results. But for anyone starting
for sure, if he did it on YouTube, it would have been better.
This is where Ludwig actually gives some pretty sensible advice.
If I were to really do this starting from scratch, my entire stream would have been the hot dog segment. It would have been maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes total, hour tops. And then
stream 2 hours, bro. I saw Ron say this shit too. Motherfuckers think hours, time equals money. No. Time equals viewers. No. It's your content and your marketing. The prime time shit you see streamers that do variety. Who does variety? Me, Queso, King Wools, fucking all these other streamers. They stream 3 to 6 hours. That's it. If you're streaming 15 hours straight, you're not Summit 1G, okay? He's been doing that shit since you were in the womb. Before your parents even birthed you, Summit's been ripping fucking no-life streams of hardcore-ass games that are impossible to play, right? XQC the same, right? He's been a grinding gamer. That's not modern. I feel like getting big in that category is dead, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying I'm right, but I feel like modern day streamers that get big are streamers that do content that is for entertainment or you're pro. That's like the biggest difference. Entertainment or you're really good at a game. There are some outliers. Jinxie. Good at the game, not a pro, still goated, streams Clash Royale for 10 hours straight. But he also fucking lubes himself up, shaves his head, and paints himself purple. And fucking... a bowling! And he fucking freaks out in the corner. So, you know, that's like, he balances that road or that line. So, I don't know. It's just, getting big streaming by grinding hours is like not the method anymore.
I would have made a few shorts of me showing how you can learn to eat a hot dog in less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, like planning your streams is better than just running some raw shit. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do today. Why don't we play Power Washing Simulator for 7 hours? Oh, maybe that'll get a viewer.
He had something else ready for tomorrow. Again, max an hour.
Eventually, Ludwig was forced to trick people into clicking on his stream.
I'll put exclamation point giveaway in the title. That way, somebody thinks there's a giveaway going on. There's no giveaway going on.
And this dirty trick actually paid off.
Okay, who is this Oscar guy? How do you know? What? Oscar, where did you come from? Sorry. Wait, don't apologize. How'd you find the stream? I'm just a fan. How'd you find this stream, though? I thought you were AI.
I would think the same thing.
Oh, Bad Player HS told him. Wait, how did you find the stream, Bad Player HS? I saw giveaway in the title. I was like, yo, a giveaway. It worked! Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys. I've been live for the past...
For 4 hours?
5 hours. It turns out this shit is not easy at all. In fact, this shit is very difficult. And nobody clicks streams with 0 viewers or 1 viewer.
This experiment provided a good insight into just how saturated streaming is, but even if a new streamer did manage to overcome this hurdle and build up an audience, there are a number of other obstacles in the way. And this is only the beginning of what streamers in 2025 are up against.
Why is
Zach
streaming
Bussey,
harder?
who is close to 10K subs on Twitch, pointed out that Twitch viewership has basically been on a downward spiral for the past 5 years.
This one's overall viewership from Twitch Tracker. It shows the COVID boom in 2020, the 2021 peak, and the steady decline ever since. 2022 dipped below 2021, 2023 was basically flat, and 2024 trended slightly down. Now that we're in 2025.
But I don't think that's smaller. I don't think the viewership's smaller for known streamers. I think the viewership went down for, like, other people. During COVID, bro, people were fucking bored. So they would go just watch random fucking people. 10 viewer, 20, 30, 40, 50 viewer streamers, 100 viewer streamers. They'd bounce around. They had nothing to do, right? I think the people that have lost from the loss of viewership aren't the big streamers. It's the small streamers.
Viewership is at its lowest.
Like people that were like 150 viewers during COVID are probably at like 60 now.
It's been in years. That's brutal.
And it was not just the pandemic that generated this downfall.
It's not the pandemic, dude. It's fucking life, bro. I had 9, 10K viewers a month ago in the summer. Now I have 5. People are busy, right? Twitch streaming is such a shit ass like deal because not shit. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's hard to balance because you have to stream when people can watch. And if they can't watch, you get no viewers. Not because your content's bad, but because they just can't watch you. They have homework, they have life, they have work, they have friends. They're going to do their own shit, right? They're watching somebody else. Not that they don't like you. They're only, streaming is so hard because you can only watch me right now. All the people that are watching me, you might have one other streamer pulled up, but if you're listening what the fuck I'm saying, you're only watching me. You can bounce around on short form. You can bounce around on YouTube, right? On Twitch, it's like you have to be locked into one person. So it's so hard to like captivate that individual. You're either the best in their mind or they're not watching you.
Nightinator, who has over 60,000 subs on Twitch, pointed out that after the pandemic, we experienced a cost of living crisis, which also destroyed many people's dreams of becoming a full-time streamer.
A lot of streaming is crowdfunded, meaning that we get our income from people subscribing and tipping. But in this economic climate, unfortunately, people just don't have that money. And whilst there are other ways to diversify, such as getting sponsorships and brand deals, those are not.
I agree that especially if you're a smaller streamer, it's harder to get money because the economy's down and therefore people have less money to spend on stream. And you could supplement that with ads and other things. But I think one of the biggest things that annoys me that I see about other streamers is the lack of effort on any other platform. I see so many people just spam Twitch streams and they don't post on YouTube. They don't post on TikTok. They don't post on Shorts. They go live every day. They go live 40 hours a week. They're doing the work, but they don't do anything outside of that. They end stream and it's over. And that's not how social media is. Social media is a business. You are a business. You're the business owner. You're running your own business, right? So if you're streaming, you can't just fucking sit here and be like, all right, I'm done stream, end stream, and it's over. No, you have to fucking download the VOD, send that to an editor, edit yourself, fucking clip certain things, upload that stuff, figure out what you're going to do for the next stream, schedule shit, right? It's not just hours, right? And I feel like a lot of people are just like, I'm going to be a streamer. I want to do this. And they only put in the effort for what they thought streaming would be like. And I will always stand on the fact that 9-to-5s are harder than streaming. But I think so many people think streaming is just, I'm going to play video games for 6 hours and I'm going to make $100K a year doing it. It's not that easy, right? Like you have to actually try. It's not just like, oh, my friends say I'm funny. Let me stream Among Us. Like it's maybe in 2018 or 2020 that would work. Not anymore. Right? Like you actually have to fucking plan stuff.
There for people who have quite a big audience.
If your cost of living suddenly went up, one of the first things that you would do is cut off non-essential spending, and supporting your favorite streamer sadly fits neatly into this category. You also need to keep in mind that anything a streamer earns from Twitch is revenue and not profit. Streamers starting off on average will spend about $400 on equipment, not considering the PC.
More. If you're a streamer and you don't have, with the PC, my first setup cost around like $1,200 total. Mic, camera, PC, monitors, lighting, keyboard, mouse, all the other shit, headset wires, controller stuff, whatever you're doing. Now, way more, right? My camera and my camera lens is probably $5K. My PC is probably $6. The mic's $600. Stand monitor's $1,000. Left monitor's $500. And then, so it's just like the table I had to fucking put together. It's expensive, right? But you're a trillionaire. No, I'm saying it's a part of it. You could write that shit off too, right? It's a part of the business. But it's like, you usually scale your setup over time. Now this is like what I'd run. Like I don't really have any other upgrades I would make. But you start out at a smaller setup.
And small streamers earn anywhere from $50 to $1,500 a month. So
small streamers make a few $100s a month, $50 to $1,500. Mid-tier, $5,000 to $30,000. A mid-tier streamer, $30K a month. Top-tier streamers, $1 million to $2 million monthly.
Might be a couple of months before people even break even on the cost, and that's assuming they grow. The popular streamer Snowcone also broke down how, despite receiving quite a lot of money from Twitch, she was actually losing money.
Y'all know how expensive it is to keep up with content creation? You can get a 10K check from Twitch. What the is a 10K check? Spend 5K on trips to travel.
That's because she chose a shit niche. She chose a shit niche. You do IRL. IRL's expensive as fuck. So I will hard disagree. I will say that Twitch streaming in general is one of the lowest cost careers you could do. Outside of initials fee setup, if you're a desktop streamer, what do you spend money on? Games. Upgrading your stuff. That's it. Yeah, if you're an IRL streamer and you have to fly to fucking Michigan, then LA, then San Diego, then Miami, then New York, then Taiwan, then fucking China, then Japan, then Australia, and then you have to buy a streaming backpack that's $30,000, and then you're just fucking blowing money. Don't get into that category though, That's like, depending on the category you do is how expensive Twitch streaming is. If you're like a no face cam streamer that just grinds games, you're probably spending like $200 a month on stuff. That's it. And then, obviously, electricity bills and stuff, but
managing her money, and is an extreme example of some of the costs that comes with streaming. But even getting into the Twitch Partner Program by itself was a huge obstacle, and the percentage of users that get into the program is shockingly low.
Looking at Twitch tracker data, there are 6.4 million channels streaming on Twitch every single month, and only 45,000 of those channels are partnered. That puts the percentage of partnered folks making a pretty decent income at only 0.7% of live streamers on the entirety of Twitch.
But being partnered means you only average around 75 viewers, right? But it's basically saying that the majority of Twitch streamers are streaming from 0 to 10 viewers.
Be in a similar ballpark.
YouTube is difficult to make a like-for-like comparison because it's not exclusively streamers. And there are
and being partnered doesn't mean you make money either. You could be a partnered streamer making less than minimum wage.
That are simultaneously YouTubers and streamers. But there's still only a small percentage making real money. Less than 6% of channels are in their partner program, and 90% of channels are under 10,000 subs. A YouTuber pointed out that streaming in 2025 is having a, quote, after the gold rush moment.
And this happens in all industries. It's happening in crypto, cars, Airbnb, et cetera, et cetera.
Bro, that is such a good take. After the gold rush. What a fucking analogy for that. Or a relation of sorts. That's so good. It makes sense. I just think that the idea, dude, so many people are like, I want to get into social media, Joe. Any tips on streaming? I'm like, why the fuck do you want to get into streaming? I'm not saying streaming's not the move, but I'm like, do YouTube. Like, if you get big on YouTube, you're going to make more money. You're going to be happier. You can post whenever you want, right? Like, it's just easier. Twitch is so hands-on, and it's all active. Like, Twitch is active rev. If you're not streaming, you're not making money. On YouTube, if I stopped posting, I would still make money. Like, yes, there would be less and less people because it's not active posting, but you still make shit on videos from 2 years ago.
Will burst. In November of 2024, Twitch experience was known as the Twitch apocalypse, where multiple advertisers realized just how fruitless it was to advertise on Twitch. According to a marketing expert and someone that's worked in esports and streaming for many years, Devin Nash, Twitch is considered a niche product or experimental budget. Most agencies don't know if Twitch ads work or not, so they assign a small percentage of their budget to see. The rest of their budget goes to tried and true market leaders like AdSense and Meta. So,
well, it's that, and it's even, bro, like, you get, it's just like base ad pay with companies that like when I did the Dying Light ad, like, I do a stream for them, and I'm going to do a YouTube video, right? Most shit you do in terms of monetary gain for, like, even ad placement, like, just doing raw ads, like a company coming to you and being like, I want to do this. You do a stream and a YouTube video. Stream and a YouTube video.
and a matter of fact, you used to get banned if you weren't gaming on Twitch. But it's now categorized into IRL streaming, where someone is out in real life, and desktop streaming, where someone is in front of a computer. IRL streaming has been around since the early days of the internet, but has only really become...
Who was the first IRL streamer, like Poseidon?
...mainstream in the 2020s, with people like Aiden Ross, Kai Cenat, and iShowSpeed popularizing this type of content, with Kai Cenat doing less of in-public things as compared to an iShowSpeed. All of these pioneers have changed streaming forever, but not necessarily for the better. In 2024, you had Kai Cenat streaming with Kevin Hart, Aiden Ross meeting Trump, and iShowSpeed,
which was so weird. A presidential on either side. I just think like a presidential candidate being like, "Yeah, I'm coming on anybody's stream." I'd be like, "Whoa, what?"
But became much more difficult for new streamers to replicate. And this is something that veteran streamer Soul Illuminati decided to speak about in August of this year.
Bro, Twitch is changing. A lot of y'all that's at the top, I say y'all is at the top of the pyramid. Y'all probably don't see what I see. When you tap out and then you get a chance to look at what's taking place, I was one of the ones telling everybody they should start streaming, not necessarily doing IRLs, but just streaming, speaking your voice, just doing what you need to do, you know? I feel like streamers is taking over the world, and it's happening. But one of the things I do see, Twitch is starting to become so overstimulating. These new kids that's coming on there are starting to look at a normal streamer in a different point of view that's botted. It's completely different. It's trash.
New streamers in 2025 have a much higher weight of expectations than new streamers in even 2020. IRL streaming is much more expensive than desktop streaming, but IRL streamers are getting the most views.
Twitch, it's becoming harder and harder for to become streamers because all y'all think y'all need to be doing IRLs. Y'all all trying to be like these niggas at the top.
Bro, that is so facts though. And it's like, yeah, we're doing IRL streaming today. We're going to fucking Walmart and they're trying to gain viewers doing that. And some people do that, but I feel like you don't get a dedicated fan base from that. I feel like in general, so many streamers that are up and coming feel the need to do IRL and invest so much money into it. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know if this is going to hit and you've already input 5K, right? Isn't that crazy? Like, already you're going to have one of the biggest expenses is when you start streaming. You're going to input, $1-2 grand potentially into having a setup. And then on top of that, you're going to fucking get a setup and an IRL backpack or whatever, the camera, whatever you're doing. And then you're going to try and rip that. I'm like, dude, if this falls off, like, you have literally just equipment that's useless. Like, what are you going to resell that on Facebook fucking Marketplace for the next guy to give it a try? And then even then, it's like, I feel like you don't ever get a dedicated fan base from that. It's like people that just tune in to see what you're fucking doing. And obviously, the guys at the top that do IRL have huge dedicated fan bases. Lacey, Ron, Speed, Kai, all these other fucking people. Agent, when he does that stuff. But it's like, if you're a smaller streamer, I feel like nobody ever gets to know you through IRLs.
Desktop streaming is dying. How is that even possible? It's not even possible. It's just the you watching. And remember, this ain't separate. This ain't got nothing to do with the groups or none of that. You should already know who the I'm talking about. I don't even have to say no name.
Nobody gonna watch a teen go to Walmart? Bro, I've said this before. I think if you want to get into content creation and you're like 13, bro, 14, 15, maybe make gaming content. Yeah, sure. You want to, whatever content you want to make. I think you should really focus on like editing, thumbnail stuff, script-based stuff, and like understanding the format. Just because like you're at a time in your life where you're probably not going to get viewers because you're too young, you know? Like it's very rare for a Rakai to show up. It's very rare for like somebody that's 15, 16 to fucking blow up on social media streaming wise or YouTube wise, because it's like that's a time where you can gain a bunch of knowledge and then use that later.
Expectations are even a problem for Soluminati. Having taken a break from streaming, he discovered that Blackboy Max had rented an entire mansion to do a love show full of other streamers, which placed an overwhelming weight of expectations on him.
Bro, shout out to Blackboy Max. Bro, this returned and did a whole show. How the f am I supposed to compete with these?
And Blackboy Max's decision to rent a mansion was actually much less extravagant than what some of his peers got up to in 2025. Kai Cenat took over an entire university, and DDG built his own set from scratch for his show Are You My Ball. The simple fact is that streaming is becoming more and more like TV, and as a result is more and more out of reach of the everyday person.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think it's two separate fucking audiences. I think there's motherfuckers that watch those guys, and then I think there's people that watch Twitch streamers. I'm not saying that they're not Twitch streamers. I'm saying they're cable TV guys. They're basically cable TV. They have their own fucking integrated sponsors. They have a whole crew. They have a camera team. They're not streamers, bro. That's not what Twitch is normally in people's head as, right? Like, I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong. You know, do them. They're making great content that they want to make. But it's like, I don't think that's Twitch.
And this video from So motivated the streamer and YouTuber Lord Heck to give his thoughts as well.
My life, first of all, in order to do IRL streaming, the bar is set so high, you damn near got to be doing the iCarly series. If you guys know what iCarly is, it's basically like a TV web series, but recorded as a show. So all the activities and things that you see that be happening on stream, they're not just happening randomly. They're set up, they're orchestrated, they're scripted. It's like acting. It's like low budgeting acting.
Yeah, bro. Kai probably got like an earbud in telling him what's going on in the subathon, right? He probably got people letting him know what's next, right? Like it's not just like raw, he's doing whatever. Like it's seen as that, but there's so much behind the scenes.
It's like acting at home. Like if you were to watch F1, the movie, instead of going to the movie theater, Twitch is the new movie theater and the new television, right? For the IRL streaming space. So in order for a newcomer to come in and be able to compete when they don't have a budget and don't have as many like crazy moments as the next guy, it's kind of gonna be like, okay, you're boring.
He also made the point that because short-form content and clipping is so important, streamers are basically fabricating clippable moments instead of streaming in the moment.
So short-form content is necessary, right?
Like the guy that threw a toaster in his bath like 4 times and electrocuted himself.
People are going to be so desperate to make a clip farm moment that nothing's going to be authentic anymore, right? Everything is just going to look like it's for a clip instead of you being present for the stream, right? And that was the problem that I was running with when I recently started streaming with as well. And even though it's not that much of a problem, like making organic or just streaming without thinking about a moment and just being present in it is like, it's damn near like impossible to do.
And we're also seeing something similar that's happened to podcasting where people from other industries are trying to get involved. India Loved has moved from being an IG model to a streamer. Lil TJ and Nicki Minaj are just some of the rappers looking to break.
Bro, and most famous people just do fucking podcasts now. The amount of people that have fucking podcasts is insane. Anybody in your entire life that used to be in Hollywood acting or comedians or fucking, they were pro athletes, they have a podcast. They have a podcast. Even if you don't know about it, they got a fucking podcast, right? It's just like so many people just do fucking some form of random social media that it's like there's so many options to watch anything.
The NBA player Kyrie Irving is also trying to make a name in this field, but he has been someone that's been tapped into it for quite a while. And all of these people have much bigger resources and probably much more interesting lives than people starting out.
There's a lot of celebrities that don't need to be streaming, bro, right? And I feel like IRL streaming, it has turned into one of them spaces where you can just get a quick dollar, you know what I'm saying? Because you got people like Tyler, which is she's an African artist, TYLA, right? You have people like there's some other rappers that's starting to stream now. I forget their name, but it slips my mind. I think it was Lil TJ. He was trying to stream the other day. I'm just like, bro, like, some of y'all, no offense, but it's like, bro, all they have to offer is like behind the scenes of what happens at a music video, like flashy going shopping. Like, they're not like they're
not fucking entertaining. Let me just shorten it there. They're not fucking entertaining. They don't know how to stream. They got big in another career. They want to fucking stream because they know they can make money in it. And all they can do is fucking yap about behind-the-scenes shit from the shit they used to do.
Have a streamer personality. You get what I'm saying?
So the barrier of becoming a streamer has become so high now that many new streamers might feel like the ladder has been completely pulled up from them. The only hope for them now is that someone like an Aiden Ross or Kai Cenat co-signs them, and they can build a new audience from that endorsement. But the reality is that you don't need to be making money from streaming for it to be a waste of your time. Nightinator is a streamer that could arguably make more money purely focusing on short-form content and being an influencer, but genuinely loves the communal feeling of streaming.
But for me personally, there is nothing like the magic of creating a space that is alive and ever evolving on the internet. Somewhere that defies distance. It defies so many different things. It is so magical and incredible, and there is nothing else like it.
And if someone's a college student or someone that's streaming on the side, being able to speak in front of a group of people is a transferable skill in almost every career path. But
oh my God, for sure. I was saying it made me almost not too good at conversations, but to the point where I just yap. Like, I think I can have a conversation with somebody that has nothing in common with me. And I used to never be able to do that. I think I can find something in common with somebody that normally I would never be able to. That I'm able to just talk about and just be like, oh, are you like that? And then just ramble.
Above all, streaming is a great way to meet and interact with new people. You'll meet people with common interests, but you'll also come across people that you probably wouldn't be exposed to in your everyday life. And if you recall at the start of the video, Ludwig's first viewer was a guy named Oscar. And Oscar is a streamer who, of course, has the dream of becoming a big streamer, but also just finds the joy in streaming on its own.
In general, I'm a competitive gamer. I play a lot of competitive games, and I found that doing it with people watching me is way more
it makes it more fucking fun for sure, being able to just game.
Fun doing it by myself. I've been having fun, meeting new people, learning new things. I do reacts, I do just variety content in general. I just love streaming, and I hope...
Yeah, and I think that in general, streamers that are smaller have more connections, surprisingly. I think if you're a lot of smaller streamers that I've seen know a lot of other smaller streamers than big streamers. Like, if you're a 20K viewer streamer, you probably stream with like 2 or 3 other people. I feel like guys that are if you're not IRL, I feel like people that are like 50, 100 viewers stream with so many other people that are around the same space.